You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we won't wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
When the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Get push. Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. a whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up! I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight, and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause I was running around so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man, just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your highway. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the same, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the same. Yeah, yeah, just la la da da. Just the dust, just the same, just the dust, just the same. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me.
and it never did.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It's a rainy day here in Australia, so let's hope that doesn't put a dampener on the beautiful day of Dota that we have ahead of us. It's day number 11 here for ESL 1 Germany, powered by Intel, so that means, once again, it's time for our Mercedes-Benz pre-show. So let's get into it, and my name is Fluke, and I'm joined by my lovely panelists once again. I've got Danog, and I've got Darcy here on the end. Lads, it's day number 11 here for ESL 1 Germany. That means we've got 2 elimination series ahead of us, 2 teams going out of the tournament here. We've got 1 team going to our playoffs to join Alliance and Secret. How are we feeling today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line. I feel like this is where, you know, no offense to Tempo and Extremum, but the teams that were a little less favored going into the tournament, they've been cut out. You know, now it's down to the wire. You've got a lot teams a lot closer. We should see some really close matchups. And I mean, honestly, we've seen some 3-game series already, but I think that's going to be even a stronger trend now.
I mean, Hellraisers are known for their 3 games in the series. On top of that as well, we might be able to see more cheese drops coming up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we do see some more cheese coming in here. So let's have a quick recap of how round number 3 went, lads. Obviously, this was the round where we saw teams going into the playoffs and we saw teams coming out of the series as well. And we had a lot of interesting ones and a lot of 3-mappers as well. This is a series here that I thought maybe this 3rd game draft was really going to go the way of Viking GG, because this was one of those drafts that they've played a million times before. This is their go-to, this is their favorite. And unfortunately, it just didn't go the way that they're expecting. And then 5 men just seemed to be on a different level coming towards the later stages of ESL 1 Germany, right?
I think so. I think that was kind of on Viking, though. They just didn't punish the style of draft. Well, no, they didn't execute the style of draft that they had. I think that's the way to look at it at the end of the day. This was that last big team fight. They were like, let's kill the Spectre. It doesn't matter if we all die. And, well, at the end of the day, they did instantly call the GG straight afterwards. But it still wasn't a horrible showing from Winstrike, and I'm keen to see how they're going to put their best foot forward moving into their next series coming up.
Yep, I think the key here as well is the adaptability, because Viking GG hasn't really adapted since BTS Pro series, but some of these other teams have, and you can tell by their kind of picks have really changed accordingly.
And speaking of Viking GG, they're a team that do love those cheese drafts, right? They love getting that Broodmother for Rabel in the mid lane. They love playing all these weird kind of last pick stuff. So going forward into their series, I feel like that's going to be an interesting one for them. Obviously, we don't get to see them today, but to see whether or not they're going to really try and heavily favor that 2nd pick, because that's something that we haven't really touched all too much about, but it seems fairly important for a lot of these teams, right? That 2nd pick over 1st pick.
Yeah, a lot of teams are prioritizing 2nd pick, which I think that's really matchup dependent, right? Like, you need to know who you're playing, you need to know what the comfort heroes are, because if you can force them to ban out one of their heroes just because they don't want you to get it in the 1st pick, I think that's a huge deal, probably outweighing the effectiveness of having that last pick overall in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the last pick against certain teams is going to be really good, because obviously with Liquid, we saw yesterday, having last pick for Quakefire is really important because you got those cheese picks, right? But when it comes to certain other teams, they would rather just have the 18 pick, which means they can see the matchup and accordingly set their lanes for favorable matchups, in a sense to get their side lane set, not really the middle lane.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how our standings are going here at day number 11. It is round number 4 here for our Swiss format as well, so we're going to be seeing more teams in those playoffs, more teams getting out of the tournament as well. Now, at the top here, Team Secret Alliance, our first 2 teams in the playoffs with a very squeaky clean 3-0 record. Na'Vi OG are sitting at 2-1, only 1 series victory away from joining those boys up in the playoffs as well. Now, as we continue to roll through, this is where all these scores are going to start looking really, really similar. We've got a lot of 2-1s, Mud Golems 5-man Team Liquid, as well as Yellow Submarine. All of those lads are looking for an extra series victory so they get in towards the playoffs. And now, this is where we start getting the teams at risk of elimination. Ninjas in Pajamas, Hellraisers, Viking GG, Nigma, all only on 1 and 2. Pretty surprising that we're seeing Nigma this far down the standings, but this is how the cookie crumbles. And now, as we continue to our final page, we see the boys that are already out of here. Extreme Mum and Tempo, first 2 teams to get eliminated from ESL 1 Germany, with unfortunately not being able to get a series victory at all here. And then Cyber Legacy and Windstrike are the final 2 bringing up the rear for our 1 and 2s. Lads, we've got 8 teams left. No, we've got 12 teams left. Yes, 12 teams left. My math is really good.
2 already qualified, 2 are out.
Exactly, yeah. So 12 teams left here in the tournament. We've got 6 at 2-1 and we've got 6 at 1-2. Is there many teams that we're expecting to try and jump towards that 2 and 2 here? Because we've got a lot of teams that are very, very even when it comes to these matchups. So I think a lot of these next series are going to be very important to see who we're actually going to see in that final round.
I agree with that. I'm a little surprised and a little, to be honest, underwhelmed with Viking. I feel like coming into the tournament, they were a bit more favored. Like, everyone's going to focus on Nigma, obviously. Big names, some TI winners in there. But Viking, they've been on a real upward trend and they've kind of stagnated, or maybe just some other teams have improved at a faster rate.
Yeah, as I was mentioning before, I felt they just keep playing the same things they have been doing in the previous tournaments. Therefore, other teams kind of can do research on them and it's easier to adapt against them. But at the same time, Nigma is just really underperforming, not really... It's a little bit of everything with Nigma, I guess. Drafting, obviously using stand-ins as well in specific games. We didn't get to see Super Rudy as well, unfortunately.
Damn.
But yeah, I think Windstrike's going to be pretty interesting because I think they've been performing really well for a team that hasn't really been as recognizable as other teams. But at the same time, the matchup today with them is going to be an interesting one.
Well, speaking of today, let's go and have a look at what series we've got ahead of us. We've got 3 series, as is standard here for ESL 1 Germany. And our first series of today, Ninjas in Pajamas going up against Hellraisers. That's an elimination series. So one of those 2 teams will be out of the tournament, joining Extreme Mum there at the end. And then we've got, for our second series, we've got Nigma versus Windstrike, the teams that my boys here on the panel have been talking about quite a lot. Neither of these teams I would have expected to be eliminated in this round. I thought they would go a little bit deeper, and one of them will be leaving us today. And then our final series of today, we've got OG taking on Yellow Submarine. I really do start to feel for these boys in the Yellow Submarine because they have had a very long and hard run in ESL 1 Germany. And now, as we have a look at how our schedule is going to go for tomorrow, we have Cyber Legacy taking on Viking GG, we have Na'Vi taking on the Mud Golems, and then we have 5-man versus Liquid. Those last 2 series will be our 2-1 series, so 2 of those teams there will be going into the playoffs. And then unfortunately for Cyber Legacy and Viking GG, they've only got 1 chance left here, and that will be tomorrow for them. So the winner of that series continues on in the tournament. The loser is out as well. So lads, these series are looking hot and spicy. They're very, very looking strong. Which ones are we most excited about? We don't obviously have like a Secret versus OG, so we can't, just default to that.
You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait for it. Be patient. But I don't know. I feel like there's so much to play for all of these, right? You don't want to go into that. Like, even for the team sitting 2-1, yes, they've got that little bit of a safety net, that buffer, but you lose and you're still kind of in that elimination scenario. So they want the freebie, they want the easy win. I think OG are probably feeling the most comfortable out of all of these teams just because of their pedigree. They haven't been blown out of the water in their loss against Alliance. Like, they dominated game number 1 and Alliance just adapted really well to games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for the Na'Vi Mud Golems, obviously because I like Na'Vi as a team.
But I think you like Mud Golems too.
Yeah, I do. I love 3-3 in the offlane. It's such a interesting thing to look at, but at the same time, I feel like it's going to be a really close match. Mud Golems have really been displaying a lot of good games in this tournament so far. And at the same time, I think Na'Vi hasn't really performed to their capabilities right now. I feel like their drafts are a little inconsistent, even though their players are very strong mechanically. So it'll be an interesting one to see tomorrow.
All right, well, it looks like you guys have learned a little bit of something here from my panelists. So let's learn a little bit of something from Jenkins with another pro tip video.
In Dota 2, there are 3 different types of armor. Hero armor, which exists on heroes, Roshan, and a number of hero summons, fortified armor, which only exists on towers and siege creeps, and basic armor, which covers essentially everything else in the game. When it comes to auto attacks, there are 4 different types of damage. Basic damage, which is the default form of damage in the game and deals 100% damage to everything but fortified units, to which it deals 70% damage. The second form of damage is hero damage, which includes, naturally, hero right-clicks and a number of hero summon right-clicks. This damage type deals 50% damage to fortified units and 100% damage to everything else. Because basic attacks deal 70% damage to fortified armor versus heroes only dealing 50% damage to fortified armor, this is exactly why the notorious Zoo meta is even possible, because summons do almost 1.5x the damage to towers that heroes do. The third type of damage is piercing damage, which deals 150% damage to basic armor, 50% damage to heroes, and 35% damage to fortified units. This damage type is exactly why a hero like Venomancer is so lightning fast at shoving lanes and farming the jungle, but it kind of feels like his plague wards just poke heroes and tickle towers. Moreover, the majority of easy camp creeps actually deal piercing damage, which is precisely why pulling a stacked easy camp will wipe out a creep wave so incredibly quickly. The final type of damage is siege damage, which comes from towers and catapults. This damage is reduced by half on every type of armor, but deals 150% damage to fortified units. In other words, siege creeps do 3 times the amount of damage to towers that heroes do, which is precisely why you'll see pro invokers choose to alacrity catapults over their carry. This is also why you'll see pro players do this trick where you drag a creep wave out of the range of a tower such that the catapult walks into the tower and dies because the tower will kill the catapult much faster than a hero does.
Not something we talk about a lot here on the panel, and that is armor types and the way that attack types work as well. It's really interesting. Something that carried over from Warcraft 3 as well, and it's really interesting. I didn't know the exact numbers coming in from all those, but you can kind of see it in your game chart. Siege creeps do more damage to towers, towers do more damage to siege creeps, and that's kind of the easiest one, right?
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, a lot of the teams that have been a bit more successful in ESL 1 Germany so far, as well as just across Dota in general, are the ones that play around those key timings, both for their rotations, making sure that they're part of a siege creep push, because, a hero that might not be great at being able to push a wave, push into a tower like a Venomancer suddenly becomes a tower pusher if you've got that siege creep alive. So the priority of making sure that siege wagon stays alive just becomes so much higher, and if you're able to exploit that with the rest of your movements and itemization to take advantage of those key 5-minute timings, you're going to be much more successful.
Yeah, talking about those timings, that's why we see a lot of position 4 roaming heroes coming in at like 4 minutes 30, coming towards the middle tower, wrapping around the jungle, and if they get that kill, they allow the middle hero to hit the tower, but also the catapults. And it's really important as well. A lot of heroes actually are more popular because of catapults as well, such as the Mirana. That's why you pick Mirana as well, and you come middle at 5 minutes just to destroy the catapult with an arrow. And back in the day as well, where you can't do it anymore, but you could convert those catapults as well with Chen as well as Enchantress.
Thankfully, that's gone.
Yeah, I agree. That was actually imba.
Yeah. And like HOD as well, being able to take over catapults, that was pretty busted.
Stealing it back and forth was always fun.
Exactly. But the players that have been abusing those mechanics are our MVPs here. So Mercedes-Benz MVP top 4 is ready and changing, as always, through every single day here for ESL 1 Germany. So let's go and have a look to see how our top 4 is going at day number 11. Number 1 here is Matumba Man. Number 2 is Miracle. Number 3 is Nisha. He's pushed himself up in there, and Lil's dropped down to 4th. So, unfortunately for Iceberg, he's knocked out of the top 4 once again by Nisha, who has now cruised himself into that 3rd slot.
Lil's not going to like that. He's like, I'm going to need another 3 maps, boys. I'm going to need to get more exposure and really stamp my foot down because he wants a car.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we've been seeing Lil constantly up there, right? So they really have to show performance today. I think it's really important. I mean, if you just drop out now, it's very likely you're not going to be there anymore. So
yeah, exactly. So if they win today, they go into that 5th round, they get an extra series to play against, they get an extra 3 maps to play against as well. And now it just means that this top 4 might chop and change a little bit more heading towards the end.
Yeah, and I mean, people are like, oh my god, how is Lil number 4? Look, if your favorite player isn't there, vote. Like, you have the power to change this sort of thing. You know, we've seen Mataba Man sitting up towards that top spot for a long time. I think the only time he wasn't when it was just like full Na'Vi, basically. But ever since then, he's had a pretty good stranglehold on that, and you can't blame him. His team is 3-0, same with Nisha, of course, and we'll have to wait until the playoffs until we see Team Secret again.
Exactly. The best way to make a push here for a Mercedes-Benz MVP is to use social media. You know, post out some pictures, do whatever you want, but you guys can also join the Conversation, that's it. I was going to say contest. Either way, you guys can talk to us if you want to using the hashtag ESL1 here across Twitter, across Facebook, wherever you guys want to get it done. But make sure you do use that hashtag to let us know where you guys are watching these games and who your Mercedes-Benz MVP is. But now it is time for us to take a short break and to get us ready for our first series of day number 11 here for ESL1 Germany. We've got Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Hellraisers. Don't miss it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We've hit the hard reset button here on the desk, and fingers crossed neither of these teams have to hit a reset button, because this is their final chance here in ESL 1 Germany. If they lose this series, they're out of the tournament. Ninjas in Pajamas taking on the Hellraisers here for our first series of day number 11. I've got my panel back here for our pre-series, Daniel Godot. Lads, Hellraisers, Ninjas in Pajamas. We're expecting a little bit more from both these teams. I mean, they're sitting at 1 and 2 right now, so they're not out of the tournament just yet, but they still need to continue on here if they want to go into playoffs for ESL 1 Germany.
They need to win to move on. Very good.
Exactly.
I mean, the thing is with both of these teams, like, you came in feeling a little bit more confident about NIP. For me, they were sitting, I think, 9th on my power rankings, just kind of on the edge of making playoffs or not. So you would think going into this that, you know, they would be the favorite team to win. And I think that's how the odds are looking at it as well. But Hellraisers, they've shown some good potential, you know, taking games off much more favored lineups.
Yeah, Hellraisers is kind of weird for me because they were one of the better CIS teams coming to this tournament. Obviously not tier 1, but one of the more acknowledged ones, right? With popular players as well as Lil and Funnick. But their performances are a little questionable at times. They have some really good games when they're playing very aggressive lineups, but at the same time, they have some really bad games where they just drop the ball and lose in 20 minutes. But the good thing about this lineup is I love Nyx. I think he's such a consistent carry player. And when we're looking at NIP, I think most of them are pretty similar in the terms of Charlie playing carry as well. It's very solid. You can first pick that lifesteal for him, and he doesn't care. He'll just carry the game.
And King R has survived.
Ooh.
He will remain only the 5th position 5 player that Hellraisers have used. Obviously, getting them the win in that previous series that they had. So they're feeling a little bit more confident with him. We spoke with Lil after that victory, and he said, yeah, he's safe for now.
For now, but on the other side, we do have the Ninjas in Pajamas, who are surprisingly to us, that series that they had against the Yellow Submarine, we were like, this is a true test for Yellow Submarine. Are they actually a team that can create these upsets, or was it more the fact that Nigma were extremely underpowered in that first series that they played? But it goes to show that Yellow Submarine, they're not just an outlier. They're actually a team that's here to play, and unfortunately for Ninjas in Pajamas, they had to go up against them, and they did lose that series.
Yeah, and we could just see in a couple of these highlights, I feel like, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas, they can be a good team, but it needs to be focused around their certain key playmakers. And for me, those two are Charlie and Era. Those are the two that are feeling like the game winners. And maybe that's why they're sitting at 1 and 2, because previously Supreme, you could give him these heroes where he could kind of get these wonky-ass matchups in the mid lane. We haven't seen his visage just yet, so I'm keen to see maybe something like that come out from him.
Yeah, and I think as well, Saberlight, he's got a very interesting hero pool. He's got a lot of heroes that can really change the outcome in the matchups. He plays Enigma, he plays Magnus, he plays Beastmaster. You can really revolve strategies around his hero pool, which is really important, but I feel like he's been struggling a lot of the time in the laning phase, and it might be because their lineups are a little one-dimensional in the sense that they're very focused on winning lanes as well as just individual targeting. So they lack that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken with him a couple of times, and I like Saberlight as a person and a player, but I haven't really felt that performance yet where I was like, Saberlight carried that game. I feel like for Hellraisers, they need to be looking at, right, how do we lock out Charlie's favorite heroes? And then I think the heroes that are common across the position 4 role for both teams are the Tiny and the Phoenix. So who gets that is going to go a long way towards winning the series.
Well, as Matt said, we caught up with Saberlight quite a lot here for ESL 1 Germany, but we also caught up with Misha before the tournament. He is here with Suraction Slacks.
Hey everybody, here with Misha from Ninjas and Pajamas. Sir, thank you so much for taking time to meet with us.
Hi. Nice to see you.
So we saw. Thank you very much. So we saw NIP with you in Dota Pit. I gotta ask, you guys did great. Are you still officially on the team, or unofficially, or what's the situation now?
It will be announced soon. We are like sorting off some things. Yeah. So it
Gotcha.
will be
All
announced.
right. So am I correct that you are the drafter for the team?
Yeah. I draft, and I do
Yeah.
all that captain stuff. I'm the captain, you know.
Of course, of course. Well, I find it pretty interesting that your team has such faith in you. I mean, you are the newest member, and you're already drafting, you're captaining. What's that relationship like?
Yeah, it's a strange experience. I mean, Snake got like out of the team, and they've been looking for someone to believe in. Like I had like some ideas that I wanted to apply to any team I will be into, and it was Ninjas in Pajamas who made an offer, and I told them that I'm going to work with them only if they like they will try my ideas, and we're trying them now right now.
Wow. Well, they seem to be working pretty good. Let's talk about Viking GG. In the last tournament, you 2-0'd them, they 2-0'd you. How do you feel about that team?
I mean, I think that they're a nice team. They have a lot of ideas. They adapt very fast. I think I noticed that out of them. I mean, they had a lose streak. They instantly adapted. They're winning now. Some teams. I like that they play a lot of heroes. I like the style they draft. I think they're a good team.
So now you guys get a rematch in this tournament since they knocked you out of the last one. Who do you think is going to win this round? Are you guys going to be able to take them this time?
We'll destroy them easily.
That's what I like to hear.
They're a better
All right,
team.
my man. Final question for you. Are you proud to be a ninja in pajamas? Do you wear pajamas, by the way?
I do wear pajamas. Yeah, I'm the proudest
All
ninja.
right.
I'm very proud.
Okay. What do your pajamas look like? Please describe it for our audience.
It's pink. Very thin.
Fantastic.
Very thin. So it's very comfortable.
Thin and pink.
Yeah.
All right. Well, please wear them to one of your games coming up here in ESL.
I will try.
Misha, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure talking to you, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thanks very much.
That was the proudest, pinkest ninja there, Misha. Being the newest member in Ninjas in Pajamas as well here means that hearing from those guys and the fact that they've given him so much faith in that captain and drafter role just goes to show that they're actually just really trying to play around his ideas, right?
Yeah, and I really liked his energy from that interview. So many players, you hear them speak if they're, being the sub for a team and they're just like, oh, I'm just happy to play under this team. I'm happy for the opportunity. He's like, no, I want to be the captain.
Yeah.
I want it to be my strats. It's kind of like a job interview where like, they're interviewing you as much as you're interviewing for their job, right? So he's like, I want to do it with my way, and if it's not the way it's going to work, then so be it, but I don't want to leave any cards on the table.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good thing to have the new player to be confident going into it, and he can take the role of captaincy and drafting. It doesn't necessarily mean he'll stick on it. It might be one of those scenarios where right now he has a lot of good ideas in this current patch, and he can abuse the fact that he's a new player and they don't really have research on him on this team, and they can exploit that to give him these wins in the tournament. Now, I'm a little worried because it's a big responsibility, right? I mean, if he doesn't really perform or they feel like his drafting isn't really up to scratch, then they might be giving him the boot, but they did say they were going to announce it, so I mean, we'll just have to see after ESL, right?
We will. And just on top of that, he just exudes this confidence energy, right? Like this Chad alpha style, like the positioning of his webcam, looking down his nose as he's talking to you, and the thin pink pajamas. How can you not love that?
How can you not love the ninjas in pajamas, especially if they play in nice little pink ones? But we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and that means our game number 1 draft will be after this short break. So we'll see you after it.
And I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know want it to be proven. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
When sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning.
The Hellraisers are looking to bring hell to the surface here against the Ninjas in Pajamas, and if Misha's still wearing his nice little pink pajamas, might be a little bit of a fire hazard here for Ninjas in Pajamas. And now, got my panel back here ready for game number one. Dan, Og, Godot. Lads, game number one here between Ninjas in Pajamas. We've broken down these teams quite a lot here, but what are we expecting for this first draft? What's going to be more contested is the better question.
I think that's the most I've ever heard pajamas be used in one single sentence, but
I'm a man that loves repeating myself.
Yeah, very good, very good. I think, like we were saying before, it feels like this is the matter, at least for these two teams, where the POS 1 matters and probably the 4 a lot. You know, we've seen a lot of big plays coming through from both Era as well as Lil, but of course you can't discount Nyx or Charlie. So I think probably the Faceless Void Lifestealer need to be dealt with. I believe that it is the Hellraisers that have the first pick overall.
Yep.
So we'll see what they tend to do around that. I want to see if we get a Phoenix coming out. I want to see if we get a Magnus, because that's something that both Saberlight and Funnick play really well. We'll have to see how it goes down. I don't want to see POS 5s prioritized as the first point of call for either of these teams.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of similar picks that would be contested here, but I'm just worried about the Magnus. I think both teams play very fast. HR, they normally play these aggressive dual lane offlanes, tanking leaners, the sliders as well. And if you play Magnus, you want to utilize the Empower, so you need a little bit of timing. So if you play fast lineups such as Drow or just strong lanes, it's going to get punished.
Well,
and,
with that being said, this NIP draft looks very much like a secret draft. You know, we see Poppy pair together the Crystal Maiden with the Drow so many times, and Matu said, look, it's not even that it's got amazing synergy. Drow just feels like a very, very strong hero, and it's easy to execute. You just press E, you know, and then you right-click people. It's very, very easy. And like you said, you could put a ton of pressure onto a Magnus. Even it's like a semi-counter against this Enchantress, right? Because multi-shot doesn't care about any sort of untouchable.
Yeah, the good thing about CM I like is not necessarily the pair up with the auras or anything, with the Drow. It's more the fact that you can keep them in place, you can slow them for the Drow, and it has very strong laning presence. So in this scenario here, I like it because they're going to take a page from Secret, as you said, and they're just going to play around Drow timings, going to just back them up, have strong lanes, accelerate her timings, and then it's going to be hard to utilize that Empower that I was speaking of. So if you can't utilize Empower because you don't have the time to do so, this hero is kind of redundant. You might as well have had something else that's more aggressive. And yeah, right now I really think HR, or Hellraisers, if we want to call them that instead, is
Human resource.
is going to really have to prioritize on strong lanes because they can't get this Drow such a head start, because if it does, as I was saying, it's going to snowball.
I feel like because of this, though, with the Magnus being countered by this Drow Crystal Maiden, I feel like you kind of need to put the Magnus mid. You know, they do it a couple of times where they just give it over to Kasani, and it's all right, but it kind of is predicated. Like, you know that it's going to be coming because you really don't want to lane it into this Drow Crystal Maiden. And with the Tiny, you're probably thinking that it's going to be a pos 4 hero as well for Lil. So that is a really weak lane against Drow CM. So I think they're going to have to change it up a little bit or risk losing the lanes heavily.
Is there something else that we have to think about? Because, you know, looking back at that Secret series where they picked this Crystal Maiden, they went for a tri-lane as well, right?
Yes, because Crystal Maiden can really utilize that Frost Nova in Tri-v-Tries. You're just getting maximum efficiency out of this one spell. When you play it in 2-1-2s, it's not so good because you're going to be mostly punishing that one support hero. You're just going to be trading hits, right? So you can't really use CM spells to really get ahead. So there is that option where NIP has done it before, where they just throw Saberlight in the safe lane solo, such as the Beastmaster game we saw before, and just aggro try, get that laning advantage. Saberlight just gets those free levels and XP for just being able to utilize his spells. And Doom is a perfect fit here because he can just use Devour to get ahead in the laning phase, even if he's playing solo. And it seems like a really good chance now to abuse this Monkey King as well with that tri-lane, aggressive tri-lane.
I'm liking the Doom pickup as well because, again, very aggressive. You don't want to be sitting back allowing this Magnus to use his Empower to both farm if it's a core for himself or to just give over a bit more to the Monkey King, who has become a much more prominent early to mid-game hero these days.
Yeah, I think right now NIP already has a good idea on how they want to pair up their matchups. And they're saving their last pick, right? They have the last pick here, so they have another advantage when it comes to the matchup at mid. So I'm really liking what NIP is doing here.
So I want to see how they're approaching these last few bans here. I want to see if NIP start banning out some more POS 3 heroes, trying to target Funnick. Because, again, I really don't feel like this Magnus can go on the offlane. I feel like you're just going to get absolutely dumpstered.
Do you have to also think about Sani's weird mid heroes? You know, he's been playing a lot of Night Stalker across years, played some other tanky melee cores, or do you think just if you focus Funnick, then you just force this Magnus in the mid lane, and then you guarantee, well, not guarantee, but you have a very good understanding about how that mid matchup's going to go, and then you just get that last pick for Supreme.
Well, the idea here now is that you have a pretty good idea that NIP is going to go aggro, because you don't want to have a Doom plus Clockwork or Doom plus CM into the MK, right?
Yes.
It's just not a winning matchup. So you already have an idea that NIP is just going to go aggro try, Doom's going to be safe lane, so actually leaving the Magnus in the off lane is going to be fine. He's not going to have a hard time, and in this scenario they can play a mid hero that can be very aggressive. I'm just a little worried because right now CIS teams, they tend to play these lane heavy dominant heroes like the Queen of Pain or the Lina. Lina's banned out, right? But
first phase.
But it just doesn't do enough from the laning phase. Yeah. And I want them to go for these Void Spirits, these Ember Spirits, something that can fight, but at the same time semi-scale and utilize the Magnus in power as well.
I really like that. I was just about to point out Nature's Prophet probably would have been the pickup for them. They're just trying to get away anything that's able to close the gap between this Drow Ranger. So Zeus is gone. Obviously, he's not a big gap closer, but you can still deal a ton of damage from afar. Spectre gone in that second phase, and now the Nature's Prophet. So I think your perspective is exactly what I'm agreeing with as well, Darcy. We need to see a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit coming out. Just something that can get on top of the Drow, take a little bit of attention away, maybe go for a bit more of a defensive build, like a Yule Scepter, not necessarily for setting up kills, but gap closing and just staying alive, allowing that secondary form of initiation to come in, whether that be the Tiny or the Magnus.
Yeah, and I'm liking the build-up. If you go Yules into Aghanims, you can go Lincoln Sphere as well later on for the Doom. You have these mobile core heroes that can exploit the Empower, and you have strong laning. Worst case scenario, you don't win the mid lane because they're going to counter match up, but you can still go to the side lanes and exploit those two side lanes. So there are options here for Hellraisers, but they always go back to those Quint Pains and those Lenas. I really hate it.
Yeah.
And if Lacoste is casting later, he's probably going to be the same thing as well. So
He's casting this one.
Yeah,
So
fortunately enough for you, Lacoste will be on the mic for this one. So
I
you
wanna
guys
see
are
Void
thinking
Spirit.
Ember,
I want to see
Void.
Void Spirit. There we go.
All right.
Thank goodness.
All right.
I mean, it's Kasani's most favorite hero for that mid lane. He doesn't go Orchid, and I think this is a pretty terrible Orchid game as well, so that's nice. You can just go Yule Scepter Ags, be that frontliner, because they're kind of lacking a little bit, at least until... Well, Tiny's not even a frontliner. He is that secondary form of initiation when you can catch them off guard, so... It's going to be really down to execution on Hellraiser's side. Are they going to put that much trust in Kasani? Because if they do, I think they do have the tools to be able to take this one out.
Yeah, the one thing about Hellraisers is they play really well when they have these aggressive lanes. And sure, maybe it's very one-dimensional. We've seen it before when they played the Night Stalker, and it didn't really seem to be a great lineup. And maybe a team like Secret will be able to punish it more, but they make it work. And that's the thing. It's their comfort. That's what they're confident with as well. So I do love their lineup. I think this is what they're actually known for and what they're actually good at. So... no complaints here for Hellraiser's lineup. It's just really going to come down to how the lanes progress and how they're going to use that laning advantage or just the lane's movement transitioning into the mid game and see how they can stop this Drow Ranger from scaling, getting to those timings where it can just really punish you with just one button.
This is a pretty good Visage game as well.
Oh, you want to see it from Supreme?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of instances of damage. Avalanche is probably the main one, and they're going for the Quap with the last pick. I don't know about that one, because, you know, that Shadow Strike suddenly loses a ton of its effectiveness for Supreme if you just get one skill point into the Dissimulate. You know, you dodge out all of that damage, and, you know, you are able to capable of shoving out lanes and having a form of escape because you know that Era's Clockwork is going to be roaming around a fair amount.
Yep, it's very likely it's going to be Max on the Dissimulate as well, just to push out the lane, control the runes and whatnot. You do have the Tiny as well who can help you control the runes here, which is very important.
Position 3 Enchantress, boys.
First time we've seen it. You know, normally we think of Seb when we think of Pos 3 Enchantress, but I think they're thinking the similar sort of thing with the laning setup. They don't want to put that much emphasis into the Magnus, considering it might be in a losing lane. So just saying, look, we need a range hero that's still able to get something out of it. I like how they were able to salvage the draft with the Void Spirit a little bit, but I'm not confident with this Queen of Pain, so I'm really on the fence as to which team I'm going to be favoring for this.
All right, enough fence sitting, Matt. I need a word. I need a team name, and I need it right now. Matt.
You first.
Darcy.
I actually
I need a team name, boys. I need a team name.
The Queen of Pain I don't like.
No more fence sitting.
I'm going NIP because I think the draw lineup's just easier to execute. If they hit their timings, they're going to punish.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so both my boys here are going to go with NIP. I had to kick them off the fence to get us there, but it means that we're going to be able to get into game number 1 with our casters for today. It's going to be Gaza and Kosti.
Yeah, g'day everyone. Gaza and Kosti here. How you doing? Lacoste, good morning. It's Dota time. Best of 3 here as both teams on the verge of elimination. Hellraisers up against NIP. And you were talking about this Drow Ranger draft and how things were looking for Hellraisers matching up into it. How do you feel about that swap of Enchantress from the POS 4 or 5 into the 3 for Funnick?
Hellraisers, they were keeping everything open to see how the last pick is gonna go, but they're gonna put the Doom on a mid lane and they just put Monkey or Mag, and they needed to adjust because if you have 2 melee heroes against the Drow Ranger and Crystal Maiden, you don't get to play Dota, especially if you want to like flex Void Spirit into Drow Ranger. It's unplayable.
They're already
matchup.
fighting
Let's
5v5,
go.
Lacoste. What's happening? Lil, you're being burst down. The Tiny's already gone as Charlie gets the first blood and the skewer back onto 2. They've trapped out the Drow Ranger. So Charlie trades his life and it's a full-on 5v5 brawl before the creeps spawn. Era's being whacked away at by Nyx, but they can't stick on a target until Saberlight gives himself away. And can they slow him down enough to find the kill? They turn and fight. NIP want to battle with the Frostbite. Nyx has to get back up the ramp as Saberlight's going to drop here. That final touch from Kasani. My goodness, a 2-2. As we begin the game with a bang. 4 kills already.
Oh, this one's looking good. You know, both of these teams want to win badly. 5-man smoke into 5-man smoke. So Charlie,
Excellent.
he got the first blood. Okay, they are putting the Drow Ranger on the bottom lane.
And look at HR, they're still all lurking around middle lane, and this comes down to the lane matchups, right? What exactly are Hellraisers looking to avoid here?
What NIP wants to do is just run an aggressive tri-lane because it's super strong and just leave Saberlight in possible 1v1 scenario. But if they like follow Doom with the Monkey King and possibly play like a tri-lane with Enchantress, Tiny, and Mag, like, should be fine.
Well, for now, King R, the position 5 Magnus, getting some free farm.
Yeah,
as the
check what
support's
Saberlight and Charlie are doing in the jungle.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Like, where do we go?
Well, Doom definitely doesn't want to be up against the Monkey King. So NIP, I'm trying to put that Drow Ranger up top. Lil's going to scout out, also block the camp, make sure there are no pulls coming. So a grand old time for the supports early on. Crystal Maiden getting a decent amount of experience, as we also have Clockwork being chased down into the trees. Era, he did get himself a couple of CS down in his bottom lane. King R skewers him, drops him very low, but Era with the cogs at level 1, and those brown boots will be able to escape to safety.
So we still don't have the lanes, and we can see different kind of builds that they decided to go for, since it was a 5 versus 5 fight. Doom with the Scorched Earth, something that you don't usually see. Tiny with the Avalanche instead of Toss. What else is there? Queen of Pain going for Scream of Pain, and Void doesn't even have a point in Dissimulate. Like, it's just a big brain play, you know? You want to dodge a Shadow Strike with the Dissimulate, Queen of Pain's not gonna get it, but then you don't even get it. And now
Some
she gets 2
Galaxy
points
Brain
in
stuff.
it.
Well, they do another lane swap. Monkey King down bottom means Drow Ranger makes the long walk across. Doom has already made his home up top. So they're making sure that they don't waste TPs, as there is always that kind of reactor's advantage when it comes to TPs and these lane matchups. You TP first, and you get screwed over if your opponents get to react to your movement. That's
Well,
great stuff for Tiny. Like, we always talk about Tiny needing kills early on, but if he's given a free lane for the first 2.5 minutes, he's level 3 already.
They might like swap things around since Enchantress is not getting too much. She's just jungling for now, 1 CS, and this benefits Tiny a lot. Like, I think teams realize how to play against Tiny, where you just don't give him any early kills.
Monkey comes in and helps Xani get the snipe on Queen of Pain. No points in Blink as she went 2-0-1. A good little Ether Remnant into Boundary Strike. That was a nice kill. Roaming Monkey, position 1.
You really don't expect position 1 Monkey to come gank the mid lane 3 minutes in, that's for sure. And yeah, we talked about getting good kills early on Tiny, but you don't necessarily need to get kills. If you get levels, that means that you're going to be efficient, like around the 6 to 10 minute mark with a lot of levels. And now he's starting to hunt people down already.
And this means the Doom has to move himself away from the top lane, as again, Hellraiser's not expending TPs to move, but just moving across the map naturally. We'll see what happens. Clockwork will TP top. Drow Ranger's making, again, the long walk across the river, migrating from bot lane to top lane. And Supreme now a level behind that Void Spirit in the mid lane. Still having a decent time, but 24-9 on Void Spirit. He is having a perfect laning stage.
You know why? Because he did not move. Like, this is my lane. You know, I'm not going to swap things around. I'm just going to play mid, the rune spawning. There's going to be a regen.
Drow is sandwiching in to contest the top rune. Regen grabbed by Xani. We'd expect the Clockwork or the Tiny and stuff like that to be there, not a Drow. Level 2 Drow Ranger at 4 minutes.
NIP is losing so much because of all these rotations. At one point, you just need to stop. Like, you can't afford to like get another swap because your Drow Ranger is suffering. Crystal Maiden's level 4, Drow Ranger only level 2.
Oh, Nyx taking a bit of a beating. Trapped in the cogs. Great play from Era. 3 heroes from NIP. All converging onto the Monkey. And Lil's going to fall as well. Finding 2 for nothing in that top lane and a double kill for Charlie. That's a great way to get back in the game. So now things can settle down a little bit. Calm it. As the laning stage can begin. 5 minutes in. We're going to have our mid game at about 35 minutes. Just draw everything out as long as you can. NIP wrapping around those top bounty runes, but also coming in towards mid. Xani very low on HP, so Tiny's rotation with the avalanche toss under the tower. Supreme is forced to blink away, and King R has also rotated. Monkey King arriving from the left-hand side. He's in courier mode and finds Misha. Still a lot of NIP heroes in the vicinity, though, as Nyx, he's being pummeled into the ground. Battery Assault there will find the kill, and the rest of Hellraisers still looking for the trade. Misha, the Crystal Maiden, will be the casualty that they hand over to HR.
There's so many rotations going on. It's really hard to follow what's going on. And it's been quite some time since I saw something like this happening. You know what I'm gonna say, right? I remember watching one game where Eternal Envy kept swapping for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, he did not want to play the lane. At the end, they just lost the game, but it was fun to watch.
Oh, nice little rune grab. Era takes it away from the bottle of the Void Spirit, and they've also got the Crystal Maiden here to allow Supreme to kill off King R. I think Xani's fine to wander on away, and as Lil yet again moving into the mid lane. Yeah, I also remember, I think there was a Chinese game maybe about a year ago, 9 months ago, where we had the carry and the off lane of both teams jungling at the start of the game. And all the supports were farming the lanes because nobody wanted to get these bad lane matchups.
Just don't show on the lane. Crystal Maiden, level 5, 6 minutes in. Not too bad. Like, you already have 2 points in aura, so that means you can start spamming your spells. Drow Ranger on top, just trying to get some solo XP. Controlling the lane, does not want to push it out, so that she's going to be in danger. And we talked about Tiny, like how he was getting a lot of levels, but only managed to get 1 extra level in the last, like, 3 minutes. There's a rotation.
He does toss Saberlight, though. Yeah, Tiny, speaking of, comes in, initiates on the Doom. Lets Nyx get the kill as he turns himself into a TP scroll. The chase is on towards Misha as this Void Spirit, jumping but not diving, leaving the Maiden to hide by her tier 1 as Queen of Pain. Oh, she wants Monkey with a Sonic Wave, but he pops his stick. He felt it coming. Wait, no, he didn't pop the stick. I'm a dumbass. He boundless struck with Jingu, didn't he? He healed up.
Well, Gary, sometimes you need to say stupid stuff at the start, you know, so
Get it out of my
doesn't
system, you know?
in the mid-game and late-game fights when it really matters. Top lane, Phonic just dropping instantly. It's a clockwork. He gets on top of you, puts you inside of the cogs. I feel
just
bad
kill
for our
after
cameraman.
kill. Where is it all happening? I think he's catching everything beautifully. As Nyx does finally drop down bottom, Saberlight and Misha pairing up. 5 to 8. It's not even 8 minutes yet. What a ridiculous beginning to this match and to this best of 3. It's game 1, and we're already starting at such a tempo.
I know what Chad is saying. Like, there is a term for when stuff like this starts to happening. It's called Clown Fiesta. And because it's really hard to follow what's going on. This is not your typical Dota. Someone starts to make weird moves, and you have to adapt.
Yeah, like top lane. Phonic trapped in the cogs, the cage from Clockwork. Keeping that Enchantress inside for the Drow Ranger. And she's hit level 6 to take her down, dispatched with the Ent, and now her creep will follow. A nice little bit of bonus gold there for Charlie. And with all this chaos happening, the Clown Fiesta, as you like to call it, who do you think has the advantage? Who likes this kind of state of gameplay?
I want to see how many mistakes teams are going to make. There is
Queen of Pain.
Toss
There's
back.
4
Skewer.
HL heroes here. Saberlight gets the Doom onto Xani. But the smoke from Clockwork and Maiden, it was coming from the top lane, is just a little bit too slow. Queen of Pain way over eager to get involved
7
in that bottom
heroes,
lane.
8 heroes bottom.
Are they going to dive? They frostbite up Lil. The tiny avalanches onto the 2 of them as they come through the tree line. Also centering to try and deward the Observer. Nyx and Xani both trying to heal up. They do have some Jingu stacks with a good boundless strike, and now the Freezing Field comes out. The Skewer across will cancel it out, but the Sonic Wave's beautiful. Supreme with a double kill, and they go in further. Supreme's going to fall as Xani does take the pick. And Nyx hiding up on top of the canopy in the tree line, safe and sound. But Kasani, even though he gets the Crystal Maiden here, and Phonic's trying to help out, Saberlight trying to bail away with the TP out. Maybe the final hit will touch, and Saberlight is brought down. Drow Ranger, the only hero to not get involved in this bottom lane fight, as Era goes for the swift TP back to Fountain, and it will be successful.
Even the courier is gonna die, so we lost like 7 heroes in the last 1 minute. Bounty runes spawning as well. We might need a pause, you know, just or chill down for a bit, so I can think what's actually happening in the game. It's too chaotic at the moment.
Ask the admin if the casters can pause just for a breather.
I'm spamming that F9 right now.
Spectator pause disabled for ceremonial reasons. Jeez Louise. Well, NIP, you know, slight net worth lead. Drow Ranger was sitting back farming, so even if they're trading reasonably evenly, you do have this backup plan in Charlie. As we haven't yet, and we probably won't see the power of the Empower coming from HR for another 5-10 minutes or so when you can start accelerating on the Monkey King and the Void Spirit. But that's kind of the backup plan here for HR, right?
Monkey King? Yeah,
He's in
he
trouble.
looks pretty dead to me.
Big trouble. Maybe if he got the Jingu and the Boundless, but Era has the Battery Assault stopping the Jingu stacks from building up too quickly.
NIP is getting so much more out of this, where they have Magnus, who's actually farming for himself instead of empowering the cores, and Charlie, he's just popping off. He got 6 kills after that first blood as well, only managed to die once in that 5 versus 5 engagement, trying to push the tower. Like, look at the NIP, where they're farming right now. They're just invading the enemy jungle, securing the bottom tower. They know there's not going to be any kind of rotation coming here.
Yeah, it feels like we're 5 minutes into this game, but it's 11.5 minutes in. There's catapults coming. NIP utilizing it to take that bottom tier 1, like you say. Era trying to frontline here with Misha. Safeguard this bottom Radiant jungle. Make sure Drow can't get wrapped around on. How are we looking item-wise? Because, usually we're very, very focused on items, the timings, especially for these core heroes. Has anybody made any serious progress yet?
No such thing as item synchronization in this game, because it's a mess, It's not like they're saying we need a BKB. They also need some time to think, see what's going to happen. Queen of Pain, I see she's going for the Orchid against the Void Spirit, against the Monkey King. She can also get a solo kill on pretty much any of the targets once she gets it. One reason why Void Spirit is getting Yule Scepter. Yeah, Phonic, he's not having a game.
Hook shot into freezing field, trapped inside the cogs. Phonic on this Enchantress, 0, 3, and 5. Trying to get a little bit tanky with the Bracer and the Strength Treads, but overwhelming magic damage so far from NIP as they successfully make another gank.
Okay, funny story. So Fogged, OD, and me are playing a pub the other day, and there's this guy, Clanks, that's just farming jungle and has a Royal Jelly. Doesn't even know that he can use it. So he just keeps it in his neutral item slot for like 10 minutes. Never seen that happen before.
And you tried to tell him? You said
we tried to tell him,
use it on us?
It took a while until he realized that he can actually click it.
He's probably listening to, anime soundtrack really loud and farming jungle. Just chilling. Smoke from NIP. Coming in towards the Queen of Pain lane. But Hellraiser's very defensively postured. Still trying to use that Empower, which is now level 3, as Monkey King clears through some Ancients. But the map feels pretty small for HR. The threat of this long-range initiation from Clockwork Hookshot, the drums on Doom allowing him to speedily enter the fights, the Queen of Pain Blink, the gap close they have. HR need those primary items. I think the most important one, do you reckon, is Tiny's Blink?
Tiny's Blink Dagger, that's for sure, so they can have someone to close the gap. I mean, when you think about Monkey King, yeah, he's very good at closing the gap, but he doesn't have any defensive items at this stage of the game. Also, Void Spirit getting his Yule Scepter to either have a defensive tools against sounds coming out from Drow Ranger, or just to set things up with the Yule Scepter into Remnant.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do with it when he gets it. Hellraisers are amassing their army top. King R with RP ready. Phonic is going to try and scout out front line, see if he can find any creeps. Their Radiant Observer Ward did scout out a couple of NIP, but they've all retreated.
Scouted on the bottom lane.
There's the Drow Ranger with the Clockwork into the trees, and that Blink Dagger, it's 200 gold away. So very close for Lil, but great movement again by NIP, really shutting it out.
Perfect target to go for. They understand, like, he's just farming a Blink Dagger on the bottom. We know where the threat is gonna come from, so let's try to kill him.
Well, Doom nearly has his blink. And if he's able to get that War Stomp, adding in even more initiation to catch out the Monkey and the Void Spirit, who can be those elusive targets in team fights. Funnick farming enemy jungle. The Void Spirit tries to push out that top lane, but it's just a bit of a scramble here for Hellraisers. As you were mentioning, Monkey King doesn't really have a defensive item. S&Y will come, and it's going to tank him up a little bit. Maybe give him the ability to brawl, as it feels like that's all this game is about. Continual battles. Tiny. Yeah, Blink is 20 gold away. He'll have it for the next fight, and I would love to see them go and smoke up together. King R just snipes a courier there. The jump in from the Queen of Pain, met by Tiny and the Monkey King. As Era looks for the hookshot lineup, lands it straight onto Monkey through the Tiny, and the Sonic Wave is beautiful. Now Lil, yeah, he's been left alone. They're following the advice in his nickname, and the freezing field, it is cancelled by the Avalanche, and the Doom comes in, catching out Xani as Phonic launches him with shots into Misha. Now the Crystal Maiden will fall, but Sableye going to bring down another on the backstab from Era. He can cogs push back onto this Magnus skewer over the little ravine. And there's no more catch here from NIP, going 2 for 2.
It's a good trade for Hellraisers because Drow Ranger was not in that fight and they definitely need her to deal the damage. Good thing that went for them is Queen of Pain using ulti with your Arcane Rune and now has Orchid, so even for the next fight, Sonic Wave will be up again. And if they get like 2-3 pickoffs without losing Drow Ranger and Doom, they have enough damage to actually kill the Roche.
Yeah, something NIP could definitely exploit, having that Aegis on Drow especially. Take down some more of these outer towers, clear up the objectives on the map. This Queen of Pain rushing straight into the BKB after Orchid. Needs a defensive tool, especially against this Tiny now. Blink Dagger ready on Lil as HR smoke up. 4 heroes strong going into the dire jungle, and Misha, the sacrifice here, walks forward and hands herself over to these aggressive hordes of HR heroes. Where's Tiny going? Deep Observer Ward? Lots of spam pings. NIP defending the triangle for the Drow, but also trying to hold this right-hand side of the Tier 1 tower mid. Knowing where HR are coming from, not wanting to get picked off, but still clearing out the creep wave safely.
Drow Rangers is massive at the moment. 10,000 net worth of items. Ring of Aquila, full pike. Like, she has a way of defending herself. Very maneuverable, and she's not burstable. Like, she can't... Oh, she even finds Grobo. Even better.
Yeah. Swaps out the Aquila, gives it over to the Doom. And King R not doing too bad himself. Tranquil's magic stick and halfway to Blink. If they can give this Magnus just a couple of minutes to farm somewhere, that Blink Dagger with the RP could be a vital tool in their arsenal. Tiny's looking for the Queen of Pain down bottom. I don't think he can kill her alone. 1.5k HP. A little too much for him to handle as Xani didn't want to get too deep there. There's plenty of creeps to be farmed a little closer to his base.
Where are you going?
So it's going to be up to the Queen of Pain to make that aggressive move. Actually blinks forward and finds the Enchantress.
Era is inside of the Roche pit. Not sure if they want to smoke, scouting things out, protecting the Doom. Like, items are starting to pile up on NIP. They're inside the Roche pit. They're not even, you know, trying to take a fight. Pack leader's aura with the Drow Ranger. That's just massive damage. And Era has a medallion to speed things up.
Yeah, you said it. They can just go straight into Roche as long as Doom and Drow are alive, and there it is. Aegis of the Immortal. Queen of Pain takes it.
Okay, so they decided to give Aegis the Queen of Pain instead of Drow Ranger, even though she has a massive kill streak, because Queen of Pain still doesn't have that BKB, and if she links in, okay, Era's gone.
Doom, Where's the skewer? Where's the RP? It does land to stop the freezing field. Wukong's command is out. A sonic wave, though, from Supreme, clearing through Funnick, and now the chase under the Monkey. Hookshot long range, connecting on Monkey King. Nyx is down now. They get the scream. Supreme fires the Magnus as he tried to TP home. 4 kills in a row, all thanks to this beautiful hookshot from Era. Finding that angle once again.
Oh, Supreme didn't even pick up the haste rune, so Tiny's gonna get him. They see him. He also blinked in, but with the haste, it's very hard to get a kill. No hook shot, so that means no initiation. It should just be a free tier 2 tower on a mid lane. Surprised Hellraisers wanted to take that fight into Aegis.
Yeah, they got a good initiation, blew up the clockwork, but Era's snap decision to buy back and then have the second wave of initiation, as it were. And as Hellraisers, they're fighting on this dire side of the map, near a tier 1. You've got to expect the buybacks and the immediate TPs.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still trying to use that surprise initiation from the blink and the strength of this Monkey King to their advantage. But a 9k lead now for NIP makes it an uphill struggle for Hellraisers.
I think it's go time for NIP. Drow Rangers just finished their Manta style. Doom, I think, yeah, that's a 10-second BKB on Doom, 10-second BKB on Queen of Pain. She popped
and
the
there
BKB.
Is the BKB.
Okay.
Got initiated on by Tiny. Yules, but the hookshot and the gust silencing up the Void Spirit trapped inside the clumsy net. And Saberlight giving chase, continuing to move forward as Magnus forced to skewer away, but the blink forward. Queen of Pain once in, the toss back to save King R, the avalanche lands, and Lil holds back the aggression. NIP still want to go up high ground. Silence from the Orchid, they're just diving tier 3, not a care in the world. They're going for it. Wild maneuvers from Ninjas in Pajamas, forcing the buyback from Funnick, and they're going straight high ground. Drow plus Catapult, goodbye tower.
They're not stopping. They're going to go for these racks. Queen of Pain still has Aegis, mana regen kicking in from the Arcane and the Essence Ring. So that's what we like to call free barracks. Hellraisers, they're not even trying to engage into this team fight. Magnus, not even close to a Blink Dagger, 1,000 gold away. I've seen position 5 Enchantress being more farmed than position 3 Enchantress at this point.
Yeah, he's had a pretty atrocious run so far this game. 22.5 minutes in, but that mid lane completely gone. At least Monkey was able to shove the bottom wave, so it wasn't an immediate swing from mid into bottom for that second lane of barracks, but NIP have a great position now. Dire side up into this Radiant Triangle. We always talk about how the Dire team loves to play off these ramps from this high ground, which they can hold quite simply with just the high ground observer ward. And they can pressure into both lanes, forcing Hellraisers to be hemmed back in their base.
Yeah. This is what the top tier teams do as well. They set up a high ground ward, they drag the mid creep wave near that ward, kill it, and they start pushing top. They don't care too much about the bottom lane. There's still a tier 1 tower standing there, so this is one way to end the game. And knowing Hellraisers, they lose one more fight, they GG out.
And they still have Aegis on Queen of Pain for another minute, Lacoste. For some reason in my head, I thought it was already gone, but nah. Supreme still has it. Toss the Doom into the tier 4s, but the backstab, it looks like Magnus has already fallen. Magnus has buyback, but they've killed off Saberlight, so a good trade there. As Magnus does also have the buyback if he wants to spend it.
This is such perfectly executed by Hellraisers. They set up a Remnant and they toss him back so that he doesn't have enough time to pop a BKB.
And that's the end of Saberlight. Second lane defended. Ranged Rax is on 400 HP. We'll see if round 2 comes as NIP just gather themselves. Reset back into the triangle for Drow, as her butterfly is honestly very nearly done. 15,000 net worth at 24 minutes for Charlie's Drow. After spending the first 3 minutes walking around, having a stroll through the forest, looking at the nature and the wildlife. I don't know if all that meditating has increased his GPM somehow, but he's having a great time. 8-1 and 4.
He became one with the jungle. Man, Charlie had an amazing game. Sometimes I watch Charlie play, I'm like, what is this guy doing? Watching him 30 minutes after, he's like one of the best players. Like, his decision making is on point.
Well, double damage rune. Drow Illusion sees it. Charlie with a DD going to be hitting for about 500.
Double damage.
Jeez, 482.
That's 500 plus extra for marksmanship.
Does Saberlight still have... Yeah, Saberlight still has Pack Leader's Aura, so that's going to be even more damage. 584.
Make that 600 plus 700. Quick and easy math.
700 damage a hit. Thank you, Lacoste. And here they come. NIP looking to go for the jugular now. Misha, high ground ward. Hook shot in. Catching Magnus. Avalanche toss. The clockwork's back into the tier 4s, but it starts the monkey before the Wukongs can come. But Era's still in trouble as the Sonic Wave lands as Supreme clears through Nyx. No buyback on Monkey, and they've also killed off Magnus. Lil has returned as he pops his buyback, but there's no fight to be had anymore. Charlie's just focusing down the tier 3s. Now they initiate onto the Drow. She's very low. Great movement there, and Charlie's gone. His streak destroyed, but Saberlight's on an ultra kill. Get this man a rampage. Let the Doom get back in, but HR, they have their numbers back again to defend the base. And NIP.
I think this is a perfect example. Queen of
RP?
Pain, she got caught. RP.
She got her BKB off. Nice Glimmer Cape as well as King R has the face off against the freezing field, and Supreme blinks aggressively up onto high ground.
They need to bail. They got so many kills and buybacks out of that fight. It's time to reset. Bounty runes also spawned. And to my point, when I talked about Charlie, like, this is the example where he's just going ham, and then for some reason stands his ground, starts taking the tier 3 tower, gets tossed back and dies.
Yeah, maybe thinking he's playing with a BKB or something. Manta, Hurricane Pike, no Butterfly just yet. But he just allows himself to get tossed back into the middle of HR.
Yeah, you should always respect Tiny when they're defending the tier 3, tier 4 towers. Same goes for Mag. Not this Mag, because he does not have a Blink Dagger, but it's a possible that, you know, they make some big plays. They toss people into the Remnant. He's waiting there, skewers back to the Fountain.
How much does he need? 850 for Blink?
He bought
Somebody
back in
give
the
this...
previous fight.
Ah, yeah. 6.5 minute cooldown. Give King R some farm. Let him hit some creeps.
Invisibility.
Next, Roshan. Fast spawn in about 10 seconds. That's what NIP are waiting for, with a Drow illusion in the pit. And probably send a courier over there to scout it out as well. And it looks like HR are planning to smoke or make a movement together, all gathering up into their triangle. And Roshan's a fast one. 40 seconds. Doom, invisible with Blink War Stomp now. Monkey King, Primal Spring into the creep wave, and he's caught by Saberlight. The Orchid's there, and the Doom as well. Trying to chase down Monkey, but Tiny closes them off, stops the advance.
Good force stab by Ench.
Great move by HR, but they'll have to give up Tiny, who, remember, doesn't have buyback as he used it in the previous fight. And Roshan's going to spawn perfectly here for NIP, isn't it?
Let's check it. 10 seconds. They're going to scout things out. What they can do is just put the courier. Roshan being pinged by HR. Let's go one more time. Keep it inside the pit, Charlie. That is correct decision. And there's also a solar crest, you know, a casual one coming out from Clockwork.
I like how
that...
Clock... Sorry, go on, Lacoste.
No, go on. There's going to be a big fight, and Hellraiser's...
They've hookshotted Monkey, pushed into the low ground. Era, gorgeous plays as King Ark can't even get an RP off, and Monkey's done for. 2 quick kills in succession, and GG's call. Triple kill for Supreme, and NIP have shut this one out with some gorgeous execution from the Clockwork of Era.
Yeah, that was a good performance by NIP, where they were swapping lanes quite a lot, but then at one point they decided to stop. We're going to give Drow Ranger levels that she needs. She's going to keep the lane static, keep farming, and yeah, rotations. I think Era also played extremely well this game, where he had some good hook shots. I don't remember seeing a missed hook shot, not even once this game.
Yeah, he had some really perfect angles. That primary form of initiation from NIP working out wonders. Saberlight, you know, everyone I think played very well, and it all starts off with those lane swaps early on, as NIP knew exactly what they wanted to avoid, and they made sure that Monkey King never really got to lane up against that Doom in the early stages. So game 1, bit of chaos there. Into the meat grinder we go as everyone battled at the start, 5v5 before creeps even spawn. We had so many kills, a lot of action, but it is NIP who were a little more systematic, a little more disciplined, and clear-cut with their execution this game. So a 1-0 lead for them in a best of 3, as we'll find out what happens next after this break.
Might be time to call Ninjas in Pajamas the new Doom Slayers, because they went into Hell and they ripped and teared until it was done. Hellraisers, they lose the first game here against the Ninjas in Pajamas, put them only one game away from elimination here at ESL 1 Germany. Now, I'm back here with my panel, lads, to break down that first game. You came in, Matt, and you're like, I'm so right.
I mean,
why are you right?
Well, we talked about it in the draft, right? It just felt like it was completely outdrafted. You can't get aggressive you can't play this Magnus strat when you've got something like a Drow that can just get so much more aggressive than you. And I feel like the supporting cast, and it's kind of weird to call a mid laner a supporting cast, but I feel like Supreme played that really well, you know, itemizing perfectly. They gave him the first Aegis. He went BKB pretty early on, and he did a lot of work.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I saw the... Wait, my mic. Sorry. I was a little worried when I saw Nyx just running around. Looked like he was playing a position 4 MK, and then the Enchantress wasn't really starting as a position 3 either.
Yeah.
I did like the fact that he sent a creep middle and slowed down Supreme start, which was an advantageous matchup for him, obviously, against the Void Spirit. But at the same time, Supreme, he was everywhere. He was bot lane, he went top lane. He was doing what the Void Spirit should have done, and he was a lot more efficient with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love that at the 0 minute mark, just got full divide, 4 kills in before even 0 seconds in, which is always great to see. But yeah, they just punished Nyx so heavily. When we were in the green room watching the game, I was like, wait, what's going on here? Mag's second on net worth, and it's King R playing it, just because Nyx was roaming around trying to get a more favorable matchup for that mid lane. I feel like they were trying to emphasize that so hard on Hellraisers, even putting the Enchantress creep in there on top of that, but still, Supreme was able to get let's say a neutral lane out of that one, and you'd have to be pretty happy with that considering how much attention was put his way.
All in all though, I felt NIP, even though Supreme should be the MVP, right? I still think all of them played exceptionally well. I mean, they were all very active. They played their style of strong lanes, very single-targeted kind of heroes, but they snowballed the early game. They played their strat, which was really good against the Magnus, as we spoke about, and yeah, they're just very well executed by them.
Yeah, it really does feel like every single time that we see this position 5 Magnus, that it doesn't pay off. Only Notel so far, I believe, is the only person that's able to make that work. And now coming into this, maybe teams need to be focusing a little bit more on this Magnus having a good lane so he can be a core. And we talked about it towards the end of the draft. Maybe Darcy said that could have thought that Funnick could have played this instead of the Enchantress, put himself in a good position where he farms up, gets that Blink Dagger, gets a few more items, and you can actually utilize this Magnus for what he is, instead of him just being a melee creep.
Yeah, I think you just need to stop them from diving you constantly. I mean, look at his items. He had nothing, Tranquil Boots and a stick. That is about it. So I think Mag, it's the second most contested hero in ESL 1 Germany so far, both from the picks and the bans, but I just don't think you can open with it in your first pick unless you're getting rid of something that can be hyper-aggressive like the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, melee creep, you do have the piercing damage from the Drow, let's say, because you got a, bow and arrow. But at the same time, yeah, I really agree. I just don't see why they place it as a position 5. It's too slow to begin with. It's already kind of slow when you play it as a 3, but you had the option to do so. MVP, no surprise, I think.
Yeah, playing it very, very well. Itemization on point. You want to be able to lock down that Void Spirit as well. So first item, Orchid into the BKB. Shiva's just for a little bit of a safety net at the end. I think you couldn't really fault anything out of Supreme there.
Yeah, another thing as well to mention is we talked about how Notel played the Mag, position 5, but there's a massive difference between how these guys played it as well as Notel's. They're very aggressive. OG, when they play their Mag, they actually win their lanes with a Mag PA against counter matchups such as the Underlord by Alliance. So it's one of those situations where I feel like OG has a better grasp on how to play it as a position 5 compared to Hellraisers. They're just really using it for the Empower itself.
Yeah, well, it does seem like Ninjas in Pajamas have it all figured out here in their series against Hellraisers. So hopefully you guys at home have it all figured out, because it's time again for our DHL drop quiz. It's day number 11 here. That means 11 questions for you guys to get right, potentially. So let's get into our 11th question for our DHL drop quiz. It's an interesting one, as it always is here for our DHL. Which hero loves gummy vitamins?
I know this one.
What?
I know this one.
What?
It's a voice line, so you should know it, Mr. Voice Line Man.
Oh, okay. So this is a voice. I actually haven't delved this deep into this. So which hero loves gummy vitamins? So number A, or letter A, Necrophos. B is Pugner. C, Undying. And D is Wraith King. For those of you that would like to answer our question here for a DHL drop quiz, do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give in Twitch chat. We also do have our Motion blog below, where you guys can see where you're standing in our live leaderboard. I believe on social media we actually posted our live leaderboard yesterday, so you guys can see if you're in that top 10 here. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to give you guys a couple of minutes to answer our DHL drop questions. It's also a couple of minutes here for Hellraisers to reset into game number 2. So we'll go to a break. We'll see you guys on the other side of it with game number 2 draft and the answer to our DHL drop quiz.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL drop quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
With the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everyone, here to ESL 1 Germany. We've got game number 2 between Hellraisers and NIP on the horizon. But before we get into that, we've got to show you guys some lovely things that you can win here as part of our DHL drop quiz. This is our lovely new ESL branded jacket. Very warm, very sexy as well here. It is quite cold for us here in Australia, so I thought I'd chuck it on for you guys here on the panel. But before we get into our game number 2 draft, we do have to check out our answer for today's quiz on day number 10 of ESL 1 Germany. It looks like it is Undying. Matt gave me the answer in the break, and apparently it's a very rare voice line.
Yeah, 1% chance when you spam click onto the hero, you know, where they say, like, stop clicking me. That's kind of like a throwback to the old Warcraft days. But yeah, kind of cool to see. He's got, I think, 5 different rare voice lines, and yeah, I think with the new heroes, that's the stuff that you love to see as well, especially some new voice actors. I want to hear some of that, because some of the heroes, they sound a little similar.
Yeah, I'm not too used to those voice lines. I kind of just turn it really low. Just focus on the game sounds, you know what I mean?
Disappointing,
That's
baby.
why there's a MMR disparity between me and you guys.
I think there's a lot more things that are meaning that I can't get MMR rather than just voice lines. But lads, game number 2 draft is on the way here. NIP versus Hellraisers. That first game went the way of NIP in what we thought was basically an outdraft coming in from Ninjas in Pyjamas. There was no real situation where that Magnus could get into a position where he could actually play his hero. And now it means that Ninjas in Pyjamas kind of have, I want to say, a bit of an advantage going to this second game draft, right? If you beat something that these teams like playing, they're going to be less likely to pick it in the second game, right? Especially an elimination game.
I suppose so, but this time around, Hellraisers had the priority, and they chose second pick for themselves. So they want to be able to get that 4th pick overall in the draft so that they can then have the response for the first 2 picks and then immediately ban things out. We talked about this no-tail mid-1 combination of the Mag PA. They're going back for it, and it feels much better now against the Faceless Void as opposed to a Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I'm not sold.
It's
honestly.
better. It's better.
It's definitely better. I mean, you pointed out Luke, it was an outdraft, but how I see it is they're both playing their drafts, but simply Drow just does way better, and it has these timings that abuses the Magnus draft. So it might be an outdraft, but it's strategy that beats a strategy, essentially how it is. That being said, they went back with the Magnus, as you pointed out, and Faceless Void not being banned out this time around, they actually banned out the Tiny instead. Which, I mean, this hero has an absurd win rate. I think it's really good against Magnus in general, because Magnus is not one of those heroes that you can kind of counteract the chrono. You can't RP the Void when he chronos someone, so you don't have that defensive ability, right? When you see Tide Hunters, you can kind of just blink on the side of chrono, and you just ravage and you counteract everyone from doing damage within the chrono. But you don't have that option, and I'm a little worried because right now I see NIP having their comfort carry. They also have a strong position 5 to back it up, and sure, maybe the Mag PA looked good when OG was playing it, but can they replicate that? That's what I'm worried.
Yeah, they're banning out the Tiny as well. I thought, despite everything that happened in that game, Lil played really well on that Tiny. Lots of great combinations, decent timing on his Blink Dagger, and constantly tossing team bats back to safety, but just didn't have the farm to be able to contest the team fights beyond that. I feel like this time around, yes, the Enchantress is going to be a bit harder to deal with in the laning stage, but it's not a complete stomp if you want to run this as a Funnic Magnus, though.
Yeah, I agree.
It's perfectly fine.
I'm sure Faceless Void will be fine to verse the Magnus, but that's why Lil normally plays these leaner position 4s, because they're very strong in the laning emphasis. We talked about it as well when we were talking with Funnic in the interview, and he likes playing Lil because he gets that head start that normally offlaners struggle to get. And Lil's a very aggressive player, so he really suits that position 4 where he can kind of abuse the enemy carry. But Lina being banned out, Tiny, which he played before, is also banned out. Other position 4s that really get ahead in the laning phase, what has he been playing in ESL so far? I should know that.
He's played a bit of Willow, which it's not great in the lane, but we talked about the things that can be used to counter the Void. One, you can force him to go into a Manta style if you go that route, or perhaps an earlier BKB. 2, if he gets the Chronosphere off, you just terrorize and it's a lot less effective. And it's pretty good at killing the Enchantress as well.
Yeah, I like the Willow. It's pretty good as well to counteract the Faceless Void's Chrono. I would like to have some other hero that can set up. I mean, sure, you got the reactive play, right?
Rubik's still there as well.
True. Rubik's a good one, actually. Very good in the lane, can help out the Magnus if it is a position 3 Magnus. It's pretty good against Faceless Void as well, and it's not really bothered by Enchantress in any means, so that's definitely an option here for Hellraisers. That being said, we kind of already have an idea on how this game, or the win condition for both teams is. Obviously, PA just getting Fats as well as Void. So it's all going to come down to how you're going to draft around these heroes and what's going to counteract certain picks from certain teams here. So the second phase is going to be mostly coming down to lane dominance heroes, or heroes that can team fight, or heroes that can kind of start the fights. So we might see similar heroes as we saw last game with the Void Spirit, for example, in the mid lane. I'm not sure if they can flex it, very unlikely, but heroes that can move and set tempo and just control the pace of the game.
I'd like to see a Clockwork ban here from Hellraisers.
I think it's fine. I mean, Doom as well is going to be something that's pretty concerning, you would think, and, well, they just go up and pick it themselves. I think that's perfectly reasonable as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about Venomancer as well, because it's one of those heroes that does really well against Faceless Void in the laning phase. Although you wouldn't want to have Magnus in that lane, so it would just be a Magnus plus PA in the safe lane, and then you have a Veno plus a position 4 on Lil. But they can still go for that approach, because as you said, Doom can be played middle, so they have that flexi option with the Doom here. And they already have that here that can not necessarily start a fight. You don't really want to start fights, but you can run in so that the team gets this kind of ability to make the gauge of who to jump in the fight, because Doom's already creating that havoc.
There's a lot of melee here on Hellraisers, so going up against a Faceless Void, you're a little concerned about that. So I think what NIP need to go now is these sort of team fight disrupt. Oh! Yes!
Can we remake?
Woo! Get me out!
That was
Let's go Ninjas in Pajamas, my favorite team on the planet.
Oh.
Yes! Oh, we get it, baby. Oh, I can't wait for this winners interview, boy. Yeah!
All right, let's go Hellraisers. I'm Pip again now. I don't know, like, let's have a think about what this does, right?
Does everything, baby.
Okay.
It wins the game.
I like the fact that you can put it as a position 4 and completely crush the Magnus PA. I like if you get ahead, you can control the enemy jungle with the mines and just prevents the PA to be able to utilize jungle with the Empower to get back into the game. So I think the Techies has a lot of purpose here. They just have to pair it up with a nice position 3 that is lane dominant and can combo with the Suicide. So
they
when
just
you
need to get aggressive as hell. That's for me. Like, you need something to frontline. Enchantress gives nothing. Techies gives nothing. If Faceless Void jumps in and doesn't catch out the Doom, you're going to get doomed. So,
Luke, does Techies give nothing?
It gives everything,
not
baby. It gives a
it does
win
not
condition.
give frontline.
I really want to see this combined with something like an Axe that we've seen from old Virtus Pro when they were playing that with Zytek. They were playing that with Resolution was playing Axe as well, and they were abusing Call and the Blast Off, just being able to utilize so much lockdown and so much damage.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Does this lead again? Actually, I think Hellraisers are one of those teams that plays the Veno as a 5.
I don't like
that. Yeah?
No, they
I don't
are.
want them to do it, but
Into a Techies lane would be pretty hard.
No, it's pretty hard, and obviously you want it in the lane matchup against the Faceless Void. I'm just throwing it out as a potential option if they wanted to change things around. But again, you've got that little bit of flex now. You've got the Magnus or the Veno. Most likely going to be the Veno contesting the Void. It's something that March on TNC used to do a fair amount. It's very simple to have a high amount of impact, right? You just go into that Veil super early on, only 1450 gold these days, and that's all you really need to have a huge, influence on the game.
Yep. Well, I think here the Axe pick actually really suits, because you have a hero that can set up in the lane, gets pretty much a head start because of the Techies, gets that early Blink Blade mill that deals with the Phantom Assassin, and someone who can start the fight, as you mentioned, which is what they are lacking. On top of that, I mean, we were talking about Hellraisers, how... Oh, Mars. Okay, that works too.
Just as good. Just as good.
It's fine.
Like, it doesn't have that easy setup like an Axe does, right? Or Axe like Clockwork, those heroes that can really keep people stuck together. But if you hit a spear, even with the arena as well, it makes it extremely hard for you, because I believe that the Stasis Mines have almost the exact same AoE as what the arena does.
Yeah, I just don't really like the Mars against Phantom Assassin when it comes down to fighting execution, because you can always blink out of the arena, you can start the fight, you got the pop ability with the Phantom Assassin, which the shield doesn't really amount to much against it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a hero that gives them that team fight, which is pretty important, especially when you're playing around the Faceless Void timings. You just want to be able to actually take those fights when it comes to the mid game.
Yeah, I think You're against a Venomancer though, right? So we were thinking things like the Mars, we were thinking things like the Axe, but if they're on point with their Plague Ward placings, you're not going to be able to get that Blink initiation. That Poison Sting is just going to be ticking and ticking and ticking on you, and you're not going to be able to do too much of anything really. So I think for NIP to have a good amount of success, they need to get some really solid smoke ganks off, and that's going to be dependent a lot on the vision that they have, so that they're not wasting too much time around the map and can hit those early timings.
We'll be seeing the MK being banned out by an IP, which is a little surprising, because normally Nyx is the only one who's been playing that hero, and they've already said on the Phantom Assassin, so it's very unlikely that they're going for the MK. I do like the Night Stalker ban though previously, which is a hero that Zanny has been playing a lot in the mid lane. But right now I feel like they need a hero. Well, I would set the lanes with Doom middle, Venomancer 3, and just pick up a position 4 for Lil, something along the lines like the Tiny, which is banned currently, but something similar, because Lil played it exceptionally well, and it pairs up very nice with Venomancer, and you need someone who can start the fights, so that both Doom and Magnus can set up and gauge the battlefield, and then decide when to actually go in on the
Clockwork's still available here for Hellraisers. My biggest concern here is looking at these techies from Ninjas in Pajamas and them going another melee hero and then running into all these remote lines. That's my biggest fear right now, seeing this up against Ninjas in Pajamas, because if they play fast enough here with the techies, he can set up quite a lot. He can make sure that these avenues coming in from the side and from the back are extremely hard for Hellraisers to set up on. And now they're going to end up with a Queen of Pain here for Ninjas in Pajamas. So they've got a lot of burst potential. They've got very little lockdown though.
I'm not crazy about it. I mean, they've got a little lockdown on Hellraisers. Grimstroke's still available. I don't mind the Grimstroke here. Pairs together nicely with the Doom. If you can get it Soulbind onto the Void, you can't time walk away. You've got that Silence as well, which is going to be really effective. It's not a melee hero, which is always good.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Quap either, because we've seen it time and time again. You pick the Queen of Pain into the Doom matchup, the Doom farms so much, and then later on it just takes one Doom to take her out of the battlefield as well. But it really comes down to laning for NIP. They really want to secure that techies lane so that the Mag PA starts from a really poor start. Even if you try to jungle, you got the techies mines to control it. Faceless Void will probably build up into the MOM, MKB, BKB build up.
So how do you think they're laning this? Do you think it's still Lil's hero that's left and they're going to run the Doom mid into the Quap?
I would prefer that, but we don't know.
Okay.
Well, looks like it's not the case.
Again, like, it's kind of fulfills the same sort of things that I was thinking, right? Silence, just being able to lock down a lot of these heroes that depend a lot on their mobility, right? Faceless Void obviously wants to time walk everywhere. Queen of Pain, blinking, fulfills the same sort of stuff. And you've got the Dream Coil on top of that, so...
We have a 4 Doom, boys. Lil's picking that up in a 5 Magnus. So, not really many heroes to deal with these techies mines, so... What are we thinking here about the drafts? Obviously, my heart is racing right now because we get to see a techies game, so I'm just excited about that. But I want to hear your thoughts about how you guys feel like this game is going to pan out.
If the Doom was mid, I felt this would be a really good Doom game. If he gets a head start, gets that early Black King bar, there's nothing really stopping him here. But because it's a Puck mid and a Doom position 4, I'm a little scared, because now they don't really have that guy who can start the fights besides the Dream Claw, which is not ideal either. So I'm going with NIP.
I'm going Hellraisers. Screw this techies hero.
Oh, you have to go against my boy, Techo. But for everybody out there, we did it. We finally got a techies game here with Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Hellraisers. Game number 2. We're going to leave it with our casters. It's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, here we are, game 2, and we've got a techies Lacoste. NIP grabbing up the little 3 goblins, hiding away with all their gunpowder, as they've got Mars, Queen of Pain, and a bunch of other heroes that we don't really care about, because techies is going to be the primary focus, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure. I would still prefer if that's Pudge over techies, but it is what it is. It's been a while since I saw techies being played in a competitive match. I believe last time, at least, that I saw it was Virtus Pro running it a couple of times. Zayak played it, and I still feel like Zayac is the best techies player in the world. Let's see what the NIP and Era can do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then over on Hellraisers, got that Magnus PA, the classic together. King R yet again picking up the Magnus, so we'll see how the position 5 works out for him this time around. And the Puck middle for Ksani, you were saying that's a great Puck pick. What makes it so good here for the Fairy Dragon?
Just the leash mechanic against Faceless Void, Queen of Pain, even techies, and they are very limited on the lockdown. Like, the only one who can kill Puck is if they land a spear, if they land a silence from techies, which is easy to dodge, or if they set up things with the Chronosphere. Definitely didn't expect NIP to be the team that, you know, plays techies. That's for sure.
Yeah, an unusual one coming out. And I guess we also need to look towards that Queen of Pain Orchid timing as well. And we'll see also what the puck decides to go, whether it is an early Yules, or if you go into that, you know, Blink Dagger or something along those lines. Plenty of options for the puck.
Whenever you're playing against mid laners whose intelligence, like Queen of Pain, Puck, Void Spirit, you need to see what other heroes going for. Like if he's getting Orchid, you might consider, you know, getting a Yule Scepter for yourself. If you have Save on your team, you might go for Orchid as well. It's you know, one of those things where you need to see how the game develops, how much farm you're getting. If you're getting some extra gold, getting extra gold from the towers, you're rotating much more than the enemy, getting the kills. But, you know, let's focus on the bottom lane. All eyes on techies.
All eyes on techies. He's gone blast off level 1, as we always expect now with null tally. We'll find out how this lane goes for them. As game 2 here, Hellraisers up against NIP. One loss here for Hellraisers. Could be the end of their tournament run. And they're up against some pretty funky heroes. We've got Queen of Pain against Puck mid. And of course that Void Enchantress against the Hosford Doom. Funnick on the 3 Veno. But yeah, we're keeping our eyes open to see what Era can do. Just right-clicking away at King R. Thinking about the skewer back towards tower. Playing pretty far forward past that creep wave. Toying with the minds of his opponents already, but a good little wave drag back there will allow NIP to reset equilibrium a little bit.
Era just blocking the small camp, so Magnus cannot pull. Like, use that blast off. This is what this hero is all about. I think the silence needs to be longer. It's only 4 seconds silence level 1. Like, it should be 7 or 8 seconds, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 7 seconds silence at level 4 is pretty insane. Saberlight is going to have his pull contested. King R does a great job, but they still get the drag across. Oh, nice spear, but King R still has the creep aggro on him. Good position there for Hellraisers. And is looking up towards top. Misha has to pop the Fairy Fire. Enchantress trying to get away from Lil's Doom here. 2 targets there, the Courier or the Enchantress, and it looks like Lil will try to go for the Courier. Not fast enough. 30 move speed advantage, but there was no way he was getting 2 attacks in.
I mean, he could have gotten it if he chased it closer to tier 2/tier 3 tower. Lose half of his HP.
We'll jump forward from Puck in the mid lane. Very close battle between the Queen of Pain and the Puck, as both of them will be expending tons of regen, but Salve there for the Puck's going to give Xani the advantage, at least in the meanwhile.
Queen of Pain needs to be very careful. Like, sitting at half HP, mana for 1 combo, while Xani's full HP getting closer to his bottle. Lane's going well for Puck, even though like Queen of Pain has more farm, but there's also bottle coming out for Queen of Pain as well. And when you have a mid laner who picks up a bottle, sometimes we see even both supports going and trying to secure the rune.
Yeah, go for that kind of sandwich play, where the mid laners, one piece of bread, one of the supports from the side lanes, the other. And then a nice juicy filling of the enemy mid laners in the middle. Do you still go max Waning Rift as this Puck against Queen of Pain? As actually the battle gets even tighter mid.
Yeah, you should. The longer duration silence against the spellcaster pretty much always works well. One thing I dislike about Hellraiser's draft is they have only one hero who benefits from Empower, and that's Phantom Assassin. Like, other heroes are ranged, and this is a position for Doom, so he's not going to get too much value out of it.
We'll see if they can accelerate that P8. As Void struggling a little bit against the Veno, as we'd expect. Funnick with that damage over time really does make the Faceless Void's laning stage a living hell.
Pretty standard stuff from Faceless Void. 2 rings of regen against Venomancer. You also have Enchantress who just use an extra salve, a couple of tangos left. Veno, he misses Gale.
You're right. Charlie kind of sidesteps that a little bit. Funnick not going to get bashed up though, and has the boot. So the sluggish Venomancer does outspeed that Faceless Void as they try to give chase.
We were guessing a game where Funnick played Venomancer, and we were not really impressed. Like, we wanted to see him on a hero that gets a Blink Dagger, initiates a team fight, but that's a lot of damage on Charlie.
It really is. But First Blood happening bottom, in fact. Both side lanes having their fair share of action. But it will be Saberlight with Era. Blast off, Spear, and the God's Rebuke now trying to play into Nyx. But that is the position 5 Magnus kind of giving his life away to allow the PA to play a little safely in that bottom lane.
That's how we call it. Like, I died, there's gonna be some solo XP for my carry. I like the PMA.
Oh,
From
Xani.
you, Gary.
Sneaky little play there from the puck. Top lane, we are seeing Misha being chased down. And yeah, I'm always PMA, Lacoste. Look for the silver linings and things. I always like to... I always like to keep the expectation that if a pro player is doing something, there's a reason for it. Even if it goes poorly, there's always some kind of rationalization we can find.
I keep my expectations low, you know, so I don't get disappointed by the people.
Oh, so that's how you cope playing with me, huh? When we play pubs, you're like, my expectations are so low, you can do whatever you want.
Wow, you actually didn't die more than 10 times in the first 15 minutes. Great, like Gary's doing a good job. That's a tip and a command after we finish the game. Maybe even I send some item that I received from the Reli's spin wheel.
Oh, or you let me have my choice of neutral item. Yeah, give me that Philosopher's Stone.
I never got anything good. Like legitimately, I got only garbage stats. But back to the game. Lil, controlling the rune for Xani.
Very nice.
Puck is level 6, sorry. So if they just rotate one of them extra hero, there should be a kill. Like,
they try anyway.
Blink.
Rotation from Misha. They're going for it with a Sonic Wave, and Queen of Pain will survive. Lil dropping low, the blink forward. Supreme secures the kill. Xani, 7-8 seconds left on the orb, and the Waning Rift cooldowns. So great little move there. Misha just pushing that little bit extra damage in, saving up the Queen of Pain, and making sure they don't lose their mid laner.
That's a good start for Queen of Pain. Getting a kill. Bottom lane also going well. Spear, yeah, not connecting.
You can see the little wiggle that the techies makes when he's starting to blast off. You know when a cat is about to attack and it does the little shake of the butt? That's what Era was getting ready to go for the launch forward. Nyx PA, 34 CS. Everyone seems to be farming reasonably comfortably now. Even the Void has... Oh, another spear misses from Saberlight. Uncharacteristic. But yeah, even the Void has been able to kind of bridge that gap that the Venomancer had forced, and Funnick is actually the one starting to lag behind the pack. Because Venomancer not one of the best CSs in lane. Much more about that damage over time, pressure onto a hero.
Definitely, if you go for 2 points in Gale, same thing he did last time he played Venomancer. That means your Plague Wards are not going to come online as fast as they should, and then you can start pressuring the towers or just defending the towers when they're pushing. Faceless Void is level 6 right now, bringing just a mask for some extra more sustain in the lane, can easily farm the jungle, and he finds the best level 1 neutral item, Iron Talon. It just feels that this item is a bit OP to me.
That's going to allow him to farm jungle so much faster. You pair it up with the Mask of Madness and you are happy on the Faceless Void just with those two. Mid lane has evened out now. Xani closing in on level 8.
Era, you might get a solo kill on Mag.
Just right-clicking into him. Saberlight says, nah, that's mine. Secures it with a spear. And now the Phantom Assassin not feeling comfortable to stay around bottom. Kind of going back to jungle thinking, hey, what do I do here against this Techies and Mars? They're free farming, they're getting tons of experience. Level 6 Mars now as well with 3 points and spear. They are ready for, a Queen of Pain rotation could get them a number of kills, but Queen of Pain's going top, in fact. The Chrono landing onto Funnick, and they found the Venomancer. Easy as you like, don't even need a Sonic Wave. And Supreme has a regen rune to walk away from this top lane and be full HP. Bottom lane, they bring the puck, though. HR want to try and make the mirror move. Doom sprinting forward, the Mars Arena. It forces them away, but the Dream Coil will hold him in place. He snaps the coil now as Techie of the fight, trying to launch those little projectiles in, but Saberlight's life is forfeit. as 4 heroes from HR are all there.
We'll pretend we did not see that skewer. Just gonna focus on positive stuff. Good rotation from Puck. You know, just standard stuff. Uses a coil on the target. He snaps it like there's no way.
Oh, the dodge.
Man.
No, the Sonic Wave still hits. Supreme gets the solo kill on Xani.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's pretty big.
I don't know if
Almost
I'm blind or
400
crazy or
gold, a
both.
level and a half.
Oh, top lane Funnick. There's a Centaur War Stomp here. Catching the Venom. One more hit. There it is. Misha secures it. Void now trying to get away. The Time Walk's ready. He's going to have to jump as the Doombringer has run forward, sprinting into battle. Charlie might need to be denied. He's pretty tanky.
There's
Lots of regen.
He's good. He's more than
point.
fine. Now Mask of Madness, if he continues to farm the lane, can easily farm the jungle as well. We'll have enough sustain, just needs to be careful not to get bursted or hit by Gale. Puck has another coil going for Blink Dagger first item. Like, he just wants to try to beat that initiator. Jump on Faceless Void and Queen of Pain, both very weak against any leash mechanic, against the silence. While Phantom Assassin will continue farming. It's still going to be a decent timing on that Deso.
Yeah, definitely should be. Queen of Pain, 4,500 net worth. Well, that's a big gap now, about $1,000 between her and the Puck. Bottom rune spots, Era being chased, but denies himself with the blast off. Good little play there to deny anything from the Radiant. Yeah, that mid lane solo kill, Sonic Wave was flying, and I thought the phase shift was enough, but level 1 phase shift couldn't keep the Puck alive.
Arena bottom.
Yeah, they're
Easy
catching out
off.
King R Magnus. He's trying to defend this tower alone, but Catapult Wave now arriving means Saberlight can keep pressuring it, while mid lane they do stun up Supreme's Queen of Pain. Trying to catch Quap, but not enough damage. Yet again, Supreme scrapes away with just an inch of life.
Top tower is under attack.
Petition to rename the third spell to Supreme of Pain. Like, he's been playing really well in this hero. Every single time I saw him play Queen of Pain, same goes for Saberlight. Chrono in a mid lane.
They catch the Puck yet again, making sure that this mid laner is completely shut out of the game. No momentum for Xani at all. 2 deaths in a row. Delaying that blink even further. Oh, I was going to ask you, I've been trying to ask you for the past 10 minutes, but Queen of Pain against Puck, you know, we've seen this matchup a lot over the years. It is, you know, age-old as Dota goes.
Bottom lane, Doom pop.
Oh, they do. Finally, with a skewer back under the tier 1. He dodges the stomp, though. The Saberlight Mars has been found by 3 heroes, and the crits from the PA will finally take the kill.
Yeah, about the matchup, it's an extremely skilled matchup where, like, one mistake can just cost you the whole lane. If Puck gets, let's say, a first blood there, he can be the one having an extra point in Vanning Rift, even Illusory Orb, so you can be the one putting the pressure. But, you know, one of those TA versus Storm matchups where we see it go both ways.
Absolutely. So Misha there got caught up a little bit as NIP were invading jungle. Techies managed to TP out. And Mars does respawn. Just leaving Misha's Enchantress to die. Now Techies focusing on the mid lane. Jumps in. Blast off Silence with the Sonic Wave. Can they finish off the Puck? Not quite. Just under 200 HP remaining. And Funnick is there with the earn charges to keep the Puck topped up. It looks like they're setting up for a spear play.
Yeah, the Faceless Void is farming on the top lane. Mask of Madness, deciding whether I need a BKB or do I just gonna go MKB against Puck, get more damage. It also opens up the Roche for us. If we get a fight, we're gonna have that extra bit of damage that we need. We have Sustain coming on from Mask of Madness. Queen of Pain getting closer to her Orchid, but they're pressuring the tower. Mars Arena.
Smoked up, wraps in behind. And they do get a Dream Coil on the Queen of Pain and the Mars now as King R looking for the RPs. Supreme's caught inside it, but Era there with a blast off, and King R is about to fall. HR trying to get the reaction play. But a great smoke from NIP. They don't find the Puck, but getting 2 kills regardless and defending your tier 1 mid. Beautiful as Puck with the Queen of Pain still battling, knowing that there is no Sonic Wave, feeling reasonably safe.
Chronosphere will be up in 10 seconds, so they can make another aggressive play. Like, problem is, they don't have anyone to start a team fight. unless Puck gets a Blink Dagger and he's 300 gold away from it. Now Phantom Assassin finished Desolator, so that's gonna be the damage that they need. Continues to farm up. Doom just bought something, it's a full drums on him, and he goes for max greedy build, just max Devour.
Try and keep that net worth coming in. A bit of a failed bottle refill mid, not sure what happened there. But King R was unable to sustain up Xani's Puck. After this camp should have enough money for the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's
But you
top
said it,
tower is under
Chrono
attack.
is back up. After a little more farming, Charlie says, let's go, boys. Smoke up with me. We've got Arena ready in a couple of seconds. And Queen of Pain Sonic Wave level 2. 15 minutes in, NIP with a pretty good advantage. 2,000 net worth, 11 kills to 3. And if they can slow down, I think the primary target now is the PA. They've shut down the Puck. They know that Magnus isn't an issue. Funix, Venomancer, not a prime target. It is the PA all day as they catch her with the Arena of Blood. In comes Charlie. Doesn't even need to chrono. The reaction from HR, it is arriving now, but the blast off has killed off the PA already. Xani, King are thinking about initiating, but Blink was on cooldown, and the scan allows NIP to realize that there are a number of HR heroes here, but King R is isolated. They've left him alone. Skewers back the Void. The Queen of Pain comes in and clears him up.
Man, King R needs to be more careful with the Magnus. He's using Skewer offensively, and it's a position 5 mag. Instead, try to empower your Phantom Assassin and try to make some stacks, because right now you're not farming Chrono on mid.
Yeah, they've caught Funnick. That level 10 Venomancer trying to build utility items. He even had raindrops, but only 1,000 HP. And that wall of wards doesn't protect him against the jump from Charlie. Sonic Wave. It is there, but it doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. Misha found by the Nyx PA, and the Dream Coil whiffs, meaning Xani can't find that chase onto Supreme's co-op. And it feels like HR are kind of chasing Ghost at this point. They're moving around from lane to lane, trying to react, but NIP are so swift.
NIP's decision-making in this game, even in the previous one, is pretty much on point. They know what they need to do. They're going for the correct targets. They're saving abilities whenever they can, getting extra kills because of that. And, you know, it feels like it's simple Dota on paper. Faceless Void, he has Kronos here up. I'm going to show up. We get a kill, and every single time it's a big kill. It's a kill on a corner, not going for supports.
Well, King R, he walks into it. He gets a sentry down and sees some remote mines that techies have been placing. But he does feel the full brunt of that Mars Arena as the map opens up for NIP, which means back in the pocket, hiding away safely, is a Faceless Void farming Triangle. And there's also a Bounty Rune, just 2 minutes after spawn, waiting there for him to grab.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fele, found by both of the teams. So
is that your new name for it?
It is. It's the best item in the game when you're playing 4 or 5. So Tekis will pick it up, which is gonna help him get to the Aghanim Scepter faster. And I assume like Mag wants to hold it. Venomancer can also hold it because he doesn't rely on dealing any kind of right-click damage, but I think you give it to Mag and try to eventually get him a Blink Dagger, because right now he's 0 and 6.
Yeah, we've all expressed our concerns about the position 5 Magnus in the past. Proving to be a difficult ride here for King R in this series. Well, Puck bought that Blink Dagger and hasn't really been able to do anything with it. Often we can consider the Blink as, that aggressive investment where you do want to be able to utilize it to start fights, get kills, look for pickoffs. Xani right now has just been farming, but this smoke might be able to tip the scales a little bit in their favor. Saberlight's Mars, the target. Close to 2,000 health. He's a beefy boy. There is an outpost here for NIP to TP to as well. As Supreme sticks bottom. Now comes, they're baiting with this. They know that Saberlight can last a long time. And the rest of the squad are coming, so that's why HR are just poking and prodding. They're not committing. They want someone that they can finish off in the blink of an eye. But the 5v5 around the Roche pit is brewing.
I mean, this is why they picked Venomancer after seeing Tekis pick. We're going to play some sentries, and our wards are going to destroy any kind of bombs, any status traps.
Is under attack.
Back to farming.
Yeah, all that movement means PA can go down bottom, and you can see the snap reaction. NIP realize we've kind of been baited up to top to try and defend the Mars. PA is blurred and hiding somewhere. And it's been a good job so far from the Radiant, really focusing on dewarding these areas that PA needs to accelerate. Deso, Yasha, and the majority of the BKB for PA means that she's going to be online in just a couple of minutes, 21 minutes or so. She should be ready to get into battle properly. Spear. And Lil's Doom chunked down as Misha's Impetus launched from a pretty good range. All to buy time for Nyx. As long as the PA's safe, HR's game plan and their win condition is still building up bank.
Saberlight, another aggressive link on a mid lane. Like, he's farming nicely. He's second on the net worth. He has more farm than Faceless would, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Also, there's a big difference between position 5s in this game, where Enchantress has Nations of Tenzins maxed out and a full Glimmer Cape, while your position 5 Magnus, you know, he's just the empowering tool for Phantom Assassin. And I already said it, it's only one hero in this game that benefits from Empower, that's Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, true. You have this Empower bot going around and trying to ramp up your cores. You need him to stick around the PA. Techies in this little lull does get some time now to place some mines down up on high ground ramps, make it a little more difficult for HR.
Yeah. What they can do right now is try to go for a kill
Spear
and
on
turn
Funnick.
that into Roche.
With the arena, gets off his ulti, and Funnick with the Greaves buys him a second of time. Good damage onto Misha and Saberlight, but the counter initiation just isn't there from HR. Puck is miles away. There's, no, of course, no blink RP. There's no blink on Doom. So Funnick is just that sacrifice again.
There's still a tier 1 tower standing on mid, so they will go for that instead, so they can make more aggressive plays. Seems like Hellraisers, they want to defend. Mag ready to skewer RP, I guess. There's still no blink dagger on him.
Mag ready to empower the PA. There it is. The godly empower.
Oh, what a play.
Beautiful stuff from King R. Never seen anything like it. Yeah, NIP,
And it
they
has
just
to
swoop
feel
in.
so bad just playing position 5 Mag in a professional match. Smoke. They're ready to go. So Puck has a defensive tool for himself. You'll Scepter done. Misha fishing for any kind of information on the mid. See what's going to happen.
PA BKB time. Hellraisers ready to flick that
they're
switch of
mines
aggression.
here.
Oh,
Bam,
look at
bam.
the damage. Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah, HR, this is the thing. You look at top jungle, Roshan pit, bottom jungle, everywhere has these little pockets
And
of
check
mines.
Saberlight. He keeps putting Vlad's in his backpack so they don't know he's there. And then
Spear
he uses
misses.
it.
They do have the arena onto Funnick, and again, Hellraiser's just leaving Funnick to die. Now a Dream Coil, though. Queen of Pain does get caught out. No BKB on her, so the skewer into Snap. Good execution. Hellraiser's getting a good trade this time, and the 6x streak. 555 gold to Nyx. That is not the hero NIP wanted to give it to.
Phantom Assassin is extremely farmed at the moment, staying 3k gold ahead of the second on the list, and she's about to hit level 18, even has some extra damage coming out from Imp Claw, and a guaranteed critical strike, so that's a pretty big thing, especially against these squishier supports.
But the worry is that one Chrono and she's dead, right? They don't have a saving tool, they don't have any way to get her out
Exactly.
of Chrono. So I think that Charlie's real only focus here is where is PA, can I Chrono her? Again, NIP holding ramps, mining, and Saberlight waiting for the spear. They kill off King R as he tries to walk up the staircase. That's not where you want to be. Still no chance to go into Roshan for either of these teams, though. As Queen of Pain, a couple of hundred from her BKB. Void has the MKB. Lots of KBs in this game. Chrono onto the puck middle lane. And an easy pick-off. Very, very fast.
And it's easy for NIP to take Roche when you have techies in the team, so it's hard for them to approach. There is Sustain from Mask of Madness and Vlad's. So they get a big pick-off. Puck, no buyback. If Puck buys back, somehow they just go back. But another good... Man, Phonic...
Again on Phonic, yeah.
Caught so many times on the Venomancer. 0, 7, and 1.
Yeah, Phonic and King R are racing towards the Melka ward. A lot of this game...
You need to win a game to get the Melka ward.
That is true. So a lot of the game now resting on the shoulders of the Phantom Assassin.
I was in that game. Like, I was suffering. I was experiencing
Oh, hello.
Venomancer.
Lil blown up by the mines, trying to get into the Roche pit, but Misha killing off an Observer ward and Charlie grabbing the Aegis. A bash first hit. Of course, the Void gets it on the poor Magnus as he tries to TP home. And Hellraisers, they are bleeding out. NIP, full control of the game 2 here.
I'm not sure how you kill this Faceless Void twice. He's gonna have a BKB, silently farming, joining every single time. Whenever there's a Chronosphere, MKB, an item that counters PA. Pretty much everyone knows that. So all things are, I'm not gonna even say slowly, are coming together nicely for NIP in this game. Even Saberlight's getting closer to his BKB, just the 300 gold away.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have triple BKB in the upcoming fights. And now I'm looking at the PA. Pretty good BKB timing, still 10 seconds. Deso, Manta. But you're asking how to deal with the Void. And I would love an Abyssal Blade. As much as I like Aghanims on PA, I think Basher into Abyssal might be the better option in this match anyway.
We see more and more PAs going for that Aghanims earlier on, where you have a Dispel. So it's a pretty good thing, an instant cast point, and it also refreshes your abilities, but maybe a Basher would have been a better choice.
NIP realizing that smoke had happened. High ground Observer ward spots out Hellraisers perfectly. And where's the Faceless Void? No Chrono. 14 seconds he'll have to wait. So this is why it's all a bit of a bait here from NIP, biding their time as the PA jumps in. The puck's there as well, but the Arena of Blood catching out both of them. The BKB and the Orb out with the Dream Coil on the Void and the Mars, and they've annihilated Supreme. And now Magnus snaps the coil. Gorgeous King R, the one play he needed to make. The RP there, and they've killed off 3. The Aegis, it will be claimed. The second life of Void, can he get out of danger? Silenced by the waiting Repti, BKBs, and Chrono's up too. Techie's coming in, trying to launch mines into the bubble, and it looks like the Void has just about done it. Bashes up Phonic, chasing that Veno, but he's time walked aggressively forward into the War Stump of the Doom, and that's it. Blast off is there from Era, but there's no chance now. Lil is using every HP point he has, but the Void, he's 1v4ing. Charlie gets hit by the Poison Nova, trying to stick on a target with the Shockwaves, the Skewers, and everything they've got. Make sure that Charlie can't get any more.
That was such a big play from Magnus. Without a Blink Dagger, using Skewer to snap coil on 2 people, and they worked together, so extra damage coming out from the cleave. I mean, it's a 4k gold lead for NIP. Even with that Aegis that they had, they still didn't achieve that much. All tier 2 towers still standing for Hellraisers, and I think we can say that Phantom Assassin right now is probably the best carry in the game. I mean, in 1v1 matchup where there's no save, if Faceless Void chronos you die. But still, if they can play around it, try to bait it on someone else, Phantom Assassin is still, you know, a tricky hero to kill. And she goes for that Basher that we talked about. Like, understands we need that bit of extra lockdown. And against the Faceless Void, against the Queen of Pain, it works like a magic.
It sure does. And it really was perfect understanding and timing from Hellraisers as they... You know, they knew that Void had left the fight. It was a 5v4 to start off with. As they jump and silence, Nyx has to BKB. That blast off and Sonic Wave with a couple of mines, showing Nyx that nowhere is safe. King R silenced up in the mid lane now, the Orchid with the War Stomp, with that blink from Lil, catching Supreme and forcing her BKB. Misha frontlining with the end. Little wisps there. King R with a very sneaky TP. Nobody loses their life. Saberlight trying to get into battle once again, slowed down by the Gale and the Plague Wards.
A casual 100 move speed hero. Nothing to see here. Move along. Chronosphere up in 35.
Bulwark doesn't help. Oh, Enchantress with Grove Boat. Pummeling into Funnick. And a weird fight setup here as King R, who's hiding in the trees, healed by the Greaves, so the puck is in the middle with the RP there. They do catch the Mars. But Saberline has BKB'd, and the Magnus is the first hero to fall, but they've doomed up the Void. Charlie has been isolated. Now, can they give chase? There's a Dream Coil and the crit coming in from PA. Annihilating the Void as they ult and cancel the TP on the Mars. The Enchantress tries to get home safely, succeeds in returning to Fountain, but the PA claims yet another.
I think NIP will need to fall back to playing in the area where Techies is, because this right now is not working. You get coiled. Also, Puck, he's just 500 gold away from getting an Aghanim Scepter, so, you know, BKB is not going to really help.
You were mentioning, even with the lead NIP have, it still feels like a very tight game. 8 deaths on Funnick now, but he's performing his job. He's using Greaves, getting all his spells off before dying. Puck still at 2, 3, and 5, but now with Aghanim Scepter, Gem on top of the Yules and the Blink. Going Dagon next.
Says, screw it, I'm not getting Blink Dagger this game. I'm buying Gem against the Techies, giving it to Puck, a hero that is very hard to kill. And Funnick, you know, holding on to that fillet. Trying to build E-Blade to save people inside the Chronosphere, because everything they have pretty much is physical damage. Like Queen of Pain is the only magical damage Techies if he's close to the Chronosphere. So I'd say the NIP, they're in a pretty tough spot right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. And we can see the Faceless Void queuing up Lincolns. Doesn't want to get doomed again. And to be fair, there isn't really that much single target that can pop the Lincolns. Yes, you got the PA to Dagger and Phantom Strike. But I should give him at least an early warning system to maybe Chrono or get off the BKB. As a Titan Sliver, of course. Dropping for the Faceless Void. Super useful against all this damage over time.
Smoke from NIP. Another Arcane Rune for Quap.
Is under attack.
It's this slow. These prolonged team fights is what is destroying NIP. If Phantom Assassin is not chronoed, oh, that's a big target if they can burst him.
Yeah, they've made the choice to go in. And Lil's Doom, after finding an Illusion Rune, does have to give away his life, as both teams are going to have to start really focusing around the Roche Pit. Just under a minute until the fastest spawn. But both PA and Void, it feels like they need Aegis in this game to actually perform. Onto the Radiant
PA.
High Ground. Oh, hello.
Sadly, Charlie just popped Mask of Madness.
Oh, so he couldn't chrono. And they do take the Radiant Triangle away from HR. So Puck kind of relegated to pushing out these side lanes. PA has to go southeast into the jungle. As that Basher is done, and Full Abyssal, if she wants to pick it up, is ready, but it's going to put her without buyback.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Puck,
oh, hello.
That was a close one.
Funnick. We've seen this one before, but a deja vu for the Venomancer. Gets off his Poison Nova, and Lil comes in with a Doom onto the Void. Glimmer Cave save with the Blink Bash. Charlie's gone. Good Dream Call there as well. Queen of Pain has gone in, but is annihilated. PA slaying people. Get out of my game, you fools. 1600 damage a hit with a triple kill now for Nyx. Where's the next target? Come on, give me some more.
Yeah, the problem is they're, as I said, they're not fighting around the Techies mines. This Gem, very valuable pickup for Hellraisers.
Oh, lucky for NIP, 1 minute for Roche to respawn. So it looks like everybody should be alive. And then we start thinking about buybacks. This next Roche fight is going to be huge.
If Hellraisers get the Roche and they give it to Phantom Assassin, like, I believe this game might be over. You know, Matt is not saying that. It's still 1k gold lead for NIP, but She's about to be level 25. I see Aghanim Scepter queued up. It's just too much damage in short period of time. And with the Aghanim Scepter on Puck, BKBs are really not doing anything.
And you're going to have an E-Blade on this Venomancer soon as well. So if that Faceless Void gets doomed and doesn't get off his BKB, he's not going to be able to hit anyone either.
Venomancer has one job. Like, try to survive the first initiation. And with the Craggy Coat, it gives them extra 12 armor. Like, they're getting perfect items. 42 armor. That's like 70%, yeah, 72% physical resistance.
Yeah, look where Funnick's standing. Placing wards down, playing frontline, trying to open up Roshan. But it looks like Hellraisers give up on the game a little bit. Back up to grab some bounty runes. And NIP forced into a position where they might have to make the first move. Mars, the blink-on-blink action between Mars and Doom. And a standoff across the river. Both sides just holding their high ground. Someone's going to have to clear out that mid-wave, though. Pretty easy job here for the PA. But who's NIP going to show?
Who wants to die?
Exactly.
That's the question.
It'll be the Enchantress. Misha has Ghost Scepter, as well as the Glimmer Cape.
It doesn't help you against the Phantom Strike cast range, the level 15 talent.
Abyssal
I'd say
Blade.
it's about OP. Yeah, also Abyssal Blade. Tankies.
Lil's in. They try and catch Tankies and Mars. Sonic Wave there to try and
Lil's
clear through
out.
Lil's Doom. Oh, he's down. Supreme gets the final touch, but there is a buyback here. Lil might be forced to use it, as again, the Roshan pit, the center of attention for both sides.
Is under attack.
Techi's getting as many mines down in the pit as he can. Oh, Magnus is 300 gold away from Blink. This would be the perfect time for him to show it off. Jump in from Puck, Dreamcoil there, the BKB and the Chrono, trying to catch the PA. They focus and solo down Nyx, but the RP! King R skewers in from the backside, and the buyback from Nyx comes through. But this is NIP all the way home already. They've killed off two, the buybacks are forced, and Magnus retreating, while Doom has yet to be used. He has Blink War Stomp, but Ninjas in Pajamas retreat to their high ground, holding the staircase, very disciplined, and looking for the reinitiation. Yet again, a 5v5, but Roshan being taken by Nyx. No Sonic Wave, no Mars Arena for a couple of seconds, but more importantly, no Chrono for 2 minutes.
Someone should try to go in and steal that Aegis. There is a couple of remote mines with the sign inside
They jumped to the void! Charlie's gone, he's annihilated. Great initiation. Lil has found the opening he needed. Buyback from Charlie now as Roshan drops low, but it's Nyx slaying these NIP heroes. Bulwark won't save the Mars and the skewer back. Snaps the coil again and a triple kill for Nyx. Supreme's dead and done for as Charlie's buyback's going to be a dieback now. An ultra kill, and Nyx is going wild. Doesn't have the Aegis though, and stable it there with the spear back in, but the evasion. Oh, Nyx is surviving. Finally, the impetus shot from Misha gets the takedown as a real slaughter fest in the mines from Techies.
They steal the Sonny's Aegis. dead
inside the Roche
pit.
pit.
Still gem, but Roche is dropping very low, 2,000 HP. Who's gonna get the Roche? Puck is flying back. He's ready
Mars
to go
is back
in once
in on
again.
the Magnus. What the hell is happening? King R slaughtered by Saberlight. NIP still have 3 heroes alive, and like you say, Roshan is up and running. Puck, can you steal it? Do you want to try it?
He does not want to die. Like he's like, I'm better to not go in, die, and lose the goal that I'm trying to save. For my Hex, I see a lot of Lincoln Sphere queued up. Enchantress holding onto the ulti orb. Maybe deciding, do we need a third Lincoln Sphere, or are we gonna get a Hex on my position 5 Enchantress? So he's committing, going for Lincoln Sphere. Great against Abyssal Blade initiation, but Stifling Dagger is a 6-second cooldown ability.
Where's that gem gone, Lacoste?
Mars picked it up.
Mars has it now. Now, watching back the replay, it looked like Nyx had such a great time. Gets the Ultra, misses out on the spear, as Saberlight couldn't quite close the gap onto her. But Misha doing a lot of damage with those impetus hits. Buybacks galore from both sides as well.
Oh, this is a pretty nice item. They found Flicker. They actually might give that to like Faceless Void or Queen of Pain against all these silences, against the slows anything pretty much from Venomancer besides his ulti. It's a 4-second dispel.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice. Looks like we're ready to get back underway straight away. There's a little bit of lag there for one of the sides. But it's been a great battle from HR so far. This position 5 Magnus now has his Blink RP, and he has empowered the PA to continue being top of the net worth. 23,000 value on that Phantom Assassin, with Aghanims just 1,200 gold away.
40-minute mark coming shortly. Queen of Pain getting closer to level 5. I think you give her the book. The Scream of Pain Fear is just one of the best, if not the best, level 25 talent in the game, at least for me. Like, the only way you can itemize against it is to have BKBs or status resist.
Yeah.
Or the big play, don't get hit by it.
Just dodge it. A leveler for either team, so PA and Void both have that extra attack speed. 60 attack speed, but also the building damage. As this game starts to move along, one fight could secure you a lane of barracks, and those levelers could come into play pretty quickly. Neither of the teams really want to get embroiled in any shenanigans or any team fights right now, just very calmly resetting and maintaining their lanes.
Mars with the full AC completed, so that's gonna tank the team up a bit, even though they still die very quickly against this super farm Phantom Assassin. Only 3 heroes with the buyback right now: Veno, Techies, and Mag.
I'm not sure how efficient or how powerful Techies buyback is going to be, but Magnus, if he still has that ulti, could be a surprise. What's the Techies up to, by the way? You know, we've seen mines blow up, and that's kind of the focus. He's doing pretty well on his items.
Yeah, I believe that's Hex that he's going for. Level 20. The blast off cooldown, it's insanely good. 13-second cooldown with the 7-second silence duration. Problem is you don't have a defensive ability. If you go in, you're most likely gonna die.
No real Dire vision here on the Radiant side of the map either. As Dire have a couple of wards out there, one in the river near the Roche pit. But it's really a spooky part of the game here for both teams, as they have no idea where anyone is. So smokes, like this one from NIP, become even more vital. And would you believe it, Funnick is in the mid lane, completely alone, and he's inside the Mars arena. That's like the 6th time in a row that's happened. Early warning system, Funnick is playing the canary down the coal mine.
Well, the good thing is at least he has a buyback, so he's also a saving tool with the Ethereal Blade inside the Chronosphere if Phantom Assassin gets caught. Mine stop. But the problem is, you know, you can't see things because of the blur.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're pinging the Magnus. How do they know he's there? They've scouted out King R. Tries to go for the TP, but the spear, long range from Sableye, just about clips him.
I'm gonna say it one more time. Good thing about Magnus dying here
Chrono
is that
top?
he has buyback. Chrono.
And Xani doing this split push action with the puck. Completely isolated once more, and look at that. Veno buys back. They're trying to fight up top. Sableye spears back the PA. Illusion there, going to be shoved back by the God's Rebuke. And Funnick's buyback will not gain any advantage here for Hellraisers.
They need to have Puck alive if they want to keep using buybacks like that, where Puck is their cash. Long duration coil, Aegis just ran out. Fiend of Pain, full Hex gonna be used in the next fight, and the AoE Scream of Pain, 1.2 second Fear.
Yeah,
anything big? Yeah, Faceless Void also hit level 25, so the backtrack talent.
And the lines are drawn, the plan is made. Top lane, tier 2 still standing. Is something NIP really want to get shut of, as they'll move into that Radiant Triangle.
Problem for Hellraisers is they lost the gem, and right now Mars is holding it. Like, whenever you're playing against techies, if you run out of sentries and if you don't have a gem,
Radiant's top tower is under
it kind of says you're screwed.
In a little bit of trouble.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
NIP. I thought maybe they could look for that tier 2 mid. Someone needs to deal with the creep wave. And they don't have Aegis, but Void does still hold on to the cheese.
Usually you see Doom holding onto like either Aura from the Wolf or a Centaur Stomp at this point, but since they have 3 Lincolns here, he needs an extra ability just to remove one of the Lincolns and try to go with the Doom. So correct choice from Lil.
Good point. What's Mars up to? He's Invis. He is moving forward, and look, they've got the initiation, but he gets the BKB off, and the RP from King R catches both of them, but Void is still alive, and the Sonic Wave's there, and Lil's cleared up. Easy as you like. Charlie's still battling away, life stealing
He's
forward,
still alive.
and the PA's in trouble. Nyx tries to turn and fight, but she's lost her life. The puck has come in and blows up the Void, but it's already a bad trade so far from Hellraisers. The little blink back there from the flicker of Funnick. But in comes Supreme Sableye, and the flicker doesn't pay off this time. Puts him back into the waiting arms of NIP. And 2 heroes dead without buyback, PA and Veno. As they're missing a bit of money, and of course Veno has that cooldown. It is down to the puck to try and clear waves and make sure they don't lose anything, but the puck has been found. Oh, Xani out on the wrong side of the track. Self-fuels up. Can you orb and jaunt away from danger because the Supreme Queen of Pain's on your tail. A hot pursuit, but the puck is faster.
Mars has enough damage, like he's level 27 with the full AC. There's 2 catapults as well. Techies with the mines. There's no buyback on this Venomancer. Like, we're starting to cycle the buybacks once again. 7 heroes available with the buyback. PA buys back right
she
now.
has to buy back, but the Rax has fallen already. Melee down. And Saberlight, with the help of that Hex coming through from NIP, making sure that they secure the lane and retreat safe and sound. How many hexes do they bloody have, Lacoste?
That's 2 for now.
Super valuable against this PA, especially pre-BKB.
Roche will respawn in a minute and 20 seconds. It's time for techies to start setting up perimeter with the mines, put a sign inside the pit. There is no counterplay to that.
Just don't walk into it. King R. Oh, dearie me. He has walked into it.
Well, at least we know King R is not stream sniping. No, he did not
Oh,
listen
he
to
gets
your
Lil
advice.
as
That's a
well.
second kill.
No fucking way.
I've been waiting for this to happen throughout the whole game. We did
Do they
not
just
see
end?
it. They might go and end the game. I mean, it's only Phantom Assassin. There's a couple of buybacks available.
They
Mag
picked it
does not
force.
have one.
They're going for it. No buyback mag. Doom, Puck both have it. Funnick respawns now after a long stint in the grave. And Glyph expended reasonably early here by Hellraisers. The buybacks will be forced. But NIP going in with the arena catching out Phoenix Veno. Once again, the Sonic Wave and blown up. Now the Void coming in with the Chrono, but the Blink away does keep Doom alive. Tier 4 is being focused though, and the base is crumbling before their very eyes. Hellraisers, what is your plan here? They popped the
Seems like
Lincolns.
they can't decide. Do we go in, try to finish? No Chronos here. If they had it, they could just easily Chrono the throne and kill it.
Well, the jump with the coil does catch the Void as they try and focus Charlie, but he gets off his BKB and the puck.
Silent.
Self-fuels, still has time and maybe a way to escape, but the mines are there to blow her up, and the throne is exposed, leaving NIP in a great position to finish this one off. They're going to get the 2-0 victory. Hellraisers don't stand a chance.
Whew. Man, what an ending. Like, Era getting 2 pickoffs with the techie solo kills, and yeah, I mean, it comes down to that you have 1 scaling core lineup against 3 cores. Like, this Mars was massive this game.
Oh yeah, Saberlight had a huge game, 10, 5, and 20. At some point, 15 minutes in, you were saying he was, second in net worth, just behind the PA, but ahead of his Void, as Charlie had a few struggles, against the Venomancer. It was kind of expected. But NIP yet again showing that as a squad, they play some really great Dota 2.
They really did. Like, a couple of mistakes, but overall, I feel like whenever I see NIP play, they're better than they were yesterday, that's for sure.
Some sleek improvements there. NIP 2-0 victory over Hellraisers. So NIP continue through this Swiss bracket as Hellraisers, unfortunately, now their tournament run ends. As we're done for today, Lacoste. It was a pretty quick one. I think we've had a lot of 2-1s. Now a 2-0
Yeah, pretty much all of our
us.
series were 2-1, but yeah. NIP says, guys, get some rest. We're going to give you extra time, grab some food. But overall, a good performance from NIP, no doubt about it.
Yeah, give us time to chill out on a Saturday, enjoy some Dota 2, as Nigma up against Windstrike at OG versus Yellow Submarine will be your second and third series of the day, as OD and Fogged will be taking up the caster mics. But we'll pass it back to a break and the panel, as you guys can enjoy the rest of ESL 1 Germany.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the same, yeah. Travel like travel lands. Just the dust, yeah. Just the same.
Calling all techies haters. Calling all techies haters. Yeah, that's what I thought. 100% win rate here at ESL 1 Germany. Now, as we get towards our Game Fuel post-match here for Ninjas in Pyjamas versus Hellraisers, I get to have a nice little smug smirk on my face, and I get to turn to Danog and say, who was right? I was right, baby. That's it. Woo! Ninjas in Pyjamas 2-0 victory up against Hellraisers. Second game was the techies. Had everything that I wanted, and they played extremely well as well.
It was entertaining, that's for sure. I'll give you that. But I thought Era was fantastic on the techies. He pushed it to its limits. We saw even really early on when we felt like they didn't exactly have the momentum on Hellraisers, but they were trying to wrest some of it back, coming through with that smoke, and he just warded off every single one of the entry points. So there was no way of getting in onto the back lines, and I thought he did it perfectly.
Yeah, almost backpacking the team, Nyx. I mean, he was top net worth throughout the whole game, even though the team was getting absolutely crushed. And I felt maybe one of the reasons I thought maybe he got too much out of it is because they didn't really utilize the techies to invade the enemy jungle. They weren't really utilizing two sides of the map, which is normally what we see from VP, what we see from LGD when Xinq's playing the techies. Although this is the first time I've actually seen them play techies, and probably something they've been scrimming recently, right? So I'm not expecting them to know fully well how to grasp this hero currently, but his performance on techies was pretty amazing, especially combined with Saberlight.
Well, we do get to hear from the man who had the techies on his team. We've got Saberlight here from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Saberlight, mate, congratulations on another series victory here for ESL 1 Germany. I guess you already know what the question is going to be coming from me. This techies hero, is it something that you guys have been playing with a lot recently, or do you think it was just kind of, we feel confident with this techies hero and it's good to come out in a game 2?
Yeah, we had this ready for a long time, but the moment wasn't right. So when it came down to the elimination match, we were ready to pull it out. So, and Era is always like begging us to pick him techies. So we finally did.
Yeah, I was about to ask about that. Like, whose sick brain was it that decided that it was a good techies game for one? Because we spoke with Misha in the lead up to this game, and he said, I'm the drafter. I want to have my strategies. So do you feel like he listens to, the rest of the team and what they want to play, or is this techies kind of one of his ideas as well?
Well, initially it was his idea to that we can expand our hero pool and start playing techies as well. But how we usually do it is that Misha has his ideas and we throw some things that we think, and he decides in the end.
Yep. I just got a follow-up question from the very first interview I think we did with you, and you said after the first victory that was your best performance coming through the tournament, and I feel like you guys have actually been progressing quite a lot now. Your previous game you guys lost to Yellow Submarine, but I felt you guys played very well, and maybe it's just an unknown factor because they're not really a team that you can get much research on, I guess. But this particular series, I thought you guys were very solid, especially game 1 with the Drow. What's your thoughts so far going through this tournament?
I would say that we play very well, like the entire tournament. But the thing is, against Alliance, the 2 games that we lost and the 2 games we lost against Yellow Submarine, we just start to do some random things, and like we don't play our best. So it's usually that we're on. I would say we're riding the high, but at the same time we sometimes mess up and we lose some of these games because we make stupid mistakes, even though we can do much better than we did.
And again, just to go back to the chat that we had with Misha before the series, he mentioned that he feels like he's got the most team spirit. He embodies the Ninjas in Pyjamas sort of style, but I can see you're wearing your jersey there. Is that something that you just do before official games, or are you just wearing the jersey all the time?
I don't know, man. I'm not risking it. I was wearing my normal t-shirt, but I'm used to wearing my NIP jersey when I'm doing interviews, so I just changed it for the interview.
Oh, makes sense, mate. All right, before I let you go, in that interview that we had with Misha as well, he also said that you guys are super excited for your rematch with Viking. So are you guys cheering for them in their next series so you guys can face them in round number 5?
For sure. I have my youth Boom there, another Czech player, so I root for him as long as he's not playing against us. And then, sadly, when he faces against us, we need to eliminate him. So it's kind of rough for him, but, it is what it is.
Well, fingers crossed you guys do get your redemption game up against Viking GG in round number 5. Congratulations once again, and we'll let you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saberlight.
Always good to chat with him.
He always gives us so much. That's
Yeah.
what I love so much about a lot of these European players. They tend to expand on a lot of the stuff that we ask them, and it's always good to hear from them.
And I want to know what's in that box.
He told us last time. He was moving and has got some stuff in there, so...
It's been like a week and a half.
Mans is playing Dota.
Yeah, true.
He's improving here, and he's trying to get towards playoffs here for ESL 1 Germany. But lads, before we start wrapping up this final or this first series here, are we expecting much from Hellraisers here going into a few more tournaments? They've got a few issues with that position 5 player not really being super stable for them. Came into this series, they picked Magnus position 5 twice. Didn't really work out for them. Now, what do they need to do to come back to their winning ways for a few more tournaments in the future?
I mean, I think honestly for that game, it did come down to execution. I still feel like the draft was fine. Sure, you're going to have a rough-ish time in the laning stage, but we just saw there, like, Funnick missing Gale. It felt like he got caught so many times by Saberlight, so you could never get the full effectiveness out of the Greaves. We didn't see too many times that he did use the Poison Nova, you know, a couple of times around those Roche pits. It just, they were picked off before they got to use off their big cooldown abilities, and yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. He just walked into a mine there as well. Like, it's...
Yeah.
It's very fixable things in my mind.
I have a little bit of a difference of opinion. I think they definitely need to stabilize their roster, first of all, right? Coming into a tournament, you want to be confident and comfortable playing with all your players and having that team chemistry. But at the same time, I don't like the Magnus into NIP just in general, because NIP plays very fast. They emphasize on strong lanes. You're never going to get a good start. And then you pick this Doom position 4, which is too passive. I would have liked if Lil had a more fast or a stronger laning emphasis, so Funny gets a head start, then they can abuse the Faceless Void. Faceless Void doesn't hit those timings, and they have people to play around with. I just felt this game, it's not their style, because normally we know Hellraisers for being aggressive. They win a lot of games when they're very strong coming from the laning phase, and this just wasn't it. No.
Yeah, well, usually when we talk about this this Magnus, when we were talking about it in the green room, the fact that No-Tail comes out on top playing this Magnus because they give him a lane. They give him somewhere to play. But looking at this draft coming in from Hellraisers is, who's supposed to give him that lane? They don't have somebody on Lil that he can go around and do stuff. He has to farm up a little bit on the Doom. They've got a Puck, they've got a Venomancer who like to be in these lanes a little bit. Maybe the Puck can get stuff done, but who's he going to connect with? There's no buddy system for the guys here on Hellraisers, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they really abuse that quite a lot. And just these team fights around the techies were just so good to watch. The fact that Era was getting all these pickoffs, getting all these kills, and just made it hard for Hellraisers even to play this game, even if they had, you know, some semblance of farm for their heroes.
And another game where the 5 Magnus doesn't have a Blink Dagger at the 48-minute mark. I feel like he could have just sat in that dead lane, you know? Once PA reaches, what, level 5 or so, just let him rotate through the jungle because, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but we saw with Era, as we see him come up here, MVP Era, he was doing most of his mining defensively to stop all of the aggression coming in to try and disrupt Charlie's farming. So PA could have just sat back in the jungle with the Empower, farmed away, and that gives the Magnus some much-needed gold, some much-needed experience. And, you know, just on that PA as well, I felt like even the itemization coming from Nyx, he's played so well throughout this tournament, but the Ags wasn't it, because a Satanic would have allowed him to actually sustain himself in these team fights. Plus, you've got that status resistance on top of that, and considering, you know, all of the silences coming through from the Queen of Pain, from the Techies, from Orchids, it just would have been the difference maker for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think Satanic would have most definitely been the better pickup. But at the same time, when it comes to farm distribution, their lineup is extremely greedy. They have a Venomancer, they have a Doom position 4, they have a Puck who also clears lanes, and you have the Phantom Assassin as well. I just found it really hard to actually find somewhere where the Magnus could have played, and close by the Phantom Assassin to actually provide him with the Empower. And I think a lot of it comes down to that Doom.
Well, unfortunately for Hellraisers, they did run into a Techies in game number 2 here, and unfortunately for them, they are out of ESL 1 Germany with a 1-3 record. Now, as we get ready for our series number 2, my tournament has already peaked with that Techies pickup, so let's see if Nigma versus Windstrike can get us any further in this tournament, and let's see if I can get even more excited here. Join us after this short break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing. Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
With
With our first elimination series done and dusted, we now head into our second of day number 10 here for ESL 1 Germany. It's Enigma taking on the boys of Windstrike. Not many people expected Enigma to be in this position, but here we are. Now, as we get back to our panel, old Darcy is going to have to go over and console Hellraisers for a little bit here. So that means we're going to have a replacement for him here on the panel. We've got QO back this time. Denog's here ready for Enigma versus Windstrike. We're going to hear from Enigma in a little bit, boys. So let's start here with Windstrike.
I think the big key for Windstrike is we've seen a couple of times they've been a little bit passive. You know, they go this Yamachiro, which has the potential of carrying the game, like the pos for Enigma, but I feel like when Enigma have been punished, it's when you get hyper-aggressive and take the game to them. So we'll see how they go about doing that.
Yeah, with the Windstrike, like I think they're using too much space for Yamich. I know he's a great player, but like I don't think they should try to like not rely on this pos 4 to get the games going.
So you really think put them a little bit more emphasis onto their core players, like Aggressive Child, right?
And punishing Weeha. I think that's a big thing because he's a great player, but he's had a little bit of downtime in this tournament.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious with how Weeha showed the performance in terms of games.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Weeha, we're able to catch up with him before ESL 1 Germany. He's here with Siraction Slacks with a post-series interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a treat for you. It is the one and only Weeha. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to us, man.
Hello.
Hello, my friend. Where are you located right now? Where are you in the world?
I'm in Romania, in Bucharest.
Okay,
chilling
great,
at home.
great.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Do you enjoy being able to play from home in this this world that we're in right now? Do you miss traveling?
I obviously miss LANs, right? It's a different experience, but playing from home is like comfortable as well. I do enjoy it, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I do love the wallpaper, and it's very nice.
Oh, which one? I have a couple
The
behind
one
me.
on your right, I think. It's very floral. But anyway, all right, let's get down to no, other way. Let's get down to business though. So you guys had a rough run over there in the Dota pit, my friend. I was wondering if you guys are getting back into the groove or what you've been doing since then to prepare for ESL.
Well, preparations are usually kept a secret. So
Of course, I'm not telling you to tell us what you're doing.
We're doing with obviously like we're doing something, right? We're doing something about it. The past results were not up to our expectations, so we're hopefully on the right track. Let's put it that way.
Okay, good to hear. So I've interviewed you several times. I feel comfortable being able to ask this, so it's a risky one. Now, if you could poach one person from a different team, you don't have to kick anybody from Enigma. Dota 2 is now 6 people per team. I want to know who you would take from any team in the world and why.
That is a tough question. I think I would take my Smurf.
Would you take yourself? I'm not saying you get to clone someone, I'm just saying you get... well, you know, I'm commends for a quite creative answer. All right, anyway, I want to ask about what it's like trying to improve as a team when you can only play against the same teams over and over again. Do you feel like it makes it more difficult right now, or is it a great learning experience?
It is obviously more difficult because you keep playing against the same teams. Like they don't change that much, right? The metas are different in other regions. You know, you go to some NA tournament or like Chinese tournament, and then suddenly they pull out some things you've never seen. You know, and then that's where you learn a lot actually. But playing as the same teams is more about improving yourself. There's obviously a lot to learn from teams like Secret, right? They do a lot of good things which you can take from them, but pretty much you should just focus on improving yourself as a team. And if you keep playing against the same people, because it's just easier.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Weeha. It's always a pleasure to watch it, and can't wait to see you over at ESL.
Thanks for having me, man. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks, Lax, once again for another wonderful interview here with our players that we've got for ESL 1 Germany. We heard from Weeha here on Enigma, as you guys said. A little bit of a rough patch for him right now.
Yeah, and he wants another one of his Smurfs on the team. That's always good to have some confidence. But where's the love for Super Rudy? That's what I want to know.
Exactly.
I don't know. Where did he go?
is a mystery. He is an international man of mystery, is our good friend Super Rudy.
Yeah, he
Well-
should have called that for Super Rudy. didn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately there for Weeha, he doesn't get Super Rudy back on his team once again. And just like Super Rudy, we have to disappear to another break here as we get ready for game number 1 here between Nigma and Windstrike. Short break, and we'll see you again.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn.
We're getting ready for game number 1 here between Windstrike and Nigma. And if I told you this was an elimination series, you guys would have to believe me because I'm the host here at ESL 1 and you guys just have to deal with whatever comes out of my mouth. Unfortunately for you guys, I am correct. And Nigma and Windstrike, the loser of this series, goes home, goes out of the tournament. The winner stays on for round number 5. I've got my panel back here, ready with our draft. See, like that, magic, TV magic, comes straight out. All right, lads, break it down.
First phase Storm Spirit, how do you feel about that, QO? It's got a 73% win rate during ESL 1 Germany. I think during Omega League it was like 20% or something ridiculous like that. So even within the same like patch or sub-patch, the meta is shifting to allow it to be much more prominent.
I think there's a two reason why like Storms are having a good win rate. One is like the laning is a bit easier to lane any hero at mid. Two, like this carry hero's basher reliability is significantly low. So, and then like supports are usually like very impactful like support. So like they don't have really good disable for Storm. And I think that's the two reason why, you know, Storms are showing good.
Yeah, but I feel like if you pick it in the first phase, which I think a lot of teams were doing back in Omega League, that it was much more punishable. So the fact that they're going for it in this first phase is a little bit concerning for me, because you technically see it in like that third, fourth pick where it's getting that mega value. We already know, right, we've got a lane that we can abuse. They've already got a little bit of lockdown on Nigma. Yes, it's not the most mobile of heroes, but good lockdown if you can find that initiation onto the Storm.
Especially when you're in the underdog like side, picking this like core in the second pick is very, very dangerous, because like you might just get punished. And especially when it's a Storm versus Lina mid, I think Lina can like actually punish this hero. But I really like this Clockwork pickup just because, yeah, like at level 6, 7, like Lina has to feel like scared.
Yeah. Honestly, even at like level 2, really. Like Battery Assault, Rex Lina, Magnus has a hard time against it as well. It's that frontline strength hero that you need to pair together with something like a Phoenix. You can use the hook shot as counter initiation as people are trying to hit in onto the egg as well. And the thing that I'm really liking about Windstrike is, sure, Phoenix is a bit more of a passive style of hero, but if you get that good start in the laning phase, you can use it to snowball the lead that you already have. And we were talking a bit about, you know, Yamich tends to go this style where he's a bit more greedy. Doesn't look like it this time around. You know, he's either going to be playing that Phoenix or the Clockwork, you would think, and we've seen how aggressive Rabel can be, and you've also got aggressive Child, who he just plays pure aggression heroes as well.
Snapfire being picked up here from Nigma. So I want to toss a little bit of an easy one to you guys. This Lina being picked up second, it was before the Storm. So does this mean that Windstrike are expecting Nigma to be playing a GH Lina here rather than a Weehaw Lina, even though that is one of his heroes that he loves to play in that mid lane?
I even want to see like Lina position 5, like pairing up with Miracle, like another like stun hero.
Even with a Snap? I feel like Snap's pretty
I just feel like this Lina is like useless, like this game. That's it. So like if you put it as mid, it's pretty, I think it's very dangerous.
But you already know the Storm is mid, right?
Yeah, so
you've got that.
Maybe like change Lina into like a position 4 and pick another hero that can beat Storm. That could be like another like a solution. Or like even the Lina position 3 that Sap did it like with the Greaves, and when they have enough disables, I think that could be better. Like when you know there's so many death threat like going on.
I'm kind of feeling something like a Spectre here, yeah,
I like
for Windstrike. It allows them to... No, I legit did not see that.
yes, I
no,
know.
Yeah. Just because it allows them to get onto the backlines, and I feel like it's something that Nigma really wanted for themselves too, because when you think of the Lina, the Snapfire, the Magnus, sure, Mag kind of can be that frontliner, but Spectre would have just really rounded out their draft really nicely. You know, being that tanky frontline, you've already gotten rid of the Void, Anti-Mage is gone, not that he's tanky, but Lifestealer is gone. I guess Sven kind of still is in the pool, but they've already gotten rid of a lot of the big counters. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But
well, coming into this series, you know, we focused quite a bit about this, the fact that every time that we see Nigma come out with a victory is when Miracle pops off. So what's the Miracle hero here that he can pop off on? We've already seen Anti-Mage going out, the Phantom Assassin is gone, they've got no Drow Ranger, they've got no Faceless Void.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade is the hero?
I think so.
You have to think about egg hitters as well, though, right?
I like Terrorblade just because I don't think they have any damage to burst him down. Like if it goes to 25 minutes, 30 minutes, like once the Terrorblade has Scotty and BKB, I think he will just do fine.
Yeah.
And I think that Viper is gonna be mid.
Yep.
Yeah. Weehaw special.
Yeah, he just wants to dominate this Storm, not die too easily against the Clockwork.
And with the Weehaw, like he plays this style that enables Miracle to play these more, you know, super late game style of carries. When it works for Weehaw, because he makes all of these super aggressive plays, it pays off and it looks amazing. When it doesn't and he gets ganked a lot, people are, you know, saying, you know, Wee 2-2 and that sort of stuff as well. But it's the role that he plays in the team. Maybe, you know, just changing his hero pool slightly to be able to provide that with a little bit more of variability might be the big difference for him. But, you know, Viper's a good pick into the Spectre. It's a staple for him. It's a lane winner. I'm not hating it.
Only problem that I see with Nigma is like their heroes doesn't have good synergy. Like all these Lina, Snapfire, Viper, they're like a lane winning hero, but Viper needs some sort of like disables to actually like survive in the middle of the team fights. But what's their disable? Lina?
I mean, they've got RP, they've got Light Strike Array, and they've got Cookie, right?
Yeah.
So
But yeah, I'm not really convinced. Like I think Radiant Draft is like a lot better, and especially when it goes to the last pick for Nigma, I think they might be in a bit dangerous situation here.
Yeah, and Windstrike have the last pick overall as well, so they're going to be able to respond. Assuming that it is the 3 that they still need for their team in the offlane on Windstrike, they'll be able to respond to the Miracle Carry hero.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, with the Darkseer and the Batrider ban, I imagine DK Fogas is the focus here for Nigma. Is there anything...
I have a feeling that Miracle's aiming for Chaos Knight, but
okay.
I think that's a bait. Like I think that's the reason why they're banning Batrider and Darkseer here. But I think even if he still picks CK, like not against the counter, I don't think it's a good CK game.
What about something like a Monkey King or a Slark? We haven't seen Slark this tournament just yet. What about MK? We've been seeing it a little bit here with the Magnus being paired up a little bit. Nick showed us that it does have a lot of prowess. So do you think that that's a good enough carry matchup against the Storm and the Spectre, who, you know, if they don't have good starts, it's going to take a little while for Windstrike to hit their timings, right?
Yeah, so like the Windstrike's weakness is all about this laning phase. I think as long as they have like, even if they have this bad laning phase, if they somehow get these kills off, I think it could be like fine.
Yeah. Removing the Troll Warlord, yeah, I don't mind that. It's one of those heroes that, again, it's an egg hitter. You can get lucky with the roots.
Or Riki or Sven.
You said you hated it.
I hated it.
What specifically do you hate about it?
It's just so slow, and then like once the Spectre has this, all the Spectres building Blade Mail and like all these stat items, so him to not like die. Plus, and Clockwork, Storm, and Phoenix are a lot easy target for Sven to actually. Just even if you do this Superman thing with the Agony.
So what do you feel Windstrike need right now? They've got about 40 seconds left to make their last pick. Maybe another bit of lockdown. Like, yeah, you can go the Venomancer and kind of stop the Sven from doing a little in lane. Mars is still in the pool. We've seen how effective
Bristol
Mars Phoenix
back?
is. Bristol against a Viper though?
And a Sven?
Yeah.
Isn't Sven like the counter to Bristol?
I mean, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Like any.
I want to see a Mars.
A Mars,
Mars is banned.
Is it?
What about Centaur?
Nah, I don't like
first ban.
Centaur. Man. Oh, what's a
2K
good
panelist
carry?
kicked W.
What's a good offlane hero? Like Nigma bans so many offlanes, so there's not many good ones. And Timber. Okay, I'm convinced. Do
you think Windstrike?
You think this
I
isn't
forgot
too
about
greedy?
this hero for some reason. Like, why was this hero never banned? Like, against their heroes.
They have a Viper, QO.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Viper
matter.
counters.
No, but if you get the stacks and then you apply the break, you still have the stacks. It just stops them from being applied.
From my pubs, I know Viper counters Timber.
Very, very good.
Yep,
Very
yep.
smart. We smart here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've seen the drafts here from Nigma and Windstrike. I want to hear your thoughts before we get the predictions and make it snappy.
I think.
Can't tell me what to do.
Yes, I can.
I think I have to go with Windstrike.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I've been baited way too many times by Nigma. I think I'm like 1 and 5 predicting their games.
Well,
or
they're
something
also
like that.
1 and 2 right now, so I think a lot of people betting on Nigma are not very happy with their performance so far. So, is this another game we're expecting or we're hoping for Weeha to pop off?
I think this is a perfect game that Weeha can pop off. If he kills like Storm or 1 or 2 times, like their whole team has to react and they don't have that strong laning phase. So if that happens, Nigma will probably secure it. But
yeah. It's kind of going both ways again, right? You've got the Viper to counter the Spectre, but Spectre's great against all of these stuns as well.
Yeah.
So as long as you don't have that break on her, she'll do all right, but it's a lot of lockdown on Nigma. It could really go either way.
Now let's see if it does go either way. Let's see if Weeha can pop off here for Nigma and put them at a 1-map advantage here. So we're going to leave it with our new casters here for series number 2. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Here we go. A very important series for both of these teams, Windstrike and Nigma. And Fogged, we've heard it from the panel. They seem to be liking what Windstrike's got going, despite what was a very confident and bold opening to the draft, right? They came in with a second pick Storm. Do you like what they've ended up with, or do you think Nigma's countered that sufficiently?
I think it can look a little bit greedy on the side of Windstrike. I think Nigmas can also have a lot of greed in its sense, but I feel like they can fight a lot with their 4. And it's they see the Storm early on, and then also there's a Spectre pick, which I feel like it doubles down and makes the Viper even better, right? Because now you're better in mid game versus Spectre, and you're good in lane versus Storm. So I kind of do like what Nigma's got. They've got like a plethora of stuns where I feel like they can play pretty aggressively, and they actually have a cookie target now with this Sven in the front line.
But look at this, it's the classic. You know, it's like, what? Why would they pick Storm second? It's a master tier Storm.
Yep, there you go.
Relbull, he's got the level 25 Storm, so this man knows what he's doing. To the point where he obviously would have been telling his team, hey, we gotta grab this early. And they did. So we'll see. I mean, it's sort of Storm, as we've seen, you know, it hasn't been great, especially on some of the previous tournaments, the overall win rate. But we've seen some wins with it here. I mean, well, where is the hero sort of at the moment? Do you think it is a hero that could be getting back to the point where teams that do have a Storm player could just slap it out in the first 2 picks?
I think so. I think if you're I think if you're very confident in it, sure. I'm still not crazy out there. I think it's still very volatile is the problem. Because you can just get counteracted by just like a death ball, and then your hero doesn't contribute too much into massive team fights and stuff like that. So we'll see if it works. He's also, this game, he's playing into a lot of stuns. So I think it could be pretty tough for the Storm Spirit.
That's because for me, that's definitely one of the big strengths you see from Nigma's lineup. The fact that they do have that break, and they've got a lot of ways to stun him and hold him.
Look at Yamich.
Top lane, Yamich, he's going to go down first blood. GH, he'll be able to claim it. I mean, this is the thing, right? You're going to have these heroes that I think early on are going to be incredibly potent. I mean, we'll see if they sort of stick with the 2 supports up here, but if they do, this top tri lane from Nigma is very deadly.
I was going to say, this is something I like that I feel like teams should always do, actually, versus Timbersaw, especially if you have triple stun or triple burst, triple nuke. Kill this Timber twice. Kill him 1 or 2 times in lane. Then he actually just can't apply as much pressure onto your carry. He has to be a little bit more scared.
He knows
this is happening.
He knows. He's being very careful at DK.
And Mind Control bottom, like, he's not at risk of really dying down here versus the Spectre Phoenix. He can actually get something out of this lane the first few levels. He'll get zoned a bit after the harassment starts to come out, but, you know, they can't chain stun him or anything along those lines. He'll get his XP.
This is smart from Windstrike, though. You know, they sort of do. You know, DK's playing it safe. He knows that they're hunting for the kill. Whilst they're in position to hunt for the kill, Yamich is able to get away with just getting in, grabbing those creeps, and getting to get this lane in a bit of a better position for the Timber. May have stuck around a little too long, though, Timber here, as they actually now are having a chance of closing in on him. See if they have the damage. They certainly do. So as careful as he was being earlier on, I mean, you could tell he definitely knew something was up, still gets caught out by it. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if you're going to stay anywhere close to that lane, these 3 heroes will eventually find and kill you.
Yeah, heavy burst damage with him. And look at this. Yamich as well is going to die. The Blightstone the Blightstone minus armor is enough with the extra right clicks. And, Ironman doesn't get the pull catch. But they have a huge creep wave pushing into them. This is very problematic. This is a level 1 Timber getting absolutely nothing up here because of this tri-lane. And the Clockwork too, unable to really get much of anything on the map. This is the perfect setup here for Nigma. And now they're going to swap. Damage is done. You've already shut down this Timber Share. Now he's going to start to get something once he gets that level 2, level 3. But you've already secured Miracle's lane to a point where he's going to be able to back up and farm. Even if he gets pressured, he'll be able to get away with this greedy Sven.
Yeah. Looking at the mid lane so far, we've got 11-4 versus the 10-2. I mean, is this sort of expected? I mean, I thought Storm sort of from level 1 has issues against the Viper, but Relbull, he's done a great job on the first few waves, grabbing a fantastic CS in this matchup.
He's forcing the wave in. He's having to use extra money on regen, but look how he rushed the bottle rather than going for any nulls. It's all about just spamming your static on the wave pushing in, because Viper can't actually spam the wave out. So you'll get your last hits, you'll get extra harassment done on you, but you'll come out at a pretty decent spot as a Storm. He's playing it very well. But now he gets pushed out.
Sure, what's this, sort of this point? I mean, how does this sort of work for him? He's got to sort of wait for Weehard to push it in and then Weehard to head away from the lane before he goes back to farm mid?
Yep, just every time it gets pushed in, but I think he's just going to power deny the wave, keep it on his side, keep it right inside the middle of the river so Storm doesn't get double. And eventually I think Weeha's going to get early boots and start chasing him out of the jungle. I think after he gets his magic wand, get those boots, you can start to look to apply more pressure. Yeah, perfect setup here for Nigma. I love that they did this. I always want teams to do that versus Timbersaw, especially if you have triple stun. Just try lane. The first 2 minutes, you don't lose anything out of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think you yourselves have an offlaner that is also going to be fine, more fine than, say, a Timber that gets shut down at the start, right? Magnus he's always going to be able to catch up through the jungle and, of course, just offers so much for his stars to empowering down the lines.
Absolutely. Look, Fogas, look, he's getting his stuff top now, but look at where Miracle is because of the way that they set up the lane. He's just farmed way more comfortable rather than being sat low HP always versus this Timber that we see happen a lot versus strength heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, you know, they're still not going to kill the Timber, right? You know, these two heroes aren't going to be able to burst him at this stage, but as you say, definitely the threat has been reduced. Still, a good bit of burst onto Miracle, but he's happy with the strength being taken out as he'll start to salve things up. And does have a very sizable wave coming into him under the tower, so the farm will continue very nicely for him. We'll see over towards mid. Yamich did come over to see if he can set up some of the XP. Whilst, as you say, you know, Weeha does continue to just keep this lane held in this specific position, making it unlikely that Rebel's going to be able to ever really swing over and get too much from under his tower. But that's fine, Rebel. He's just rotating around these camps, and he's keeping up with the jungle farm.
Yeah, Yamich checks the rune to make sure he gets like that DD, fills up his bottle, so he's still going to be able to jungle pace. Weeha, of course, is going to hit 6 faster, but you'll see the farm it's not too far off when Storm's able to do this with the remnants and just being able to stack camps as well. He actually matches farm, just is a bit underleveled. And we see bounty runes coming out. We should see Nigma get at least 3 of them here because they have this Storm Spirit that has to play a little bit more defensively, so they will be able to claim that. And Weeha's actually taking this downtime and just hitting the mid tower. So pre-catapult wave, he's actually getting a little bit of damage in. All that adds up. See if they look to make a rotation with this catapult wave. Right now it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, so sort of for this clock for Yamich, where's sort of his best bet to have an impact early on? I feel like, you know, mid's a bit of a danger zone going into this Viper. It's very unlikely you're really able to tackle Weeha unless he's vastly out of position. And then the other lanes, right, where do you sort of go? Do you look towards mind control, skewer? Top lane's always going to be very defended. It seemed hard for the early game of this clock.
I think playing around mid is the right choice, though. Sitting around the runes and stacking camps, because then if Viper contests rune, you two can actually kill the Viper. A Clockwork and a Storm, that even though this Viper is massive, you know, you do have a shot of at least bringing him down with a rotation. Right now it's only level 2 on the clock, though. He's actually pushing Rebel all the way out.
On top
Rebel
lane.
might just die.
We're going to see an attempt onto DK Fogas as well. As you said, he does. Nothing can be done by Yamich. He's just running away. And top lane, they also get the kill on the Timber. They get both of them, Nigma. As off to a very good start here in this first game. And 6 minutes in, 5-0, 2k lead on them. And as you can see, just complete free farm for both Weeha and Miracle.
And it's a cool move, you know, instead of making the move mid with the catapult, they make it top. They can still pressure this tower versus Timber, and bringing the 3 heroes gives them that damage. Lina gives you that extra magic damage to deal with this Timber so early, who doesn't have a range drop, actually, on DK Focus.
Coming top, Yamich, he's going to try for the tower now. He's not going to get it. Stunned in position. Enigma just before the 7-minute mark, taking that top tier 1 tower away.
And they're going to stack their hard camp really quickly for Miracle to farm. Yeah, very nicely enabled here. And mind control. Look at this. Level 5 and almost 5.5, and he's been left most of the time alone bottom. He had a little bit of help from GH for about a minute and a half or 2. But yeah, you have to be extremely happy if you're on the side of 3k gold lead here off the bat.
Big. And
you're the team with the Sven is the big thing too. Like Sven's gonna go and hit the jungle and farm at a much faster pace than Spectre.
Oh yeah.
Can Windstrike slow them down? Can they actually look to pressure that area?
Especially when Miracle's going this Midas build. He's gonna, you know, he's rushing towards it. If he gets that at a good time. I mean, Windstrike, as you said, they're heroes. I mean, sure, Spectre's going to be playing the farm game, but the rest of them are going to rely on action being found. And so far, just unable to get a single kill against Nigma's line at mid lane. Cookie setup.
The cookie?
Is it enough? Not quite. Not quite. Just a little too far out of range. GH couldn't quite reach in to set up a light strike, but still, it's Railball being forced back to base. and space there for Nigma to really do damage to this tier 1. Again, very early pressure from Nigma this game.
I mean, Weeha's level 8. He's almost got his Atos finished. Versus the Storm, versus the Spectre, versus Timber. Actually, all 3 heroes. All 3
they're going to try and go on Wee. But Wee has got back up behind him. Can they burst him? Hawk comes in as well. Good cogs from Yamich, splits them apart, and that will set them up to get the kill. Yamich, will he live? He won't. He does die to the poison. But they got what they came for. They set up for the Viper, and they also are able to get Aggressive Child involved. So Weehard down. Takes a lot, but they finally get them to this game.
And they get the tower top. Fogus with that space, he's able to finally take it out as he's 6. Miracle doesn't want to lane up there. Beautiful cogs. I love when I see Clockworks do that. In middle too, you get pushed back onto the high ground.
Oh yeah, you're dumb.
There's no help. There's no help. No help at all.
Yeah, very good call.
Some space
placement from Yamich, and he himself, of course, just going to look to try and pick up the urn as soon as he can this game. But yeah, it's definitely a tough start for Windstroke. You're seeing that they're really having to be clever about how they do go about making plays, as they certainly have a lot more limitations compared to the heroes that Nigma have right now, and with regards to the stuns and the setups that there are.
Yeah, just a lot harder for them to execute theirs, for sure. Once they start getting the 6s, the Clockwork, the Phoenix, that's going to make the team fights a lot easier for them to set up, but I still just see this chain stun, and I see you know, there's a Snapfire versus Phoenix. Sure, he doesn't have the little Shredder yet, but there's always going to be that availability for when Egg goes down. They don't have stuns to stop it. There's just not that many on their draft to stop these heroes from hitting the Egg. There's a Lina and a Snapfire. That Egg is not going to go off.
I see bottom mind control. Maybe trying to set up onto Dagalis. Going to force out the dive. Weehar's in position to wait for him. Dagalis, he's off to the side, but actually doesn't have enough mana for the TP straight up. So it's going to fly around. Does have the stick charges, and that will give him enough to TP out when he sees fit. But still, Nigma pushing him away from the tower. They can continue this pressure onto the tier 1. And of course, whilst this happens, Miracle's getting all the space in the world, has finished off his Midas on the Sven, and will continue to have free roam of his whole jungle really up here. Very unlikely that Windstrike look to invade anytime soon.
Very fortunate that they blocked these camps, though. I think this is the 3rd time I've seen GH try to stack Ancients, and it hasn't worked because of the wards. GH
goes on his GH. Whoa! Lovely little dodge to the Laguna there from Relball. Some very smart moves there from the Storm. Plays in a way to bait out the Light Strike array, and then also dodging the damage of the Laguna. I mean, this Storm knows what he's doing. You know, it was the 2nd pick. Maybe this is sort of the magical power that Windstrike are going to rely on. So very, very excited to see what sort of cool moves Relball can pull out this game, as that was maybe a sign of things to come.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of space on the map to farm. Like DK Fogus, he's doing. I love that he's up here, not trying to like move around the lanes. He's just staying top, forcing the wave in to force Miracle to come back up there to address it. They're doing a good job here.
Well, they're going to try and go for DK Fogus. Weehart and Miracle. Have they got the damage? I mean, they do. As you said, you know, the fact that they've already got so many stuns, and with that Atos thrown into the mix, it's just so much catch and lockdown. Yamich, he tries to hookshot his way out, but he's off the mark. Doesn't quite reach his target, and that'll be another casualty. Nigma picking up yet another kill. And Miracle can resume farming uninterrupted.
It's huge that they can. I mean, they're making this Timber just not look tanky at all. And you know, I know how people always talk about how, you know, you have your reactive armor stacks and everything when you're playing versus Viper, which is great. Like once the Nether Toxin is down, you still already have those armor stacks. But the thing that Viper also provides you is 9% magic resistance per poison attack.
Oh yeah.
So Lina Snapfire, like you still eat the Timber Saw even if he does have some stacks up. That magic resistance, never so important. And Mind Control he's just been freely farming, no pressure bottom, so he pretty much has Blink if he'd like to go for it almost soon. Thought he might go for the Grief build this game, but just wants to have that good initiation because they're lacking that a little bit.
Yeah, not a bad game to look for. If they got the damage, they're going to try with the Laguna. Is it enough? The stuns again. There's too many things to hold back this Timber. Each and every time DK Fogas is trying to Timber chain away, there's always something else that Nigma have ready to throw out and keep him out in position. Bottom lane, they're going to try and go in onto Mind Control. Steers them out to the side, will pop the RP to try and keep himself alive, but Rebel's still got mana to hunt with. Is he going to be able to find him? Mind Control going for the TP out. Anything to stop it in time? There isn't. Mind Control makes it away.
And top, again, they're getting aggressive.
They found the Spectre. He's got a haunt out. Where's he going to go? He's going to jump over towards Miracle. Miracle's got the stun. He's going to go for the TP out, and that'll do it. Plays it smart, but does mean that Haunt has been used.
The time that they just killed the Timber, by the way, in mid, he had just picked up Hood and Raindrop. So that was his very tanky portion that we would see him, and they bursted him right through.
Oh, he actually had them on him.
He had them both during that fight, and he activated the Hood, and they killed him right through it. So we're seeing Timbersaw not going to be an issue. Very concerned for their front line. There's so many different forms of damage that Nigma has.
Because the problem is, as well, for this Timber is just the amount of stun and control. And to that point, what do you sort of build on the Timber? I guess the only item would be the... yeah, I mean, you're right, yeah. He's queued it up. Without the Yules, it just feels unplayable. You know, he gets caught by one of these lockdowns, gets caught by an Atos, and he will die. There's just that much hold and control, and at least until, you know, some of the supports start being able to pick up items, whether it be like a force, something to just sort of break people out of these combos. Nigma's just going to continue to delete heroes when they're on top of them. Regen.
And it's going to be...
okay.
He jumps back in for it.
Very nice.
I like
Having a little bit of a dance there, Elbow. In and out. He's got it.
He's going to have... Okay, he's going to get close to his Orchid, but this is full aggressive that he's going for here. So he can be punished by these stuns. Bottom. They got him.
I mean, Nigma's heroes are just so good at killing people. They're just so good at
that's why
getting the kills.
That's why my control didn't go back. They have Weehaw. Weehaw has a full one finished up. This is quite a big timing. 6K gold lead.
Yep.
Not feeling a lot of hope here for Windstrike in the next few moments. Them just running straight into Nigma isn't going to work. They have to try to get some type of pickoffs here. Nigma's not giving them the chances.
And just the thing as well is, sure, you got a Spectre, but there is this Viper, and sometimes I think you can sort of ignore that if the Viper is, you know, if the Viper's very killable, if he's under the farm, you're able to take him out at the start of the fight, or there's not a lot of stuns that are going to hold you in the break. But this time, Nigma's got both of that. Weehaw is incredibly farmed this game, and they do have the stuns to keep that Spectre held into position. So sure, Manta's going to help a little bit, but maybe until the point where the Spectre has like a BKB, which may be necessary. These fights are not going to get easy anytime soon for Windstrike.
Miracle, they get the pull on him bottom. He sticks around too long. He's actually going to get killed down here.
He is. They got the hook shot in on him. He's trapped in the cogs. They're diving forward, using the Supernova as well to try and bring Miracle down. It's taken a lot, but they will have him. Surely they should, Rebel. He's going to need one more hit. He's able to get it. But now, Nigma, they're going to look for the counter plays. There's a blink and an RP ready. There it is. Mind control straight in onto the two of them. Cookie follow-up. Can they burst Rebel though? The Skewer lockdown is there. He's low on mana. DK Focus trying to come across to help out. Mind control in the focus, but there's the Laguna for GH. Burst down the Storm. The Rod of Atos and the Kisses coming down onto the Kalis as 3 go down on Windstrike. They may have lost Miracle, but costing them lots of lives themselves.
They barely even got Miracle because how tanky he is. Jesus, he actually ran back into the Supernova stun. He might have been okay if he cut up into the right. Maybe. He's done a little bit of mana on the Storm, but yeah, backup arrives, and that's where we see the real power of Nigma. So every time, it's just too much rallied around Weehaw. He's way too strong. I feel like it's going to be like that for quite a long time in this game. Like you said, the plethora of stuns just with the break, it's too much. The Atos and the Chain Stun just counter all 3 cores. The Storm, the Spectre, the Timbersaw. These heroes actually rely quite a bit around that mobility. So many different ways to prevent it on Nigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see, you know, if Rebel's able to get away with this. You know, he doesn't want to build these defensive items. He still wants to go for sort of that, you know, the dream items on a Storm. You know, if the game's good, this is what you always want to get, the Orchid and the Bloodstone, but of course does leave you vulnerable. So Rebel's going to have to be very careful with the moves that he does make if he wants to try and get away with his item build. Mid lane, Nigma looking to take away the tier 1. See if Windstrike maybe can at least get the deny.
Fire Spirits are messing with him quite a bit.
Now the tower's gone down. Now with the jump forward, Mind Control looking for the skewer opportunity. They're going to have the zip in, actually. Straight away the Storm. He just went right in. Oh, he just went in. I mean, the horns come out. They have managed to kill GH. Ironman also fully low, but he pops the Fairy Fire. Supernova stun does clip onto the 2 of them. Ironman will burn down to the Sunray. VR turns over towards Dekalis. He's out with an Atos. Can't quite reach with it. Maybe he can get the Atos onto the Timber. As they're up to the high ground, Nigma's still chasing here. Windstrike's got to get the rest of them out. Mind Control blink up in a second.
They still have God Strength for quite some time.
Windstrike,
but
so
they
be
can't
careful.
catch.
Yeah, they're not going to dive into the tower. I mean, well, Windstrike, they are able to get the 2 supports, but I mean, you saw there, it just cost the Storm his life. He just initiated, went straight into the midst of them all, and that's never going to be a play you're going to get away with.
It cost them his life and every single one of their ults. That's the thing, is like Nigma, they only had to use God Strength. They didn't have the RP available just yet. And to see how hard they commit onto GH really shows the target priority. They want this Lina so bad. There's every single spell thrown onto her. They're actually lucky that the egg even survives too, the position that it was in. I thought maybe the Snapfire might be able to turn and kill it too. But that was everything expended. Enigma, they're going to have everything available for themselves here for the next fight. Windstrike.
We are. He's set up with the Invis. If they can buy time for Miracle to swing across and have the Atos into the stun, probably will have the damage. Well, actually quite early with the stun there. And that doesn't matter. Enough poison. Ticks down the Firebird. As Dakalis falls again.
Good old reliable Weehaw Viper. 7-1-5. Pretty much has Greaves done, and really lacking to see the damage, where the damage is going to come from on Windstrike. It's going to take a lot of levels here for this Phoenix in particular to be able to contribute that one, because it's really just such a hard game for their 3 cores.
Yeah, and you know, some lovely little items being found here. We are always getting the Dream one as a Viper. He's got the Grove Bow, always fun to play with. We got what smoke's being picked up from Dakalis. I mean, a Windstrike, are they able to sort of make a move aggressively? It seems hard because most of the time, Nigma, you know, they're not splitting up. They're always behind one another.
It does not feel easy for them to take fights at all. Like with Haunt and with Storm Spirit, they can always pick and choose who they initiate on.
Yeah,
right,
they can get on the supports, right? Maybe, you know, as we saw last time, right? They can jump GH, RMN, get these 2 kills, but then the problems begin.
Yeah, killing the core is like, how do you kill the Viper and how do you kill the Sven ever? You have to isolate them somehow here, but they're so damn tanky, and they're hitting hard. They will kill the rest of your lineup in the time that it takes you to kill the support. So, yeah, it's very tough for Windstrike really in these next few fights. Nice little hook away.
Nice. Able to jump out of range of that.
And
Atos in time.
And now in the easiest setup for Enigma, as they were kind of lacking this before. They had the Atos, they had the chain stunts, but now they have a Yules on GH with this cast range talent, with the Aether Lens. Anyone who shows now in a lane, you're gonna get full comboed up. So much easier for them to connect everything if Miracle's not there, that is.
And we're seeing Windstrike making some amends to their queued up items. I mean, Rebel, he is going to get the BKB next. I mean, he has to. There would have been no way he gets away with Walking Bloodstone this game.
I feel like
just be impossible.
I feel like maybe the 3 of them need to get the 3 cores as mid. That's the Yules. As soon as they get it, Clockwork shows he's an easy kill. Yeah, it feels like maybe all 3 cores need BKB. Maybe not Timber because like you just that feels horrible. But you need it on Storm and Spectre.
But yeah, sure, like as you say, you don't want to buy BKB on Timber, but it is definitely one of those games where Yules is not going to feel like enough. You know, at the end of the day, this is going to be a game where Timber's on Yules is only going to save him until the next stun comes in when he ends up running off the back of it. So
yeah, I think he needs to go for hit like a Lotus Orb though or something. It's not. The game isn't about him, right? It's about protecting the Spectre. So you know, you don't want your BKB. You want something to throw on your Spectre. So he'll probably go Yules into that item particularly soon.
Yeah, I mean the Spectre of course is go for that BKB straight after the Manta. The game is pretty much unplayable without that BKB for the Spectre. And we'll see on the back here the replay of earlier. It's this move down bottom where it's just getting harder and harder, these fights. Windstrike, they're able to throw everything in, get a kill, but with the deficit they're at, it's more than enough resources on Nigma for them to get the cleanup each and every time. Up 17-5 here, just at 21 minutes in, with a 9k advantage. Looking pretty rough for Windstrike.
Yeah, it just looks so hard to ever bring down Miracle. Level 18 BKB, Halberd even finished up. Now he's got a Hyperstone on his way toward AC. Like this Sven, they don't have the damage. Unless he's fully isolated somehow in the fights with like Sunray beaming on him with Timber after BKB, it doesn't feel like he's gonna die. He has such a good rally of team around him with the Greaves and everything. Windstrike dodging, trying to get as much as they can on the map right now. Phoenix almost level 12. He's trying to get that one. Might get set up on though. GH is TPing in with the Yules.
There you go. There's the combo. Cleanly done. And pings out as well. Roche is up. They're taking. So They're going to be able to go for this. I mean, unless we see some crazy plays from Rebel, which we might do. So he is around in the neighborhood. He's trying to finish off this tier 2. Fortification comes out. Let's see if they're able to get any sort of read on the pit. They have got the rocket flare. So, you know, there's a potential hook shot. There's a potential ball lightning.
Go for it, Clockwork.
Oh,
Go for it, Yamich. You
Rebel's
better
gone
go
back
for
to
it,
base.
Yamich. Yamich
I mean,
isn't though.
you have to.
Come on, Yamich. I believe in you.
Oh, disappointment all round. He'll get a courier, though.
Will
Will
he
he even get the courier?
No.
Oh, no. He doesn't even get the courier. Oh, that feels bad.
Oh, he's hiding, though. But they saw him hiding.
They know.
There's a sentry available.
Oh,
he took it away. The space.
He's got a
space
TP.
for days.
He's going to be out. I think he's fine, right? GH West, he's got another sentry if he wants to try and hunt for him in the trees. Does he want to spend time doing this? Oh, yes, he does. Oh, he does. He's got him immediately. Straight up, the light strikes upon him.
He
actually messes up the Yules combo there, but it doesn't matter.
He uses his own Laguna.
Yeah, GH, such a nice guy that he doesn't want you to get hurt by his ultimates. He's like, look, mate, I've got a Laguna, yeah, but I'll save you at the same time. What a guy, GH.
I had GH in one of my pubs the other day.
Yeah.
We fed out of control together. He was so lovely about it, though.
Oh. Meanwhile, the rest of the team...
Actually, the rest of the team was super
chill.
lovely, too.
Oh,
Who was on our team, actually? I think we had PPD and someone else. It was a disaster of a game, just to say the least. But...
That sounds like a nice game, though, if everyone was having fun.
Yeah, Ryan was feeding out of control in mid lane, too. It's one of those games. As Nigma still firm grasp of this game with Aegis here. God's Strength about to be available, too. Might knock on high ground. Might force them back to base. Rebels trying to cut creep waves the best he can, trying to get time for these BKBs. They're getting close to the two of them, Spectre and Storm. That's going to be kind of their last hurrah. You see the Timber also queuing up for that Lotus, so those things that we were talking about in preparation will be coming, but can they break this? Can they stop this fight?
I don't know if they're going to be coming quick enough. This tier 3 tower getting destroyed here by the God Strength. As what have you got, Windstrike? How can you stop this? Yules up on the Sven. The kisses are coming out, keeping Windstrike held back. And given the space for Miracle to finish this one off, 24 minutes in, that's the melee racks out. Range racks to go down as well, and Windstrike just not with the tools to stop this. In fact, they're just going to start running it onto DK Bogas. As the sentry will be popped down. Big zip from Relbel. That's just a zip in and a zip out. Nobody that you can really try and focus his efforts upon. As Enigma will just take the racks back off, and it doesn't cost them anything at all. They don't lose anyone, or maybe now. Another attempt with the Yules to set things up. Hort's going to come into play as well. Aggressive Child, who's he going to look for? He's over towards GH,
BKB.
but he's going to be Yulesed up. They've got the combo. Is he going to get the chance to pop it? He isn't! Dead before he can pop the BKB. Miracle heads over to the Supernova with the little shredder. They take down the egg. Relbel zipping in, trying to find some sort of kill. He's not going to get it. RP down onto Yamich. As Windstrike, they try their best to throw everything into that. They don't get anything. And Spectre, always the situation you hate to be in as the carry. He didn't press his BKB. He didn't get to. He felt he could hold it, but the problem is there's just so many stuns that you've got to be very prepared with the BKB to the point you've probably got a BKB before you even jump into the illusion this game as the Spectre. Otherwise, Nigma's going to have you every time.
Yeah, he got used, and he didn't pop it on the drop. Like, usually you have a server tick in order to get the BKB off before you get stunned. He didn't pop it. He got stunned and just gets chained and destroyed.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's true. Yeah, he would definitely have had, if he was spamming it on Yules, he could have got it off, so I guess he just... Yeah?
Maybe it was, sometimes you can have situations where it is like absolutely frame perfect. You almost,
if it's on the same tick, BKB always has priority.
Yeah, it always has priority, exactly.
Yeah.
So he must have not clicked it. They went for the chase out though. Like, they saw God Strength was ending, BKB, I believe, for the Sven. Actually, no, it was just God Strength was ending. They tried to chase out because Spectre had BKB, but Storm didn't. Rebel couldn't actually continue chasing with the Spectre to commit. And then it actually looks like a really bad mistake of them chasing out there and getting wiped. All the way up to 16k.
Oh, they might kill RMN. They found him. RMN, he's having a cookie though. He's going to live. He's going to be able to walk away, and now Relbel has got a little bit left on the mana pool. And the BKB, he's able to zip and TP out. But yeah, not even able to kill these supports now that they're falling that far behind.
Way up on the high ground. DK Focus getting stacked up. We'll be okay.
So, I mean, Just getting to that point in the game as well, where Miracle's nearly doubled the net worth of the enemy carry of aggressive Child Spectre.
And he's got the eggs. Yeah, Superman's about to be online. Yep.
Oh, yep. And he's finding all the items. So we'll see if he wants to stick with the spider legs. Could take the Great Fire. That's always a lovely bit of extra damage. A Titan Sliver also for Enigma. So many options for Weehar to choose. Well, Weehar and Miracle to choose between. What's Weehar got at the moment? He's going to keep the Titan. No, he's going to keep the Grove Bow. I was going to say Grove Bow is always going to have a bit of a soft spot as a Viper.
Oh, Weehar just ate toast that creep. He got it good. He's trying to get Rebel.
Tower is under attack.
Pushing lanes out. They're trying to get any type of farm here. And there it is. Miracle. Aghanim's coming out on the courier. Mid. Rebel.
Oh, he's going to up it. Mind Control's thinking about. He was thinking about jumping this.
He's watching him still.
He might still do it. Yeah, he's able to get him. RP, screw him back into the light strike. Kills a good one. Rebel goes down. And pretty much a stomp continues here. This game, I mean, Enigma's lineup, they really did just have, they have so many killers. They have loads of heroes that can just make plays. All these stuns, I mean, comparatively as well to what Windstrike have, they don't really have too many sort of stuns locked down themselves. It's down to the Vortex and the hook shot, really, from their team.
And the hook shot, the poor Clockwork, he's 1 in 10. You know, that top lane wasn't nice. Neither was the mid game. He had nowhere to go. And now your Axes are just dead. You have to watch them die. You can't actually fight without Storm.
Miracle, he was ready to run back in here. He's turning, he's going to put the BKB, gets straight on with it. Over he goes towards DK Fogas. There will be the Supernova coming out. Picks it forward as well as the Haunt. Miracle a little low, but he's turning, beating into the Storm. Now it jumps over towards the Illusion. Miracle, he's getting low, will go down. They're able to kill the... As, I mean... Alright, man, actually going to drop the ult down too here. See if he can pick something up off the escape of this Mind Control. Looks onto Dakalis. Enigma still having a poke. They know how strong they are. Even without the Sven. See Rebel TPing back in. Zip in on this whilst they retreat. But he's not going to try and chase. So a little bit of something. You know, has finally died here as the Sven. But I can't really help feel that was just sort of Miracle messing around and feeling that it did. He did try and jump back in on very low HP.
Oh, they're still around this area. They're expecting the smoke out. They're still very strong.
The A does double. Storm able to zip out in time, but the poison, she goes down. Dual Scepter into the light strike for AG, catching control onto aggressive Charles. So that's the Manta able to pop it. They turn, kill off GH as well.
Sunray.
Aggressive Charles still alive. This Sunray burning through the ball. We are going to go down and also going to get burst. Oh, would you look at that here? Wind strike. They're able to. They basically get them all there. Only Mind Control able to escape. They're still down a lot.
Enigma did not.
No.
They did not give respect to the dispersion plus the Sunray heal.
Well, I think as well in particular, Miracle did not give respect. That move from him in the mid, he did not need to go in on low HP. He did. He wanted to fool around, but it did end up giving quite a bit of money and XP over towards Windstrike off that feed and of course the subsequent team fight that the rest of the team was unable to take.
Small signs of life. They need a couple more of those in this game, but it's a decent start. All of Enigma, they're gonna respawn. We have Roshan in about 30 seconds. That's gonna be the next big one. And will they have all their ults available? Yeah. I mean, Windstrike will have everything available if they want to try to take a fight around there.
Do you think you do? If you Windstrike, is that your best shot, trying to go for the Roche fight, or do you wait for the base push?
I think you have to. I don't think you can let them hit your base with Aegis and Cheese and everything. They can just commit for the buildings at that point, and you might just, you know, BKB Sven hitting your buildings, you might get Mega'd before you can actually fully initiate. Enigma looking to fight before it, though. Getting the ward on the high ground.
See what they can get with the smoke. Oh, Rebel teasing around the high ground. Smoke will be dispelled on Miracle, though, so they're well aware of what's happening here. Windstrike, they'll be able to split up. Dodge away from this one.
They're getting pushed away from the Vrosh, though, and now Weeha's going to start it.
Yeah, they've got to try and get back here soon. Rebel, though, in the base, healing up on the mana front. And, of course, he TP back for this, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get over here. They got another smoke to make the movement? They do.
They have
Smoke's
to.
up.
Spectre's very low
going down low. It's going down
only
quickly.
has 300 mana too. He just has a haunt.
They've got to do a good hook shot here. Mind Control's trying to block it off. The Roshan's falling low. They're going to try and 7 a bit. Are they able to get anything? They're not. Dire kills Roshan. Aegis and she's going that way as well, but Mind Control will go down. Haunt pop, the Supernova take it away. Focus, aggressive charge, jumping over towards RMN. RMN, he's in trouble. They're looking to bring him down, but there's Mind Control, finishing it off with the RP onto the 2 of them.
GG.
As they'll all go down, and she'll be called. And Nigma, despite a few little county players towards the end, they will be able to close as this game does indeed still end sort of the stomp that it started off as 31-10, 24k lead for Nigma. As Windstrike just... what would you sort of say it was this game that was lacking the most from Windstrike that sort of rendered them able to do anything for most of this game?
I think it felt too greedy for me, honestly. Like, the Timbersaw, once he gets shut down, I feel like there's actually no space makers because the way they put themselves in versus, like, they show the Storm early, then they pick Spectre, so Viper is just this amazing pick. And then Timbersaw dies top, so who's going to make the space? Your Storm Spirit's already shut down, you have a Spectre on your team, and then, you know, it gets really awkward. I feel like they drafted themselves just a bit too greedy, and I feel like Nigma, they drafted themselves in a very comfortable spot with chain stuns with a Viper. So this Spectre, it felt like it was full countered.
It did, yeah, no, definitely one of those situations where early picks like revealing the Storm second might not be happening again this series, as it did not work out too well at all for Windstrike and Enigma. They did make this one look relatively easy. Back on top form here and sweeping through this game one as they'll take the victory against Windstrike.
No more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. Feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you.
Enigma fans can keep their tissues at bay for a few maps longer now as they take the first victory here against Windstrike and give them a 1-map buffer before elimination. If that does happen, then Windstrike will have to come back with a big tear here for the reverse sweep in their series up against Enigma. Now, got my panel back here to break down that first game. Dan or Kyo, lads, we have Viper.
We have Viper. We said we had to pop off, and he did. Enigma fans might need those tissues for another reason, but he played an amazing game from start to finish. When I saw the Storm Spirit come out at the very beginning, I was like, okay, you know, we've seen this before, someone picking an early Storm Spirit in Omega League, didn't work out. But we've also seen things like Chessie going into the mid lane with a Tiny against a Shadow Fiend, a losing matchup. And then he just dumpsters it because he knows what he's going to be playing against. He knows that he's confident against that sort of thing. But this time around, you didn't know what the enemy team had, and then they just pick a Viper into your Spectre, and you lose like Fog said, you lose the lane, and you lose the late game. It was really confusing to me.
Yeah, I think I really like that trial lane as well. Like, because of the trial lane, Timbersaw wasn't able to snowball, and that mid lane, like Storm against Viper. I was expecting that Storm to not, like, Storm to be more manly, and like take this mid lane creep and then like go to the jungle on the side. But because he didn't do that, I think Weeha got so much out of it with this like taking the stacks.
Is jungling manly now? Is that
like the Storm has to be manly about his laning phase, but that just didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for him, Weeha was a bit more of a man than he was in this game here. And just going through the replays here, you just see that it was such a big lead for Enigma basically from the get-go there. A few solo kills from Weeha onto the Storm Spirit, and then basically every single one of these team fights was going the way of Enigma. There was a situation there where we thought that was a classic QO throw where Sven was diving a little bit too deep there into the base, but it goes to show that when you're this far ahead and you're executing this well on all these heroes, it does just mean that, you know, it's more of an inevitability more than, you know, it's going to end like that.
Yeah, we just continue to get baited by the Enigma games, right? Like, I'm 1-6. The rest of them are pretty all right with my predicting, but you just don't seem to know which sort of team is going to show up on the day, and this is the Enigma that we know and love.
This is the Enigma we were expecting at the start of the tournament as well, and unfortunately for them, they are in a spot now where they're in an elimination series. So yes, they've got a map victory on the board, but they need to continue this for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. They've still got another series after this if they do come out on top of Windstrike. Same with Windstrike as well. If they do come out on top of this, it's not the end of the road just yet. But Kyo, going forward here for game number 2 for Windstrike, do you want to see them move away from this early Storm Spirit pick? Or even just try and ban out a few more counters, right?
Yeah, like stay away a little, the Storm Spirit, and maybe like think about the laning phase a bit harder if you can't like punish them like hard, because I clearly expected that this Lina and Viper will be just get targeted with this global like on the Spectre and this Storm's mobility with the clockwork.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just didn't happen.
I mean, they tried to do it a couple of times with Rabel there, right? He dived all the way in onto the backlines. He wanted to target the Lina. You could see the defensive build coming out from him. You know, the Yule Scepter, the Shadow Blade, just to make sure that wasn't happening. Yep. But there was also team fights where Storm just didn't use his BKB, and he got burst down before he's actually able to have the same level of impact that we've seen from Rabel in previous games. So. Yeah. I think there's a lot that they can clean up. I think that game was winnable, even with the slight outdraft coming through, and that was really what I was basing my initial thoughts on that game from.
Yeah, it really did feel like that Enigma came in this game I felt like they got kind of underestimated by Windstrike, especially somebody like Weeha. He hasn't really been having the hottest of form across ESL 1 Germany, losing matchups he shouldn't, not really coming out on top of matchups that he should win. But this matchup here was a matchup where it seems like he's kind of flipped a switch, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much easier to play, you know, something like a Viper or a Batrider or that sort of thing when you know what you're going to be laning into it. That's the thing. Picking up a Storm Spirit, there's no question about where that's going to be laned into, and he's played against that sort of thing plenty of times. Most kill participation, he had like 7,000 healing, he had double the damage of anyone else on his team, and well worth the MVP for that game.
Just 80% kill participation with 295 movement speed hero. Like, that's already like a crazy thing. Like,
I guess that kind of happens when, like, Windstrike, they tried a couple of times to rotate in onto him. And so if they're coming at you, you don't really need to move around and fight. You just stand your ground, and he had the backup from his team that time around. I think that was another key difference that we saw.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it looks like we've got the Weeha of old back here for Nigma, and luckily enough for them, they've still got another game to try and take this out 2-0 up against Windstrike. But it is time for us once again to go to another ad break. And on the other side of this, we're going to have game number 2 draft here between Windstrike and Nigma.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Wage work on each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm not a favorite picture at a leisure. to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back everyone here to ESL 1 Germany. It's an elimination series between Nigma and Winstrike. The boys of Nigma have a 1-game advantage so far here against Winstrike. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. The draft is hot and heavy and ready for you guys to enjoy here. So now I've got my panelists to be able to break it all down for you guys. QO, Denog, lads, game 2 drafts on your screens. Talk about it.
Oh, we get to go in nice and early this time. I like it. All right, Doom start for Winstrike. Again, aggressive. That's what you need to do. You need to take the game to Nigma and try and get rid of this space-creating style that Weeha likes to do. I don't think they're going to do something like, you know, early pick a Spectre into a Viper still being in the pool. They could have removed it. They didn't. You've just got to understand the heroes that Weeha has to play with at his potential.
The only thing that I'm concerned is the weak laning phase. I think they just lost because of their weak laning phase, and picking up the Doom can put them in a losing 2 lane. Ended up losing 2 lane just because Doom has to be either mid or position 4. Even off lane, I don't think off lane Doom is strong.
Well, we saw Lil play it in the first series of today, and he didn't have a great time. He got a decent amount of farm, but he just did nothing in the laning stage as that support Doom. So I think we're probably not going to see that with Winstrike. They like to put it on DK Fogus as the main priority. It kind of is a Rabel style of hero, and again, this is really nice. Yep. I like this. You know, it's a combo that Nigma actually do like to run themselves if they can put it together. The Rubik and the Grimstroke, double lift, really nice. Having double Fade Bolts bouncing around, always quite good. And if you could have stolen the Doom, even better. So yeah.
And I think it prevents the weak laning phase by picking this Doom and Grimstroke. Generally, just because these two heroes can clear the wave so fast, with the Grimstroke Q and Doom's W, I think all the waves gone, so you're not gonna be in any danger or anything
Yeah, at the very least you should draw the lane, right? It shouldn't be a hard loss, which it felt like the Timbersaw pick, sure, but the big thing it was punished by Nigma. They played it really well, just rotating through so many heroes up onto that top side, making sure that he couldn't snowball. Even at level 5, when you've got that 3 stacks of the reactive armor, this time.
Weeha's getting confident.
Picking it early.
Is this going to be a Weeha Batrider, or are we going to see Mind Control pick this up? I guess it's flexible for them, right?
Play it. Yeah.
They both can play it. It might be kind of like a reversal of fortune, though, from what we saw in the first game, right? Oh, I'm going to just pick the mid hero in the first phase, and, well, hopefully for Weeha's sake, if that is what they've got in mind, that they're actually going to be proactive with the bans that they're going for here.
Oracle ban, Draw Ranger ban.
Well, that's the proactive ban right there from Nigma, getting that Oracle out of the pool here. So I want to see them pick up... I would love them to go back for the Snapfire here for RMN. I think that's probably one of... I don't want to say his best performances that we've seen so far at ESL 1 Germany, but allows them to play so fast. Usually when we see RMN on these heroes like the Chen and stuff like that, they've kind of been run over a few of these games and stuff. So either something like a Disruptor or a Snapfire would be really nice here for Nigma to make sure RMN's on a comfortable hero that they can play around a little more, right?
Yeah, I think so. Nigma, good. They've done their research. They don't want this matchup to happen again. The Storm Spirit into the Batrider. Yep. Someone that spams it a lot. Storm Spirit, of course, benefits heavily from that. Just buy up a magic wand, and you can put through a lot of harass onto this and be a man, like QO was saying, go to the jungle and take a lot of those camps as well. I think it's some good research as well done by Nigma, because it is a combo that they run a lot as well. I would expect to see a Tusk coming out from Windstrike next, because it is something, again, that puts a lot more frontline. You can get a good combo with the Ink Swell as well if you get on top of people. So, yeah, I think it'd be pretty reasonable all round.
Yeah, I think it's good against Rubik and Batrider as well. If they somehow pick up this like a good mid lane to just kill this Batrider. Batrider, when you're like laning against Batrider, you can't just think about winning the lane. You just have to kill him.
So like the 0-5 Weehaw that we saw the other day.
Yeah.
You brought it up, not me.
That was what happened. There's how Nigma got punished with this Batrider mid, as he unfortunately got ganked quite a lot. There was 3-4 heroes there most of the time in that mid lane. So if that happens again, then Weehaw's not going to be too happy. But Vengeful Spirit now. Drought Ranger's already gone here for Windstrike, so they can't fall back on this nice little cheese, 1-2 punch from Nigma in the second phase.
A little surprise here, like as the bench. I don't know where they're gonna be putting this Vengeful Spirit at.
I think it's 5.
5 firemen
against Doom and Grimstroke. Miracle needs to play a really good hero here.
In your mind, what style of hero is really good? Yeah,
I think something that can actually whack the Doom. Otherwise, if the Doom is fat and with the Blink Dagger BKB, I think you just have to stomp first and then wait for the Grimstroke to ulti someone, and he just have to do him. And I don't think he's gonna be like interrupted.
Yeah. So it is the Tusk, like I was thinking. So again, gives them more front line. And I mean, again, that's why I really like the Storm Spirit. They might just... I hope they've done the research to know that this is the pairing they put together with it, because notably with the Batrider, of course, they haven't banned out the TA. That's the other hero that they like to pair together with this trifecta of heroes on Windstrike. But of course, if it's TA, you just put the Batrider there and he has a horrible time.
Yep. I don't think they can even consider picking TA here.
Not at all. So are we
even
thinking...
Queen of Pain is good. Like you're versing against Rubik, Bench, and Batrider. Like they're all very squishy. Like the one Sonic Wave can actually change a lot in this sort of games.
How do you feel about a Zeus for Windstrike? Got good kill potential. You've got 2 pretty beefy frontliners. You can get double arc lightnings coming out through the
Soulbind.
Soulbind, that's the one.
I'm not a big fan against Bench, just because of this swapping factor.
But
like
really
if the Zeus side is winning, like they don't have to worry about it. It's same as like a last game in the Nigma game. The Lina and like GH didn't have to worry about this Clockwork at all the last game, and it's a Mars.
We've seen them throw it around a little bit. This could potentially be the Weehaw mid laner. So again, not revealing the entire draft and the laning composition, which I really enjoy.
Let's go Ricky.
Yeah?
Let's go Ricky.
You're a big fan of this,
I really like the Ricky, actually.
I really love it if you're versing like
and it's an aggressive child hero. It is like... It's his name, right? Aggressive child. That's basically what Ricky is, He plays these things like the Ricky, Lifestealer, Juggernaut, Monkey King, things that can have that early game presence. And, I mean, he's got the full gambit to choose from, really. The only one that he doesn't is the... Corpse fine, yeah.
Well, first...
Ricky is one of those heroes that was... Ricky Grimm was like the new hot combo a couple of patches ago, so I'm surprised that they didn't just go straight for it. And the Tuskar as well. Using that tag team in combination with the Tricks of the Trade is actually insane, so...
Just being able to whack underneath a smoke, with a diffusal blade, what can they really do? You just got to cop all that damage. Sure, you've got the swap for a little bit of a save, but it's still so much early game. And I'm liking that they're banning out the Arc Warden.
Yeah, another thing that I like with the Ricky is like they can pair up with this Doom and Grimstroke, and Tuskar Ricky is like strong as like a Grim Ricky. So it's like a good in terms of draft where you have this like interchangeable heroes. Yeah, it's gone.
Would you have picked it up there instead of the Quap?
Well, like I would because Queen of Pain can be replaced with. Actually, like I think it's both. Either one of them were gonna be banned, so they had to probably choose one.
Okay.
And I suppose the other thing is, more of Rabel's heroes have been removed up until that point. There's still plenty of aggressive child heroes available.
Yeah. But like we've seen this Mars, and I think Mars were just laning anything like against it pretty well, except for the Lifestealer and Ulsa and Ricky.
I mean, Lifestealer and Ursa are still there.
Yeah,
why not?
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Nex has made it this far into the draft, especially against something like a Batrider, and as you said, the Mars as well, so it gives them two good lane matchups, even if they do switch up the Mars towards mid.
I really want to see the Lifestealer, actually.
Yep.
So what's Windstrike's next ban then? This has to be a miracle hero, right? Something that he can carry on extremely well.
I mean, it could just be something else that takes advantage of the Venge. They play Dusa a little bit. We talked about the TB a little bit, but I don't know how strongly I feel about that against a Doom.
Yeah, Doom, Grimstroke, just go ham on this turret lane.
So I think Deucer might be alright.
Yeah, could be.
Again, that puts a lot of pressure on Weehaw in the mid lane, though, to create the space. And then maybe aggressive, sorry, not aggressive, Windstrike have the heroes now that they can rotate a bit more effectively.
I feel like it's going to be a little difficult for Weehaw to actually play well. Like against Kinopane.
It's not a just stomping matchup like it was last time around.
And like this matchup, I think Kinopane like is like 7, like 7-3 sort of thing. And if Weehaw pulls it off, then it's going to be a big factor for Nigma. And they're banning Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think that was a very straightforward ban there from Nigma. Just making sure that this Mars does have a good lane, that off lane.
So what are we thinking, Juggernaut?
No. I just never see Juggernaut going good against Mars. I think this tournament.
Phantom Lancer.
Yep, I don't mind it. I think that's actually really good as well, right? Because you just drain the Mars's mana, doesn't do all that much. You can get a Diffusal Blade as well. It's another one of those Diffusal builders. Good against the Batrider, slowing down his big movement speed. And if they wanted to block the Deucer pick a little bit for Nigma, now you've got someone that naturally drains as well. So I like it.
So Nigma needs like a big problem solver here.
What's the big problem solver
against Doom Grimstroke?
What's the big problem solver?
What characteristics do you need for that? I think that's the better question. I think there's probably a few heroes that fulfill that.
What about Morphling?
No,
against the Doom?
not Morphling. I think first of all, like the most important condition is that you be able to kick out this Doom. I think that's the first condition. So lane winning hero.
Luna. Ooh, okay. I would say no hero Pog, but we've seen it from Ninjas in Pajamas before. But
I haven't seen Nigma do it all that much in recent times.
Venge Luna sounds hot. Hot, but it's whether or not Miracle can get to a position where he's strong and scary. So Weehaw's going to be picking up that Batrider as well, and then Rabel's going to be taking the Quap mid. Everything straightforward here from both these teams with hero and player matchups, lads. But how do we think this game's going to pan out? You guys aren't happy bouncing off the walls just yet. So
no, but that's more because I'm just so nervous that I'm going to get it wrong again. I hate being wrong. 1-6 on these Nigma games. I'm going to go Windstrike again just because I feel like they've got what they want out of the draft. They've given Rabel a lane that he should do pretty well in. And the PL, I mean, does all right against the Luna, right? The Eclipse isn't going to do all that much.
Well, I want to go with Windstrike, but just...
Nah, do it. Follow your heart.
No. I'll go with Nigma.
You're going to go with Nigma here. All right, QO's not afraid of being wrong here on the panel, it seems. They're split down the middle here. We've got one for Windstrike. We've got one for Nigma. Now we're going to hand it over to our casters for game number 2. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between Windstrike and Nigma. And Fog, what do we reckon? You know, looking at these drafts, what sort of jumping out here has been strong this time around? And do Windstrike stand a better chance than they did in game 1?
They've got some fun double Doom action that can always come out here for sure. I see some double initiation coming out from Teague Migma that can kind of break that. And then I'm, of course, seeing what I would hope for is a GH Rubik. So some fun stuff that he can steal. And it looks like there should be, especially from the side of Nigma, I'm looking at a lot of just bruising, a lot of fighting from their draft.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to fight. I mean, it does look like the lineup of Windstrike is, they're not going to be too turned away from turning up to the fights, right? They've also got some good early bruisers as well that don't require, don't rely on too many long cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to match the aggression a lot. Except for like aggressive Jal, he'll probably be the one jungling. And also, you said last game, Master Tier Storm, Master Tier PL in this game.
All right. And how has it sort of ended up looking as a PL game? Obviously, that Luna coming through last, is that a hero that does work very well against the PL and the timings that a PL plays around? Like, how does that matchup go down?
So Luna, you should be able to pressure more while PL just kind of jungles. It looks like a pretty good PL game, all things considered, right? Like, there's not really that many things to deal with the illusions if he gets to a point where he's massive. They actually should be able to. But Luna does have a lot of auras and things that's I'm seeing that can buffer up. Like, the armor is something that always kicks in. You have Venge and this Luna. Your armor is going to be insane at some point versus PL. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit more of a farm-heavy game, I guess, on the side of for aggressive Child. But yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Burning that Mars mana, good versus Batrider always.
It'll be interesting to see sort of how the mid lane goes down, because we didn't really get to see sort of much of a mid matchup last game, of course, with the way that Rebel was jungling, and Weehigh just had complete control of the lane. This time round, Weehaw on his signature Batrider up against the Queen of Pain. I feel like this is going to be a matchup that Weehaw is probably quite comfortable with. He's probably played a lot of times when he's been the Bat mid.
Yeah, this is it's a Queen of Pain favored matchup, but there's a lot of things the Bat can do to mess up the Queen of Pain a lot. We're having some nice battling up top. Nicholas, he's in some trouble, actually.
I think, yeah, he's probably going to be the one that doesn't come out on top of this. As they've got the punches. Nicholas taken out. Now, I mean, can they try and play around with Yamich as well? I mean, Microtrol's going to have another God's Rebuke in a second if he wants to give him a good old smack.
Oh, Rebels. I mean, he goes for the Scream level 1, but this is usually not the way you want to actually have it set up in that lane here. 6 stacks right away for Weehaw. 7 even.
Oh, 7.
And he's got level 2. He might, if he gets another stick and a Flame Break, that's actually a kill. Rebel actually has to back away.
Oh, yeah, nearly managed to keep the stacks on there, but
yeah.
Rebel able to wait it out long enough to reset them.
Weehaw is very comfortable in this matchup. Like this, like I said, like you can trip up the Queen of Pain a lot. Your turn rate is one of the worst in the game on Queen of Pain versus Batrider. That's sticky. The turn rate's still very annoying for you to deal with. You can get killed. At level 3 in particular, he's already doing a great job on Weehaw. And we'll see the lanes. It's going to be some tri-lane action kicking off here.
Do you like this? Is this a pretty strong tri-lane from Windstrike?
Yeah, definitely. Tusk. You don't benefit too much from the tag team as a hero like PL, but you're going to secure aggressive Child's Farm. I think that's the most important thing that they want to do. I think, Nigma, they set themselves up in the lanes. I think they're fine with the lanes, though. This is how they wanted it to set up. They want the Venge and the Luna versus the Doom. So they're perfectly fine with the way it is.
Sure, well, because we're down on this bottom lane. Doom's not going to be able to slow down the Luna on his own at all. And then if anything, I mean, we're seeing these two heroes, they do sort of slice into the Doom when he steps up.
Yeah, they can pose kill threat a lot onto DK Focus if he steps into the lane. He has to play on the side of the lane there. He'll find a nice creep for himself, a nice mana burn creep. And he'll just have to hope they push the lane and he gets some stuff, because it's just a forfeit lane for him. The Luna's just going to get free farm. So Mind Control, he's going to be the winner up top, it feels like, as these quote-unquote off-laners. He's going to get quite a bit more than I feel DK Focus is. But it's a Doom, so he'll devour creeps and stuff.
Yeah, and it seems sort of on this top lane in the tri-lane, level 1, it's kind of hard to make something happen, but I'm guessing once they hit the 2 on the 2 supports, that's when they can start making moves.
Yeah, Yamich actually could go down here, potentially. Oh, okay. Did they? I think he God's Rebuked as GH lifted or something and broke. It was the same frame. I didn't actually see what happened because telekinesis disappeared instantly.
Oh, really?
Right?
Yeah, that's strange. I mean, they maybe looked a bit confused themselves because, yeah, Mind Control, he didn't actually try and go with the spear on anything there, so...
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I mean, maybe there was some strange interaction.
Maybe I looked at it at the last second and already. Like, lift lasts so little time at the
Sure.
beginning. Maybe I looked at the last second, but I don't know. The one thing is, too, like, this lane has to be a little careful because of the spear interaction, right? You can get lifted and then speared into tower, and then you're giving up kills rather than securing a tri-lane farm. But right now, Windstrike's doing it perfectly. They've got the level 2s. They're preventing Nigma from pulling the lane back, too. Very nicely done.
Yep, and you know, the PL is very happy with the lane position. It was aggressive charge getting the free farm.
Yep. Oh, okay. Interesting to see DK Focus put 2 points in Scorched Earth down here, actually, instead of 2 points in the Devour. I think that'll hurt him a little bit.
Why so? Well, because of just the loss of gold that you could be getting out of this rough.
Gold and regen, it gives you a lot. Mind Control top.
Managed to get him trapped. He's got the stick charges though. He's still alive for now. Mind Control's going to be able to get away. He's actually able to run away from them. They didn't have enough damage and control to take him down. And mid lane, obviously, we had both mids going down to one another. Was of course the kill first for Rebel, so he'll benefit from the XP first.
Very nicely done. And we are seeing top a little bit of this interaction here where why Mars is so good versus Grimstroke in a lot of situations. Same thing with Rubik. Inkswell target, he gets speared away or tossed away a lot of the times when he is trying to get aggressive. So can't actually get as aggressive as they want up top. Meanwhile, bottom,
I mean,
able to finally punch.
This is not an easy lane for the Doom.
No.
It's not an easy lane now, and especially when it's one of those lanes that can snowball pretty far out of control, right? You sort of get behind as the Doom in this lane, particularly when, as you pointed out, you don't go for that second point in the Devour. It's going to be a very slow start for you down here.
Rebel mid, 7 stickies on him. We'll get pushed away from Weehaw. RMN looking to maybe move toward that mid lane, but yeah, DK Focus is kind of getting pushed away, and now this is giving RMN freedom. He can actually move to other lanes while Miracle is just alone bottom. GH.
Yamich is able to grab the bounty rune. We're going to see mid. Magic missile attempt, but Rebel's still able to get the blink out. We are going to try and chase forward on this. He has got the regen rune, so all the mana in the world to play with. Back over in the river. Chase there onto GH. GH, he has got the brown boots. So is Yamich. Yamich, he's got shards. We'll be able to block him off. And GH, all stick charges. Not going to save it. Yamich and Takalis get the kill on the Rubik.
Mid again. Rebel, he blinked in this time. This time he's going down. He tried to go for RMN.
I mean, RMN wasn't even that low.
No.
Yeah, that was some greedy play there from the Quap, and that's going to hurt. I mean, so far he's been keeping his cool pretty good in this lane. Like, Weehar's definitely been putting the pressure on him, but you see on the last hits, Rebel's actually been able to play it quite nicely, but those little mistakes there that result in a death, that's going to hurt. And of course, while this is happening, bottom lane with the lead that they did get Miracle, it's another game where Miracle is just off to an insane level of farm from the start, and nothing is slowing him down.
Haste picked up for Weeha. He's actually counter-ganking top. Might be able to find Aggressive Child here. He's trying to save the Doppel. He'll find him.
Lasso back. They bot as well. They got the damage. Yeah, they should do as we are. Fireflies across the mall. Stick charges will be popped. Aggressive Child goes down. We are still got the flame break to play with. He gets them on the two of them. Takalis goes down. Is he going to be able to dive in for Yamich? He wants to. He's tanking the tower for this to keep the sticky napalm stacks up, and it's working. The stacks remain. We are up to the tier 2. He's got flame break in a couple of seconds. He's going to fire it out for sure. If he hits Yamich, it's going to be a kill. He's got him. Yamich is going to go down as well.
Oh, he lives.
Oh, he did it.
The
With the stick,
raindrop.
he's actually going to live.
Oh,
it's the range. I was going to say he'd already used the stick. I was sure the tick would get him, but the raindrop came back online.
And Rebel makes the move top to try to get Weeha, and Mind Control gets the deny. Rebel needed that kill too. All right. Yeah, Enigma. Big plays.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Yeah, the Tusk living. Yeah, that's nice. It nearly did turn into sort of, 3 kills from We Are up there on the top. But again, of course, whilst this is all happening, we're getting all this action elsewhere. But the bottom lane, nobody's looking at Miracle. He's, 50-30 on the CS. Something needs to be done. We're going to see Yamich come down here, but as soon as he moves down, We Are's coming. And so is We Are. They're going to have the backup for Miracle. They know they're going to want to make this play onto the Luna. And Miracle's got the backup inbound. Magic Missile over onto DK Fogas. As the Doom, they'll try and run, but the damage is done. He'll fall, and Weeha is ready to try and dive in. There's going to be extra TPs coming in. Weeha starting to clear out the trees, see what's coming in, but the TP is actually cancelled, as there's not going to be any backup coming in for Yamich, as they clean up with the 2 kills down bottom. Just fast and smart moves there from Nigma. They knew that Windstrike were finally going to realize, hey, we kind of got to do something about this Luna. Nigma were prepared.
Weeha just in typical fashion with his Batrider getting insanely active. 5-2-1 already, 6 of the 8 kills. Of course, also, every single time he's playing Batrider, always finds the Fated Brooch. You know, he's got that extra movement speed always. Great moves from him. And this has set them up to a very, very nice lead here. RMN is, I mean, this Venge is going to be level 6 super early on. Their Mars top. He's suffering a bit on this experience, but hasn't died. I say that.
Now they might do now. They're in. They're going to have the stun coming through. Finally, they're able to get Mind Control out of the lane. But it has taken them a long time. 8.5 minutes in against this aggressive tri-lane, and only now does he fall. Windstrike, they should be able to find this tier 1 tower by the looks of it with the DD on Rebel. They'll push on. And should be able to take this, of course, down on the bottom half at the same time. Miracle also able to clean up a tier 1 tower, as he's pretty much got the Mask of Madness complete on the top of the Wraith Bands and treads at just 9 minutes in.
And look at his skill build. This is the full farming Luna build, the 2-4-2 build. So he's got the max glaives, no Eclipse, but now they just go jungle as much as possible. Armen even has some stacks for Miracle to get enabled off of. So this is where we see that Luna, you catapult ahead of the PL. And that mid game is going to be pretty commanding for Enigma.
Yeah, I mean,
as they've shut down the lanes pretty damn hard.
How do you keep up as a PL in this game against the Luna that's had this start?
Your team hunts the Luna, and your PL just sits on the side farming.
See down bottom. I mean, at the moment, it's sort of the Luna doing the hunting with the backup that Nigma's bringing in. Miracle's able to get the kill. He's got the Eclipse as well if he wants to turn this onto Yamich. He might not even need the ult for the Yamich kill as Yamich tries to block him off with the shards. Weehar's able to stay on top. Rebel jumping in will manage to burst down RMN, but not able to do anything about the Luna. Miracle's just going to continue to push this wave in. He is not scared whatsoever. He needs to have a little respect for the Quap though. Sonic Wave is online, a little low on the mana pool though, Rebel. Not
But they're
quite
going to
ready to fight.
They're going to get all 3 of the 4 bounty runes here. push everything away. My Control gets space top. They're threatening bottom, forcing reaction down there. Enigma's really cruising with this early game here, and Miracle's got all the space in the world to farm those stacks, these Ancients that he's got built up for him. This early game just not going well for Windstrike again, and they're going to have to look to make some really nice moves with the supports and the Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave not yet really being used at all in this game. Actually, I don't think she's used it at all. So they got to look to start hunting Miracle, at least getting some wards around the area.
You've got to try and get in this triangle.
Yeah.
Scans them, and they know he's there.
Yep.
But as you can see, Enigma's prepared. RMN's in the neighborhood. As long as he hovers around, a swap's always going to be there at the ready.
Yep. And Weeha's close too with bots, Faded Brooch. He's got 500 movement speed when he pops Firefly. He'll get there fast.
They're going to try for it.
Let's see.
Let's see can they burst Miracle quick enough. Here we go. Miracle's walking right into them. This couldn't have started any better for them, but Miracle, he's actually able to turn and get the ult off. DeCarlis is going to fall very, very low. He's running, but they've got him. DeCarlis goes down.
And Rebel has
level
to escape.
We are chasing it. He's got Lasso back on. He might not even need it. He will. He'll drop it. He takes down Rebel, and now he moves over towards DK Bogas, knocks him back with a flame break into the arena. I mean, it couldn't have gone any worse. They tried to gank. They didn't get the... they put the silence on, but I think Miracle... He either got the Eclipse off before the bug hit, or he just took the bug off that quickly.
He just killed it.
It didn't matter.
It's 2 hits. He just turns and attacks it. They don't have chain stun. It's just the 2 of them. They didn't have the Tusk there. They needed to have everybody there to try to go for this kill, but they're still under level 2 on the supports.
Making that move with just the 2 of them, that was very risky. If you're doing it with just those 2 heroes whilst behind, it's good luck with that. It's probably not going to work.
Yeah,
that's a hard move.
A crazy move from Windstrike, really. They need, like we said, they need to bring three, maybe even like a 4th hero, in fact, to try to go for these. This game is starting to get pretty out of hand, if not.
Dude, look at this, it's 12 minutes in. Miracle is level 12.
124 last hits, full freedom. And look, they're hunting again. A haste rune on Weehaw, full control. As Rebel, he still has level 1 blink. They're stalking him. Weeha's setting up around. They don't have lasso available for 30 seconds, but he just blinks. They're watching.
Does he want to? Oh, does he want to dive though? It's behind a tier 2. There's no creep, so he's not going to dive. He does know that they're likely to have TPs up on Windstrike, and
he's stalking him. Look, he knows he's there.
Oh, careful, Rebel.
God, they can't get anything on the map at all. It's just Aggressive Child getting some space to farm, but as we said, look, Luna just farms so much faster, has a Yasha on the way to Manta, and they're threatening all fronts. It's literally just the PL trying to find farm. Are they looking? They don't even have a smoke on the 3 of them that just grouped up. The Tusk, the Grim, and the Doom, they have to make things happen.
They got smoke now. They got smoke from
just
Carlos.
delivered. Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see what they can find.
It's
so
under
far,
vision.
they've not found anything. Oh, it was as well, wasn't it?
The Ward spotted it. They're just going to back up together, and that's going to be an unsuccessful gank. Now, if they chase too far, My Control can TP the tower and set up, too. So they can't chase too far forward here.
I mean, and who's the initiation? Is it just what Yamich rolling in?
They can get the double Doom off. Yeah, Yamich has to just...
There we go.
Let's
The Fryer Man. Should be an easy one. It's the Venge. No save for a cell.
They're gonna lose heroes for this, though.
Wow, we are straight and away. Dropping out the lasso onto Yamich. Now the rest of them have got to run on Windstrike. You've lost one, and I think you'll be lucky that you did just lose the one. Everyone else has to get out of there. But still, it's just a lot of resources and a smoke being used to, at the end of the day, just get you a support trade. They have to find some of these cores, and they've got to find Miracle. He's 106. It's 300 gold away from having a Manta style at 14 minutes in. Rebel is able to get the dagger on him, and they do have the PL in. TPs are coming over. They get the Doom down onto Miracle. Miracle just holding his ground. They're punching back. Big Sonic Wave, though. They get the kill thereafter. Miracle goes down. Snowball across over the 2 of them. We are slow. The punch up for Yamich. They're doing it. They'll get themselves 2 kills, maybe even 3. It's over towards Ironman. They move. The Venge goes down. Venge Illusion might find DK Bogas. Can he get away? He cannot. The Illusion will kill off the Doom. But that's pretty much the dream scenario there. They get both Miracle and Weehaw off the back of that move, and as you say, just not a moment too late there. Aggressive Child, as soon as he has that Diffusal Blade, he's finding himself in the front lines, in the action, and that extra bit of damage required to kill these very farmed heroes.
It was actually kind of very fortunate for them there. The way that Nigma actually, there was a ward on the high ground, and Miracle just goes to pick up a rune when he didn't even need the rune. He just went to go pick it up with his Mask of Madness just because it was there, and he gets punished for it because the PO was farming a small camp there near it. So it all worked out very, very nicely for Winstrike.
Yeah.
Middle tower
I mean, it really couldn't have gone any better for them there, considering how rough of a beginning this has been. Finding those sort of opportunities.
Yeah, PL now getting to actually play the game a little bit more. Queen of Pain still struggling a lot. We'll see Rebel have a very hard time versus all these stuns as we are.
No, he's going to go for the quick grab. Onto Yamage, back at the magic missile. Actually a little scared of bursting him all the way. Okay, the flame break, is that going to be enough? It isn't. Yamage is actually going to be allowed to live there. As this tier 1 tower will fall. A bit of a push from Nigma does mean that Winstrike aren't quite able to defend it.
He's under vision.
Yeah, they got him with the spear into the tree. So still continue to get these objectives, Nigma. And Miracle, now he's back in the game, does have the Manta style complete, so will be a little less vulnerable to those moves if he does step out too far ahead on his own again.
He's getting a very good item timing still. He's still super high level on high flick.
The levels
almost
are insane.
16 at 16 minutes still.
I mean, that's got to be, yes, we're seeing some of sort of the higher XPM that we've had in this tournament. Yeah, 16 at 16 minutes is, yeah, you don't get much faster than that.
He's the same level as both of his supports combined. They're both level 8. It's not something you see too often.
Yeah, this is some very, very, very fast XP. I mean, he's the highest level at the moment on Winstrikes. The top wolf, Rebel. They got him. Mind Control's actually able to just catch him straight up in the arena.
He almost can kill him. He almost killed him by himself there. This Queen of Pain with no talent, no strength talent, int treads. He's so fragile. Just gets popped. And Queen of Pain dying this much. I mean, Queen of Pain is all about a snowballing hero. 4-4 and 3. Rebel really struggling today. They have his number.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pressure on aggressive child to carry them through this. Bottom lane, Nigma space for another tier 2, and of course at this early time they are going to be set up to try and regain control of both outposts come the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they're going to get it right away. GH already in position. He's claiming it. They're going to smoke to try to push them out and look for a fight. Man, DK Focus is just so under-farmed on the Doom, too. I keep clicking. I'm like, wow, he has 30 last hits on the core Doom. They need a Blink Dagger really badly on him so they can actually get the double Dooms off in the fights. Because their initiation is just not good. And Rebel...
Oh! Quick blink. Instant blink. And, he's...
Weeha's still stuck.
He's still able to find him!
Oh no, Rebel!
Oh, he didn't expect the invis bat. He did not expect it.
He's having a rough... I mean, they really have his number today.
I mean, that one was a rough one, right? You don't expect the invis bat to sit in between your tier 2 and tier 3 at 18 minutes.
Yeah.
But he's down. I mean, yeah, it's just 18 minutes in there poking at the tier 3s. I mean, they don't really need to, Nigma. I mean, at this point, with the farm that the Miracle has, they've got multiple ways out of this game, and they're going to back off, see if they can maybe catch aggressive child on the retreat.
They're going to be able to find him for sure here.
He's trying to run, but the glaives just cut through the illusions very clearly. Nigma can find the real one.
Weeha's just too fast, too. 497 move speed. Just there's no way you're getting away from this bat.
And again, I mean, you know, the Miracle's... He's pretty much got a full butterfly. I mean, there's still a tier 1 top. That money will give it to him.
The literal best item you can get versus PL. That evasion is always going to break the illusions. You can never actually focus fire her. And just so much raw agi. The armor is going to be absurd on Miracle when he's around RMN as well on top with the Vengeance Aura. I think they can look to start setting up for... Yeah, they might be able to. I think they can start setting up for a Roche on the side of Nigma. Get some ward control in this area.
Yeah, a little harder to get Miracle now. As the rest of Nigma all here by his side.
And he's got the butterfly already done. Level 18 butterfly, 19 minutes.
Oh no!
I just look at the last hits. 288 last hits at 19 minutes. I mean, he's just been... They're just making him look even better. They're just giving him all the space.
I mean, apart from that one death around the mid, it's just there's not been any problems for his Luna. He has had all the space, and he's getting away with the perfect farm pattern.
And he's got the Blink Dagger reveal. Aggressive child.
And it's on the big one. Spears off the mark. It doesn't even matter. He's just dead. They're trying to tomb down, but the telekinesis is up onto DK Bogas. He does finally manage to drop it. We'll catch both Miracle and RMN. That gets them the 2 kills. Buyback from Aggressive Child. He's going to look to try and clean up on this. He turns out towards Mike Control. Charlie's going to TP straight out. So we do see Aggressive Child in. And the fact that, I mean, they're close to not being able to get the double doom out as the ball was being used to hold him down, DK Focus, but he does expand it. They're going to look for Roche. I mean, there's no call for 40 seconds. They get away with this. They're pretty low, though.
The clap is going to hurt a lot every time it's up. 2 seconds for the next slam. It's going to hurt Aggressive Child quite a bit.
And they're on to We Are. They found him off to the side. They're able to jump in. They've got the stomp.
He's hasting.
Running. He's running. Jump over. Chase him with the passive with the PL. He can close the gap.
But he pulled them away from the pit.
Down.
So they can't actually look. I don't think they could have finished it anyway, but now the rest of Nigma will have time to respawn, and they get themselves a decent kill. Now GH2, can they find him? Snowball. They can.
Damage, able to put a stop to the TP out. GH might be able to play with him a little bit. He's stolen the Snowball. See what sort of smooth moves he can do. He's going to roll over towards the mid lane, but the blink's back up from Relby. He's going to jump in, but Mind Control's there to back up GH. And now with the spear out, oh, it's a beautiful bait. GH baits the 2 of them in, and they both end up dead there. Classic GH.
Looking dead, but with Steel Snowball, ends up being able to survive. And now, back to Roche. What's on the docket as they zone out everybody else. And yeah, the Butterfly, you know, you're good versus PL, but we saw Miracle get burst, but now he's going to have Aegis to deal with all that.
Right. I mean, that and this is the really tough position to be in as that PL, right? As you said, you spent your buyback. You spent your buyback, but the way that the game's panning out, you've not been the carry that's ended up with the Aegis. So.
Yeah. Grim. Level 14, Luna almost level 20. Jeez. And they don't have the ways to kind of just team fight nicely and easily. They have to just run in and hope for the double dooms a lot of the times, but you're running into the Mars every single time. Like, Mind Control is going to get his ult off. He's going to get his spear off inside of the situation, and then it's a Luna inside of Mars ult beating on everybody. So the fights are just, they seem so difficult. It feels like they need to get the double dooms on both the Mars and the Luna in the fights. But initiation just still lacking.
And the double dooms have been doing it. Well, you know, even though this team, you know, Windstrike are pretty far behind in this game, when they get the double dooms, it has always resulted in the 2 heroes dying. There's very little that Nigma can do right now if they do get caught by that combo.
DK Focus, like, look at him. He's almost got the lowest. He's almost below all of the heroes on the side.
But he's a Doom, Giannis.
Doom.
I thought this hero just rains money upon himself.
Not this game. He's got nothing. And he's not going to have Blink Dagger either, so it makes it, you know, their initiation is just so hard to actually pull off. Well, Nigma has so many different ways to initiate now.
Right side of the base. Able to knock him out with the Flame Break. And he'll get taken out as Miracle ready to step up to the base hit. Tier 3 tower under pressure. Windstrike 2 to stop this. They'll try and send through the illusions, but at this point, as you say, with the evasion, it's just hardly any mana they take at all with all the missed hits upon him.
Rebel did cut the full creep waves, though, so Enigma will have to move to a different side if they look to actually keep pressuring. Windstrike's trying to find a way outside.
I have got Mig coming in.
Enigma's going to cut them off, though, here. Aggressive Child. He's got to be careful here. He's trying to find places to farm. He needs his Manta, but he just can't. He's actually almost doubled net worth again on Miracle. He's going to have Satanic before the Manta even finishes up on Aggressive Child. And then he has tools to deal with the whole team on the side of Windstrike.
Yeah, very hard to sort of see him going down once, let alone twice, whilst his Aegis still resides on it.
They're trying to catch anyone who's slow on the side of Nigma, but Nigma's all
Aggressive
set up here.
They found him in the arena, but he does at the back of a Yamich. Yamich coming in with a snowball onto Mind Control. Aggressive Child's going solo, spit out to the side. He's actually going to be able to live. Doppelganger's off and away. DK Fogas caught on the front lines, though. They need the Doom alive. They have to have his ult. They're not going to be able to keep him protected. He's down for 35. That's a huge part of their defense gone, as we've seen the fights that they've actually been able to do something are the ones when they get the combo off bottom lane. The spear clips Yamich beautifully against the tree.
It's too hard. It's too hard for Windstrike to start any type of fight. Like we said, Nigma has 20 different ways to start a fight. Lift, stun, swaps.
Oh, and now there it is.
And look, there it is.
There it is indeed. The combo. Relbal goes down, and Nigma take an easy Rax in the mid lane, and at a 19k lead at 24 minutes in, they can just look to close this one off. Windstrike, they're going to have one last hold in them. The buyback comes out from Rail, but what can they do? Aggressive Child trying to charge forward onto Miracle. Miracle standing his ground here. Aggressive Child, he just dies. Eclipse is going to come out. Niket Bogas will fall. They got the Soulbind, but they didn't get the Doom off, as it's 2 dead without buyback. GG is called. Game 1 was a beatdown. Game 2 was this one was hardly even a game at the end of it all. 33-11, 26k lead at 25 minutes in. Nigma closing this one up. And for sort of the days where we have seen Nigma lose some series that maybe the fans would have expected them to win, this was definitely a day where the games went according to plan. Nigma turn up as the favored side in this matchup, and they certainly show it. Both games looking very easy for the Vogue.
Yeah, looking very easy. Nice clean draft. Very little mistakes, and Weehaw on 2 very comfortable heroes, right? His Viper and his Bat Rider. He's able to set the pace, set the tempo for the whole game, and it just allows Miracle to have the freest games ever. Both games back to back, just absolute free farm. And yeah, this time they don't show up. No funny business. They don't show up with any jokes. Nothing here for Nigma. They didn't show no leniency at all. I felt like the other days they were kind of just sitting back, like farming away. Today they were just killers. They were ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this game would have been the one that would have sent them home. And as it is, they're going to be able to stay in. And we have seen this before from Nigma. When it does come to being on the edge of the line, that is when they step it up. They don't mess around. They get those wins, and they certainly did that today. 2 games straight up. Very easy matches here for Nigma, as they'll be able to knock down Windstrike.
It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Fast at you. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. rising at the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes
And with that, Windstrike bow out of ESL 1 Germany. And with that, we have the resurgence of Nigma here in ESL 1 Germany as well. These guys are looking hot. These guys are looking strong. These guys are looking in form here for their 4th series in the tournament. Now, as we get into our Game Fuel post-match for this series number 2 of day number 10, I've got my panel back here for one last time. I've got Dan, I've got Kuro, lads. That was Nigma that we're expecting from day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. They're looking hot, looking strong, tight, thick. That's the Enigma that we like to see. And I mean, where were they? Where have they been? I mean, maybe this is just a play to get more MVP votes for that Mercedes-Benz MVP. Who knows?
We were talking about that with Lil, the fact that the more games that you play, the more games that you have to be an MVP, and that means the more selling out that you can do for Mercedes-Benz MVP. But
he played on the edge too long, Lil, and now he is out, so that's not going to happen anymore. Nigma keep their hopes alive. 2-2 now, and man, that was a dominant performance. Again, I feel like Weeha's the one that carried it through for him.
Yeah, like I was really surprised.
Surprised?
Like, should I mention it as a surprising performance to Weeha? Because like I'm pretty sure maybe I had like a way too high like expectation of Weeha
going into
like,
the tournament.
Yeah, going into the tournament, but like that, you know, the first two games were very
shaky.
Yeah, so yeah, well, I think really great performance coming up from Weeha today.
Yeah, all you can really base opinions on are, you know, your most recent game. Like, you're only as good as your last game is an age-old adage, but I don't know. It seemed very impressive. Like, he was by far my MVP for both of those games. You know, Miracle gets all the plaudits for having an insane amount of farm, but Weeha's the one that made it happen.
Yeah, I think Nigma as a whole have been playing insane this series here, so we get to hear a few words here from RMN from Nigma. RMN, mate, I'd like to say congratulations on your series victory here and staying in ESL 1 Germany. I want to touch on a little bit of something. You know, we talked here on the panel that you guys haven't really been looking like yourselves for a majority of the tournament right now. What has changed in this series for you guys to get back to form?
Hello, first of all. We did prepare for our upcoming team. Like, we grouped up, we talked about it, how we want to approach the game, and yeah, basically went with positive mindset into the game today.
That's it, PMA. That's all you need. People obviously know you as Nigma's coach. You're standing in for Kuroki, but they don't know that much about you. Is there anything interesting that you want to share with people, just to share a bit about your personality or hobbies or things like that?
I mean, my hobbies are pretty straightforward. It's mostly Dota and anything Dota related, yeah.
Good.
I don't know if I can...
Well-oiled machine. That sounds like what you are.
Oh yeah, like a little similar question to Matt. Because like a lot of people probably compare you and Kuroki here. Like, do you get any pressure? Like, because Kuroki is obviously like a TI winner, and then like he achieved like so much. But like, yeah, like I just want to know your like opinion about this one.
I mean, the first tournament I stood in, it was a bit pressury since I haven't played competitive in a while. But nowadays it's a bit more chill for me.
Yeah, everyone's
put it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a
I mean,
friendly
we're trying to win.
Yeah. And just on top of that, sorry to give you all these Kuroki-related questions, but your hero pool is a little different to his. How hard is that for the rest of the team to adjust around, you know, the style of heroes that you might like to play? Is there anything special that you might do?
I mean, I'm not sure. I wouldn't say our hero pool is that much different, but everyone has its own preferences.
Yeah, cool.
So,
All right.
yeah.
All right, easy then, RMM. We're going to let you guys enjoy the victory here up against Windstrike. Congratulations once again for staying in ESL 1 Germany.
Thank you.
Thank you. Man, a few words but a man of important words nonetheless. You know, hearing from RMN, he has been their coach for a while, but stepping up, you know, he said that there in the interview, stepping up into the competitive scene has been a little bit of a test for him. But I mean, in this series, he goes to show that with these players that he's got around him, all he has to do is do his job.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, obviously not wanting to reveal too much. Your hero pool is a bit different, RMN. I don't want to hear anything about that, but honestly, if you didn't tell me that that was RMN, he sounds a lot like Kuroki as well. So I was like, is there some smurfing going on? But who knows? Back to the game, though. What a dominant performance. I just... Miracle crushed that bottom lane. He had more denies than the Doom had last hits for like the first 10 minutes of the game. It was ridiculous. Weeha stomping mid lane, just showing that, you know, they kind of threw it back into Windstrike's face a little bit, right? They went into game 1, picked the Storm Spirit with that second pick of the first phase, and then, you know, Nigma say, well, we can do that with a Batrider, but we still have the flexibility to change it to the Pos 3, so they've got that extra strength to their bow, and it was just a dominant performance.
Yeah, more surprising thing was this Weeha mid lane. Like, he was clearly like not against a favorable matchup, Batrider versus Queen of Pain, just because of that high base damage coming out from Queen of Pain, but I think he was higher CS.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, he got killed once, but he still managed to salvage a return kill out of that. I think his flame breaks were some of the best that I've ever seen. Constantly pushing people back onto low ground, pushing that Queen of Pain into the mid tier 1 tower to get that return kill, bouncing people into Mars Spears so that you could get that big combo off on a lot of these more elusive heroes like the Queen of Pain, like the Phantom Lancer. So, I mean, and just look at this cheeky play. He's just like, is he going to be greedy? Is he going to do it? Oh no! And then he grabs him, drags him to his death. It was a dominant performance coming out from Weeha.
Yeah, and this is the Enigma that we know and love. When we see these guys play, this is what we're expecting. We're expecting Miracle to pop off. We're expecting Mind Control to do his bit on these initiators. We're expecting Weeha to win that mid lane. And it comes to show with these drafts that they pick heroes that are kind of unconventional, right? You haven't seen Luna before. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Mars, we've seen a lot of Venge and Rubik, but this Weeha Batrider is something that only really he plays. We've seen it from a few of these other players, but he plays it at such a level that goes to show that this hero can really dominate and allows them to play their style. They give Miracle as much space as possible, and they go, all right, buddy, time for you to use all that MMR and carry us to victory.
And just looking at the net worth that we saw previously before we had a look at the items, Miracle had more net worth on his own than 4 of the Windstrike heroes combined. Just an insane amount of space created for him, and he made the absolute most of it.
Did he have a 1k GPM this game? I think he had like 26,000 net worth.
Yeah,
he was like 22.1, I think, was his net worth. So close, like probably 900 or so. But yeah, look at that. We saw him on the webcam as well during the game, and he had this big smile on his face. You could tell he was loving life. And I mean, that comes down to having a good matchup, having some good early game plays, and that positive mindset that we talked about with RMN.
Yeah, and it also gives them a lot of confidence going into their final round, right? They're sitting at 2-2 right now. So again, if they lose this next series, they're out of the tournament. But if they win the next series, they are pushing forward into playoffs. And we talked about this after we saw the unfortunate start that Nigma had here going 1-2. We're like, all right, Nigma, they can probably squeeze into that 8th slot. But fortunately enough for them, they got the victory here, pushing them to a 2-2 scoreline. And unfortunately there for Windstrike, we do have to say goodbye to them for the last time here at ESL 1 Germany. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to go to a break. And it is now time for our playoff game. It's our Super Series of day number 10. It's OG taking on the boys of Yellow Submarine. You do not want to miss this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
Off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
It's time for us to start getting ready here for our first game between OG and Yellow Submarine. This is our playoff series where the winner joins Alliance and Team Secret as that third slot in our playoffs for ESL 1 Germany. And now we are starting to get ourselves prepped and ready for this third series of day number 10 here. We've made a little bit of a change to the panel, a little bit of change for the better. You guys will have to let us know. We've got Darcy back here and QO on the end as well. Lads, OG versus Yellow Submarine. This is a story that I would love to tell for days to come. Yellow Submarine, they have had such a run here for ESL 1 Germany. They're sitting 2-1. They've taken down a juggernaut in Enigma. They had diverse Team Secret. They took down Ninjas in Pajamas. Now they're going up against the 2 TI winners in OG. Can they get it done?
I mean, they surprised everyone, right? So there's definitely that possibility. And Did they change the name? They got to change the Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, that is true. It is Toronto, Tokyo now for me. I don't know if he's officially done that, but Mio nonetheless, they're still in our hearts here. But lads, before we start getting on to the Cinderella story that is Yellow Submarine, let's touch on OG. Obviously, it's a team that everybody knows, it's a team that everybody loves, but they've shown some weakness. They've lost a series here in ESL 1 Germany.
Yeah, at first I thought, wow, this team is like picking anything they want. They play so fast, they do whatever they feel like, and they still win games. But now I feel like they've been a bit too repetitive, right? In the last series, they dropped a few games. They did the Magnus PA 3 games in a row, and some questionable things like the off-lane silencer, which didn't really amount to much. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the difference between Secret and OG, they have like similarity. They pick like whatever they want, but I felt like OG is a lot more stubborn with their like play style, and they want to just make it towards that way. Meanwhile, Secret is like sort of adjusting to the situation. I think there is a two different flexing going on, but I think that's how like OG won the TI anyways. Like, just counter me, I'm just gonna pick whatever I want, and you guys just like have to react on, yeah.
Well, OG, they have a lot of masterminds behind their victories here. And we caught up with Notel a little bit earlier on in the show with our pre-tournament interview with Suraction Sex. So now we're going to give you guys part number 2.
So in the last tourney, you guys did have Thompson. You lost your resident Chad. What's it like having him back? You guys feel like you're back in the groove?
Yeah. I'm afraid though, like a little worried. Daddy, like he's gonna have some real daddy vibes now, you know? Daddy, like real daddy is gonna come in and take over. So I'm definitely feeling a bit threatened. My position, my name, my everything.
Oh man.
Yeah, nah, dude, I'm super excited. It's a wonderful thing. It's a crazy thing. First time I've had a teammate father his own child, and then he's still playing. So thank God. We don't have to find a replacement. It's gonna be maybe an adjustment period for all of us and for him, but excited to get back to it. Yeah, always excited to play Dota.
Wow. Glad to hear it. All right, last question for you. Do you guys miss playing teams outside of EU and CIS? EG doesn't count, of course, because you know why. But yeah, what's it like only being able to play in this region?
I definitely miss my good my very scary Eastern teams. Like if China were to form 1 or 2 really strong teams this year, I would love to see it. I always think it's very healthy to have high and competent Dota around the world. Even South America, if they manage to bust out another ALK like they did at Frankfurt, it's a nice game to show off that is versatile, that ideas can form and build in groups, in people, in regions, in like metas can develop that are so different from each other. Europe could also very greatly benefit from it, but the world could too. I mean, if you have some really sucky teams around elsewhere, they probably don't get much from playing versus the best European teams. But if you had good teams elsewhere, the 2 regions would influence each other a lot more. You'd have strong metas playing against each other and adapting to each other. Right now, it's only Europe adapting to Europe. But yeah, I do miss it. I think it's very good. I also think this patch is a very, I would say, Chinese playstyle patch. Previously, China has been very good at 5-manning and team fighting, and then this is what they really like doing, and this patch is very good for that. Yeah, but we'll see. Maybe they gotta. Yeah. Nah. We'll see.
Well, I'm sure it'll be back very soon. But we're excited to see you play here at ESL against EU and CIS's best. And Notail, it's always an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for taking time.
Thanks, Lex.
All right. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's always good to hear from the boys of OG, specifically Notal, a man that has wisdom past his years there, and it's always a good interview with Slacks as well at the helm. So lads, we've talked a little bit about OG. Let's start to move our attention towards the borders of Yellow Submarine. QO, I know that you're excited to see these lads play again. I know you're excited to see these lads play against OG as well, but before we start diving a little bit deep into this, I want to let everybody else at home know about this little romance that is starting to develop between Yellow Submarine and QO. Right now, we are looking at the lobby, and Collapse, QO's boy, has changed his name to QO. So that is a love story that I just want to see flourish. I just want to get an interview with Collapse. QO and Collapse can look at each other in the eye. They can tell each other how much they love how they play with each other, play against each other. That would just be magical for me to get in here. But QO, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes here to talk about your boys at Yellow Submarine.
I mean, it feels good. Like, what else do I have to say? Like, you know, I think he was really playing like good in lane and just like after the lane as well. Like in gameplay wise, I think I liked it. There's nothing to really say. Like, you know?
He's just a good player. Well,
Yeah.
does that come into the minds here for OG to try and shut down somebody like Collapse? As you said, he's played extremely well across all these games, but to me, he feels like an offlaner that can't really... I don't want to say offlaners can't carry games, but it does get to a position where if you do your best and your carry or your mid doesn't back you up, then it doesn't really matter, right?
But I think not just Collapse in that team. I think the strong part is all three cores have like a really strong laning. Mio, the Toronto, Tokyo Drift, whatever, I think he was playing fantastic in other days, like with his Windranger. I know like there was a lot of things missing that the other team didn't have like lockdown for Windrunner to like stop this power shot, but just generally I felt like they were all strong team.
All right, well, you guys have heard it here from QO. Yellow Submarine are his boys, and if he gives them enough love, they should be able to take down OG. So we're going to go to a quick break, boys and girls, so we can get nice and fast into game number 1 draft here between OG and Yellow Submarine.
Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough. You don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees. Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we
I'm sure you guys can't contain your excitement, much like me and my panel here, for another OG series and another series that we get to see the boys of the Yellow Submarine. Can they take down another European juggernaut? You guys have to wait and see. We've got Game 1 draft on your screens here, and I've got my two panelists ready to bust it all down for you guys. Lads, what are we getting out of this first couple of picks, first couple of bans as well? A little bit exciting, a little bit stable as well from OG as well as Yellow Sub.
Yeah, I mean, Yellow Sub, we actually asked them in one of the interviews, and we were saying if they took a little bit of influence when it came to the Chinese region. I think it was during the Enigma, perhaps, series. But anyways, they like to play team fight, they like to play that hard carry. They're very similar to Alliance in the sense that they play this 4-1 style, but a lot of emphasis on team fight. That's why they played a lot of Mars Phoenix. That was one of their specialty combos. They played a lot of Faceless Void as well. And as you can see, their opener, we got Faceless Void, Witch Doctor, which kind of goes into that kind of category as well.
I'm surprised. I mean, I think what Yellow Submarine did and good is I think they were baiting this Mars pick by picking this tree. Because I'm assuming the OG will be thinking about, oh, these guys will insta-lock in like Mars here. And trees is good against it. It can be.
Is that just because of the overgrowth, or do you think like in lane it just makes it good against the Mars?
Not just in lane general, like with that double slow, with the over venom and the nature skill. I think it solves like a lot of part like against Mars.
Well, tree against Faceless Void's not too bad as well, right? I mean, in terms of just waiting out until he chronos or BKBs your overgrowth, you can living armor the person who's chronoed. It's pretty effective against the Witch Doctor's ulti as well, since it's physical, so you can use that living armor to its advantage. But we went back to the thing you mentioned, like they're a little stubborn. I mean, Magnus is banned, so that's probably why we're not seeing Magnus PA. But we got the Silencer, which we were extremely doubtful about before.
Yeah, listen, Seb, I know that you're a far better player than me and probably a far bigger Dota brain than me, but listen, mate, it's just not it.
I think you never had the faith with Silencer offlane.
No.
I like to silence a hero in general.
Just Silencer as a hero in general, Kyo, it's bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Seb can make it work, then maybe he can convert me. But at this point, he probably doesn't really care because he has his ideas about Dota and he's going to play them the way they want to play it. So,
Earthshaker.
Okay, so they get rid of the Centaur as well. Another interesting hero that we haven't seen all too much in this tournament. But Earthshaker here, lads. We've got a lot of, I want to say OG picks here. Picks that they like to play themselves. They play their own kind of Dota around it. They play their own style around it as well. But is this enough to deal with the big purple man? He might have lost the Arcana vote, but fortunately enough for him, he's still very, very busted.
Yeah, for me now, I'm just wondering if Earthshaker is actually position 4 or if Silencer's not actually position 3, because they could probably flex this. I'm not sure if they will, because we haven't really seen much, right, of them when they do play the Silencer. It's just really Seb been playing it. But, I mean, Earthshaker 3 would be pretty good against the Faceless Void in the lane. You can obviously just CC him so you can't utilize the Time Walk. Combined with the Silencer 4, you can kind of pressure him. You just can't make use of the Time Walk at all. So it would be a lot on the Witch Doctor to try and cover for the Faceless Void. But when it comes to, yeah, OG is known for the Earthshaker 4, right? I mean, we've seen this countless times where it just creates havoc once it gets to that Blink Dagger, and it allows them to move fast as well using the Fissure, because normally mid laners, they play these fast heroes at mid that can combine with the Earthshaker, but we're seeing Venomancer for the first time, I think, by them right now.
I think this is gonna be the Silencer mid.
Yep.
And Venom just off lane. I think they were just baiting, oh, Seth's gonna be using Silencer, but you know, like I think mid one was playing Silencer carry as well.
Yeah, I think he has played
that's like the most reasonable thing, because Collapse like to play all this like a strong dominating offlane hero, but Silencer sort of stops it. So I think they're just abusing the fact that he's gonna play these sort of heroes and see how they're gonna be react.
And their lineup just looks so AIDS right now. I mean,
it doesn't look fun.
Yep.
It's these dirty heroes that QO says.
I mean, Venomancer plus 3 against Faceless Void is great. You got Earthshaker as well to back him up. You can also just Fissure block as well the early game if you want to drag the creeps back towards the Tower of Venom so he's not in any threat.
Well, he's just doing it.
But this is still good. I still like
He's got your love behind him, Kyo. He feels empowered right now. He feels like he's at the top of the world.
This is what you like about him, right? He's just confident, doesn't care. And I mean, they do have the pair-ups as well, the Dark Willow Mars instead of the Phoenix Mars. I'm just a little worried right now because even though we're all hating on Silencer, but Silencer against all these heroes, the global is very impactful.
Yes.
I mean, there's just no way you can actually execute a team fight to your standards if you got a global just hurting your ways. And on top of that, their lanes are a lot stronger when it comes to OG, so you can't really hit those Lotus Orbs or Yules to kind of prevent from getting affected from the global songs.
In the same time, I think the OG's heroes damage output is like very just DPS based like output. Meanwhile, like Yellow Submarine is more for kills.
Yeah,
like
so they
within
burst
that
people down.
specific time, like can they kill him? So I think if they manage to pull that off, like what's the point of all these 8 heroes?
Yeah. I mean, strong lanes can put themselves in a position where that mid game is a little bit easier for them, and then maybe Yellow Submarine run out of damage. So it is that situation where, yeah, you might be able to run over the top of them in lane, but you need to make sure that if this doesn't happen, that you have that mid game fallback, right?
And I think I haven't seen this Veno versus Void. I mean, with this matchup, Void were just doing well, like with double ring or like whatever the carry, like they just buy double ring because the buff got changed from Veno, like from HP like a degen into like just a continuous damage. So I really like how teams are just getting like double ring every time and just lane against it and secure the CS.
Well, we got the last bans coming out already, Anti-Mage and the Void Spear. I like how they banned out the Rikimaru as well, respecting a lot of the Cloud effectiveness as well. Really good against the Mars, gets in and gets out.
Well, what's Toronto Tokyo's hero here? Alright, so they're just going to pick the Invoker, okay. And they're just going to instantly snap into a Morphling here is OG. So it was a very thick and fast draft that we had between both these teams.
So it's tops and mid with the Morphling from the looks of it.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to go Earthshaker Morphling. We didn't really get to touch on that. It is a mid 1 silencer as well. So as you guys said, QO, the fact that mid 1 can pick up this silencer and really try to dominate collapse on this Mars.
I'm a little worried for Yellow Submarine. Their lanes, they don't really have any winning lanes right now. And OG's lineup is so quick, and they have good win condition in the later stages with the Earthshaker Morphling. A lot of ways to deal with this wombo combo coming from Yellow Submarine with the global as well as the overgrowth. That's rough.
What are you thinking? Darcy? You got something on the tip of your tongue, man.
I'm sorry, I'm going with AIDS.
You're going to go with OG here. What about you, QO? I think this is probably a foregone conclusion.
I really like OG's draft. Like theoretically, there is like, I can't go against it, but my heart is saying you have to just trust Collapse. He's gonna show me something special, so I'll just go with.
All right, so it looks like QO is going to go with his boys of Yellow Submarine once again here. Can the power of love overcome the power of friendship? You guys will have to wait and find out. So we're going to leave it with ODPixel and Fog for game number 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This should be a fun one. OG up against Yellow Submarine. And, well, if you haven't been following some of the previous days of this tournament, Yellow Submarine, they're not a team to write off. We've seen some very impressive stuff from this squad. With a track record that's only been blemished so far by a loss against Team Secret. And I mean, as we all know, everybody loses against Team Secret, so only so much you can take away from that. Of course, for OG as well, the only matchup that they did lose out on was against Alliance, and Alliance, of course, also looking very hot. But either way, every reason to sort of expect some good stuff from Yellow Submarine this game. We've got some big picks from Yellow Submarine. They're able to open up with the Void. You know, this is a hero that we're not seeing teams really get their hands on nowadays. One of the carries, arguably, that teams are favoring as the top carry right now in the game. But they've got it. They go for it the first pick, and they've got some fantastic team fight around it. You look at sort of the whole combos that are coming out, and there's more than I can really list. Yeah, you've got Chronos, you've got Cataclysms, Death Wards, into the Fear from the Willow, the Arena setup. It's all there. There's a lot of plays to be made from Yellow Submarine's lineup. And Fogged, are you there now?
I'm here.
Yeah, Fogged, I've just given them the lowdown on Yellow Submarine's lineup. Give us a lowdown on what's going on OG's side and what looks strong from them.
Oh, baby. I see a Morphling and an Earthshaker on that side. I see a Chrono and some Cataclysm and some Death Ward and some Mars Willow as well.
I mean, it
lots
looks
of combos on Yellow Submarine.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, overall, whose lineup do you prefer? Because as we were just going through, both of these teams, they've been looking, Yellow Submarine's been looking just as good as OG if you just look at this tournament. Like, they have had some fantastic games, Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I do think that they can. So let's look at just lanes, just in general, right? So Veno plus Earthshaker should be able to apply decent pressure onto the Void. They're already prepared for this pressure, though. It's going to be a Witch Doctor. He can go heal if he wants to counteract it. Double Ring of Regen, too. Bottom, pretty strong lane coming up from Yellow Submarine. This one I feel like is going to be real tough for OG.
Yeah, the old Mars Willow, can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, and then we look at mid. I feel like the Morphling should have a pretty favorable matchup versus the Invoker. That base damage advantage. We'll have to see how Mio can play it.
Well, that because it is a Mio Invoker.
But...
And wasn't it Mio that we've seen actually win some of the less favorable Invoker matchups? Was it him? Was it? It might have been someone else, actually. Was it him playing the Invoker against the Void Spirit one game where he did very well against it?
Yes, he actually. I remember him beating the Void Spirit. That was him. I'm pretty sure.
So we've seen Mio do some very impressive stuff in matchups where you would not expect it. And also when he does, it wasn't like he went Exhort that game. He didn't. He did still go Quas Wex, but he did very well in a hard matchup. So interested to see what he can do against Topson's Morph in the mid.
I think this is going to be a pretty impossible one. This is just This is just Morphling destroys the matchup so hard. So we'll see how Mio is going to be able to do it, because you can't even really harass is the thing. You have to play really hard around the harass game as Invoker versus Morphling, but we know how that goes. The Morph doesn't care too much about it, and your base damage, you're never going to be even close.
No, that's very true. Yeah, well, we'll see how much you can make of it. And of course, it is Topson, and it is, again, we're getting all the master tier heroes today. We're getting, of course, a Topson master tier morph this match.
We'll have to see how much you can connect to with like EMPs, because I've seen this now 2 or 3 times that they start with Wex level 1 just to contest the range creep.
No, you can more for the Wex. It's just for the EMP.
Yeah, you EMP on the range creep and you secure it like that, because you have no other spells unless you go Exort to actually secure range creep. So you do that, and you kind of just hope you can get some mana back, and then you play around your tornadoes for last hits. It's very hard for Mio, though.
Yeah. And then, so in this top lane, I mean, as you sort of pointed out, the Veno is considered one of the nastier heroes for a Void to lane against. But having these 2 heroes and with this build with the Ring of Regens, and if he does put points into the Voodoo Restoration, should that be enough to keep the Void safe against this lane, or is it still going to be difficult?
I think it'll still be a bit difficult. It still applies. It's with the Shaker, too. It's not just the Veno. Yeah. These double up of creep waves do add up as... Wow, they're actually able to find the kill down bottom.
Yeah, that's... You don't really expect this duo lane to let kills go down like that. That's a bit of a rough loss for the start here for Yellow Submarine.
If you give up too many kills down here, too, it starts to become a very difficult lane for you to actually apply pressure versus that silencer. They're going to have the heal kicks in. I've seen Notel do this every time in the lane. He just maxes out the Leech Seed, and it makes pretty big difference. You actually can't go for these trades. So OG with some very strong lane setups. I feel like they're actually winning maybe even all 3 with the way they do have it set.
If you're going by the CS on the first few waves, it certainly shows that is indeed the case.
And look at bottom. Like, they're already level 2. They're like well into level 2. So bad as well as Collapse, still level 1. Lane does not feel like it's going to get too much prettier if they don't get that experience back in check.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the thing. As long as mid one's very careful with his positioning, as he is ranged, it's they're never really going to be able to walk up a combo. Notel might be a little easier. Sobad, does he tick out to this? No, he won't. He will be able to live, so they get away with the kill this time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just looking at these other lanes. Yeah, mid continuing to just be a lane where Topson is getting further and further ahead in this matchup. Trying to do his best to find something. But overall, Topson just getting the most out of this.
A little bit of a battle in mid right now. Topson has to back away here versus that Cold Snap, though. Already very strength morphed up, doesn't hit very hard. And bottom, we do see them fix the lane right away. They get a little bit of a pullback. You see OG's trying to fix the positioning of it, too, because mid one doesn't want to play this far forward here versus a Mars and a Willow. He wants to be playing at a safer place toward his tower.
We see up at the top, the creep wave control, also just being favorable for OG. Seb able to get the wave back round and make sure it meets nice and closely to his tower. So he's going to be able to continue to be fine. Mid lane, I mean, Topson, he does live on the edge here, because he just knows there's not going to be any sort of high burst from the Invoker's out of mana. Bottom lane, another time. This is, mid one, he's getting those +2s very early this game. 2 already, it's just 3.5 minutes in.
The 2 points in leech seed. It's like I said, I don't see too many other people doing it, but OG, they've done this the 5-position tree quite a lot of times now for No-Tail. It's working out very nice as they're able to pull the lane back, get into a good position, and OG, now they have the lane in a good spot again. So again, we've seen it, like they want to, Yellow Submarine always wants to pull the lane closer to their tower, while OG always wants to do the same so they can both pose kill threat like that. Thompson finds himself a DD.
Yeah, this mid lane was already hard. Mio's still finding something out of it considering how hard it is, but yeah, now Morph that has a DD as well. You're probably going to say goodbye to a lot of the creeps.
Yeah, look at Thompson aggressively using the glyph there. The glyph to pressure him under the tower there, get some secure denies. And Mio, he's just, look at this, he can't get any last hits. Thompson just preventing him from getting absolutely anything. Every single deny.
Bottom lane, this time they do get the kill. Again, getting rather low for it, but not losing anybody, so. Yeah, it's shorter, but it is still just No-Tail going down mid one, of course, living throughout it all, and even when he loses No-Tail, the wave's always in a position where mid one's still able to farm. It just ends up being more of a benefit, really, for mid one. Gets a bit of solo XP space, and No-Tail comes back in and he tops him up. Salving clarity. Mid one's going to be able to stay in this lane very strong.
At least they're able to get the bounty runes secured on Yellow Submarine because they did push him away. So we do see the bottle for collapse filled up. But yeah, we're really seeing those lanes. Look at that. All 3. Quite in the lead for OG.
The petty politics of your people.
Right, Thompson's going to be hitting some very quick timings this game. And to the point where, what can you sort of do about this morph early if you're Yellow Submarine? Can you make any sort of move on it?
Mio has to be a little careful. Actually gets the tornado off. It can be pretty tough. Oh, Mio. Thompson's actually just turning on him. He's hitting him under the tower.
Oh, he's out of mana, so he can't do anything more here. But again,
ooh, killing the morph is definitely gonna be difficult. They can get him though. They do have a lot of control coming with their lineup. But it's definitely going to be one of those difficult tasks. It really feels like he's always going to have a front line. Like the Venomancer is going to act as that one. Seb is going to build tanky so that he can be the front line for Thompson.
Yep.
And they always have global and tons of different heals and protection, so it does feel hard.
No, once Saxa, obviously later on has the blink, you're going to have another way of sort of just jumping in and huge area of effect, being stunned. Just buying time for the morph to play around, dance around. Of course, eventually, maybe seeing him go down the Ags route and using that against him. Bottom lane, mid one. Yeah, can he get the kill in time? He is. He actually might live. The heals here from the living armor. Mid one's not going down. They're just going to be able to clean up the 2 of them.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're 6 minutes in. He's got 8 in out of this lane already.
He's got Midas too. It's going to be coming out already.
Midas 2? I didn't know they added that to the game.
It's Midas 2. You never put it past OG. They just invent things.
Incredible stuff there. Seb does go down on the top lane, but it's even though they're killing Seb top, it's not going to allow them to match how far mid one's going to be this game down bottom. 4 kills, Midas done.
They have a lot of tools to get on mid one, though. That's the thing. It's still a fragile silencer that they have as their safe laner, but they have this Morphling as this also other carry.
Why should I bring Mio in down bottom?
Okay.
TP in, see if they can do something about mid one. He's able to get the global silence off in time, so Mio's not going to have instant follow, but he's still caught in the root mid one. And looking back into another, EMP's down. Fish is going to come out to try and buy some safety for mid one, but it's not going to work. Mio, this is sort of Mio's strong points that we've seen from him before. He knows when to make moves, and that bottom lane is certainly need a move to be made. He's down there as the Invoker, and he allows them to kill mid one. And finally put an end to his reign where he's been able to just get away with all these free kills so far in that safe lane.
Up top, Maledict's out. Living Armor is up onto Seb, though. Will it be enough to keep him alive? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, this Maledict tick is going to take him out.
Nope, the raindrop saves him.
Oh my goodness, these raindrops today.
Raindrop OP.
Yeah,
OP
we're
item,
seeing it
everybody.
multiple times, just keeping people alive with that final tick of... usually the Maledict.
Living armor plus to that little bit of raindrop, actually enough to keep him alive during that aggression. That was chrono use too, for them to try to make that move.
It was, and it was also him having to TP back to base Shatura to refuel after the poison damage.
Yeah.
So he's got
Mio gank. on bottom, though. It was mid one when he got his Midas delivered, and he didn't use it. So he wasn't able to get it off during that. So it may have been a 6-minute or 7-minute Midas, but he didn't use it until that 8-minute mark. Sometime delayed.
Yeah, a bit of a slip up. I think still mid one's going to be very happy with how this game's opened up for him. I mean, as I said, you know, anytime you're sort of getting int steal this early in a game, it's going to be feeling very good.
He might get more.
So if they can have the damage for Collapse. Turns with the spear. Mid one, does he want to dive this? He doesn't. We'll keep it cool, focus on the creeps.
And it's also important to point out that the hero that he's taking int from is one of those that really, really needs the int, the Mars. This hero has gotten buffs recently around the intelligence because you didn't even have mana for your spear plus ult combo in the past. He's pretty close to not having that right now.
Oh, they're going to try and go on mid one. They've got the arena drop down. Collapse is getting low, but the backup's there from Mio and Sobad. Mid one will get the kill, so hey, he'll be like, you know what, whatever. +2. I got it. I'm out of there. He does die. I mean, they are killing him.
They don't mind that, though. Like, Topson's getting free farm. Seb is pressuring top.
Yeah,
it's a good kill for Yellow Submarine, but, like, I don't think they care too much on the side of OG at all.
No, I think that, yeah, as you say, you know, Topson in this sort of game, he's the carry.
And he's going in. He might even find Yatoro here.
Has he got the damage? He's going to try.
Nice
Yatoro's going to put the mask him out. All the bashes! All the bashes! All the bashes! He's got any more? No, he has. It's going to be strike back adaptively by Topson, and Topson's away. Mio is able to pick up another down in that bottom lane whilst he remains down there. Finds No Tail.
Nice.
Some good bashes coming out for Yatoro, but mid one's in. Going to drop the curse out. Start forcing back this. Let's face this void.
Quite cheeky by him, just juking in and out of the tree line there, almost able to find Topson.
Yeah.
A lot of players may have just died there to adaptive, but playing around the tree side there, very nice. And they're pressuring bottom here too to get some decent amount of space and farm, as they really need it. They're being slowed down a lot. You're only a 1k difference, but you really feel it in those cores.
He's going to come in. They're going to look for the setup here. They haven't got the arena, but they won't need it. Spears out. They've controlled him. Mio dominating on the Invoker. He's done it so many times before at this event, coming out with his Invoker plays. And, you know, obviously, he's a bit newer on the block compared to someone like Topson, but I feel like there's definitely similarity in their playstyle. Mid lane, he's going to get caught in the corner, but he did get the shift off in time, so he's more than okay. And now Yatoro's in trouble. The fear, though, could just save them, and it will. Pushes them back. They won't be able to continue to focus down onto Yatoro. He gets away. Mio running down mid one. The cold snap out. Living armor is there, keeping mid one alive. Have they got the damage to take him? They have. Mio gets the kill. There's now mid Saxa. He's got the Fisher set up on a Mio. Seb comes in with a Gale, but it's under the tower. Topson dive in for this. He's got to try. Going in aggressively onto Mio. Mio's in with the Ghost Walk. He's stepping away, but the sentry is down. Mio within range of it. He's trying to run. He's got the stick charge. Mio, he's able to turn with the cold snap onto Topson. Mio's going to get away. Now Topson, he's taking heavy fire from the Death Warp, but he is shifting up. He's okay. Saxa taking hits from the tower. Seb diving in from the Poshka, but with the Rabubi restoration, keeps the Poshka alive. Now Collapse. He sweeps across. He's got the control on Seb with the arena down. Yatoro, he's got the flashes in onto No Tail. No Tail pots the overgrowth, but Mio snipes him. Hits him with the tornado. The tower hits come in. Now Topson's been surrounded. He gets taken out. 11-5 now. As Yellow Submarine coming in with the big plays. I mean, you can't. You got to give more respect. I feel if you're OG against Yellow Submarine, this squad you don't. You know, if you're going to start bringing them fights behind the tier 1 tower, Yellow Submarine's going to have the coordination to deal with them. We've seen it before. We're seeing it here again. And their players are starting to pop off. Mio, he's 5-0-3, and you're a fan of this game, Fox. He's going to go straight for the BKB on Invoker.
Sure, versus Global, versus like pretty much all magic damage. You block glaive damage as well. You block everything. It looks good. That's huge there for them. Just the way that they set up and respond. They bring everybody. Even though they didn't have all their ults available, they had just the Mars ult. Just little spell usage there adding up. And just pushing OG up. OG just really trying to push the issue forward there and just gets punished. I mean, what? Another first hit bash, of course, catching Topson off guard. But yeah, just OG playing over aggressive. Great response from Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, OG on that mid lane. That's just going to be a bit of a poke onto Seb. Take
just
out his
knocks
mana.
out his mana.
Yeah, have fun now. Always the worst feeling.
They need an Arcane Boots. He's going to have to get it. They don't actually have a pair, so Seb, he'll have to go finish those up soon. These EMPs are going to cause problems. Very low mana pools on every single one of the heroes of OG except for the Silencer. An EMP will literally break the fight for them. They're getting space. Yatoro, he's finding that space to farm now.
Yeah, they're catching up. I mean, we sort of saw at the start, you know, mid one and And Tops in particular, he was having complete free farm, but you know, little over-aggressive moves from OG does mean that this game is set back to straight even on the net worth between these two teams. Top lane. Ooh, Sax has been found. The arena's off the mark, but it probably won't matter here as Collapse should have the control and damage to take him out. Death Ward's going to be dropped too to make sure that Saxa dies quickly.
Look at the defense around mid tower too. They're just making sure that they bring as many heroes as possible. Like if OG's going to bring 3, they're going to bring 3 to respond to stop this push. Keep Yotaro with a TP available too, so he can counter gank with that Chrono. OG's still farming a lot though. Topson, he's just chilling back now, gonna go for finishing that E-Blade. And then he'll probably go for the Ags, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, does he really need to go
Maybe he
for the
have
Ags this
to,
game?
yeah.
It feels like it's an option there for them,
Yeah.
but it's not like he necessarily needs that strength in particular to be able to counter any of the heroes on yellow.
Oh, Seb, he's farming extremely aggressive here.
I mean, he's going to pop the ult, but he's certainly gone.
Yeah, you know, actually, now that you mention it, I actually think he might not go for it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's because I think he's playing into Willow. Like, Willow is actually one of those that ruins at the roots. Like, you jump and you just get caught in a ruin, you get brought back to the floor
you need the
immediately.
Manta, right?
I think he needs Manta or BKB on Topson after the E-Blade, just to make his life easier.
Top lane Collapse. Oh, spear off the
whips
mark.
the spear.
And with that, Collapse. Yeah. So you got anything else? No, Tail is going to have to use the Overgrowth to hold Collapse in position. Midbon's there on the high ground with the damage as Midbon can get back to stealing in.
Look at his mana pool, Owen. It's getting to that point.
Oh, it is actually. It's getting low. Topson is going to go for some Witch Doctor action here. As he's looking to try and close in, but Miss Poshka actually quick enough to step away at a point where Topson can't chase. Over towards mid, Jotaro was going to TP in, but instantly cancels it there where he sees OG sweeping around. They've got their ults, they've got the Chronosphere ready to go if they want to try and do something mid.
They don't have their
Saxa. Saxa just tries to step in here with the Fisher. He's going to get the Echo out. Global as well. They're stepping onto Mio. Mio, is he going to go down? Topson zips in with the spear back. Mio's still alive. He's ticking down low and he will fall to the poise. Toro jumps over onto Saxa. They're able to get down the Shaker in return. Moving in with the Willow. Sobad trying to get on top of Seb, but not quite enough damage from the Willow now, so Sobad has to back off. Another curse comes in from Midbomb.
A lot of
gonna
dot
fall pretty
damage.
low. Zip in from Topson, adaptive strike, the infused raindrop, keeping Sobad alive, and that will save him.
Dude, these raindrop. I mean, I've been buying raindrop in like every single one of my pubs, but I swear to God,
OP.
this item is actually broken in lane phase, especially.
I mean, you can't spell raindrop without OP.
That is actually true. Collapse. Oh, not again. His mana.
No, not his mana.
Oh, his mana. The
Chrono's out though,
Catch
and with
it
the
too.
malady, it did start to shift. See if they're going to have the damage to actually do anything about this Topson morph. I don't think they are. Nothing comes in onto Topson, so he doesn't care. Toro's still trying to find the bash, but he won't. It's the Chrono, just not quite able to set up anything too great. And from the sides there, and I think Maposhka did drop the Death Ward down inside the Chrono at the start, so a little bit of missed damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like they were going to get those kills anyway, as OG, they pushed them back hard this time. Taking the tower, getting aggressive, it's down 2. That's a pretty big moment for them.
Yeah, we're seeing, I mean, these Chronos, every single time Topson is, he's not missing it at all. He's always getting the shift off, where we're yet to see him be caught without getting the strength built up.
It really feels so hard for them to set up with the Chronos too. Like if they don't, in situations if they do the Chrono, like there's going to be a global a lot of times to cover it too, or an Overgrowth, or Shaker Fissure. So many different things they have to watch about with the counter initiate.
Yeah, I mean that is indeed why Mio's gone for this rush BKB, so that he always is able to drop that combo and capitalize on a good setup for the Chrono. Topson with a nice little juke. Dodges the spear, he's out and away, tries to get onto Collapse, won't latch onto a tree. He might still try and chase this though. We'll get held back by the roots.
He's got the E-Blade. He's going to go pick it up. This is now pretty painful here for these supports. Cloaks plus raindrops are your best friend now if you are a Willow and a Witch Doctor.
And he's also got the Nether Shawl.
Of course.
So that extra bit of spell damage here with the burst. Collapse is getting low. He's trying to step back, but he will pop. Yeah, this E-Blade with Nether Shawl, it's going to do the work. Any of these heroes are going to pop pretty reliably to Topson's burst output.
I swear they always have Nether Shawl on the every time. It's a growth bow for ranged heroes, Nether Shawl for Shackle and Morphlings. They at least have a Nether Shawl on Mio, so he's got that magic resistance to counteract it a little bit too, as well as his own aggressive potential. Yeah, big moves for OG though, as now they're going to be able to push onto a tier 2. And no chrono for Yellow Submarine. They're a little bit more laxed back, looking for a straight fight. Soxa's got Blink. They're going to see that now too, so... See what Mio can do. Off the mark.
Now TPs are coming in. Mio, he's got to try and run. Does Saxa? He's actually got the control between the Fisher and the Enchant Totem. Is anyone else coming to... Yeah, it didn't quite clip him on the range of it, so Mio's out with the Ghost Walk. He'll make it away. Does, of course, now have that BKB on him, so yeah, it's a little harder of a target to get unless they can fully lock him down with the stuns.
Thompson's queued up the Ags. Okay, even though he's versus Willow and some control, yeah, he's going to go for it anyway.
All right. I mean, it's always fun to see. You always want to see it.
Absolutely. Seb.
He's
frontlining.
I've got a Chrono. Yatori's going to drop it just to try and stop anyone else from being able to head up to the high ground and get in and help out Seb. Now going to get pretty low here, though, as the damage over time ticking so bad down. Is that curse going to be enough to kill him? Is it all the urn heal? Oh, they try and keep him alive, but it's not going to work. The damage from Mid-One's curse too much. Thompson turns with the burst. They've jumped onto Yatori. Yatori just gets comboed on the front lines. He's gone down. They have got the damage to take out No-Tail in return. See if they've got any further control of Thompson, trying to block him up into the root. Death Ward's down. Thompson turns with the spear to put it in position, but the Chaos Meteor's down upon him. He's going to go for the TP out. If they've got anything to capture the TP, they do. Spears back up, locks him down into the arena. Thompson E-Blaze himself. He's trying to escape from this. He's still alive, but the Cold Snap and the control is enough to finally kill off that Morph.
Very nicely set up there by Yellow Submarine. They blow absolutely everything to kill the Veno. They do it. If they didn't burst Seb there, he gets the mech and the stick off, and then perhaps even is able to survive. But they lose Yatoro before anything kicks off is the real costly thing.
Yeah, things are going to be hard for him until he gets at least the Manta on. As we're seeing, OG just so much sort of slow and control across the lineup. It's not an easy team to jump into.
Yeah, so much control he has to worry about. And even when he does have, you know, Manta and all that, you have to be very careful about what you use it, because the root's going to be there if you pop it early. Echo will be there if you pop it early too. Has to be very careful. So many different performances. Okay.
Thinking about going for the Roche here.
Chrono is down.
Yeah.
No smart, no arena either. Should be pretty safe here. They don't have their Morphling, though. Their big hitter isn't there just yet, so it's dying pretty slowly.
It's been scouting it out. They're moving across. Seb on the high ground's going to drop down the ult. Does manage to find the connection onto the few of them here, holding them in place. There's going to be the DP over from Mio. Seb, the focus. He's going to put the heals, but he's out of mana, he's out of health. Seb's going to go down. Saxa jumps in, but Mio instantly with a BKB turns over towards Saxa. Overgrowth comes out from No-Tail, holds the three of them in position.
Big global.
The arena's dropped down, but with this global and the damage coming out from Mid-One, they're trying to run, but the silence is just cleaning up. Thompson's the one to get the 2 kills off the back of it, but it's more in for Mid-One.
So bad.
With kills like that, they can go straight back into the pit. Another Sunstrike comes out to scout the situation, but with 2 people down, half of them to get in. Maybe a well-timed tornado from Mio can make some magic happen. Zoro's got Chrono at 10. It's not going to be soon enough, though.
No.
Roshan goes down. Jump forward from Sax, who's actually managed to close the gap onto Mio. Mio, he's trying. E-Blade actually off the mark there, and that's going to give the opportunity for the Fear to come into play. Push back Thompson. No-Tail still moving in. The curse on Mio as well, ticking him down, gets another connection as well as the detection. They come in with a burst. The Fisher from Saxa finishes off the job. They kill Mio off.
You see how Seb is playing on all this. Even though he's 0 and 5, he's doing his job. He goes in the high ground, forces this fight around him. He tanks all these spells while they finish the Roche, and then they come in and get some cleanup kills because of it. I love when the Venos play like this. Like this is you want to be like, I mean, you don't want to be 0-5, but you want to have all these deaths. You want to be that
another
front
jump.
line charger.
Saxa, he's been finding so many setups with these Fishers, and he's found just another. The Echo catches onto the 2 of them, collapse. Will get taken out. So bad, trying to retreat up to the high ground, but an E-Blade burst from Thompson picks him up as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Beautiful
attack.
setups here from Saxa. A lot of the last few kills have been down to him and his Fishers.
Middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2's down, and now a 6k lead here for OG. And of course, with that Aegis holding strong on Thompson, they're ready to try and push for the high ground at just 23 minutes in.
Oh, and yeah, Yatoro just TP's back. He has Chrono.
Have they got the damage, though? They need to take down Mid-One. They will be able to do so. They turn over towards No-Tail with the Death Board down. They're going to be able to get the 2 of them. 2 dead on OG. Can they control Thompson long enough on the high ground? He's able to step to the side. Waveforms up in a second. In fact, he's going to turn into the Void Time Walk out of the base. He's away. He'll be able to retreat, but the 2 quick kills, as such, off the back of that Chrono, will stop OG from pushing him further for now. Mio
trying to chase forward here. Saxa.
Great angle on the Tornado, catching the two of them. Cold snap down onto Saxa, but the jump's there for Thompson. He's in onto Mio. Mio pots the BKB, continue to commit onto Saxa. Saxa trying to run the deafening blast. And the final few punches should do it. Mio claims the life of the Shaker. Collapse has got the wraparound. Arena into the spear. Seb's locked in position. So not only 2 kills off the back of that, 4 in total, as Yellow Submarine will be able to push back OG, despite OG being the side with that Aegis.
Huge chase forward by Yellow Submarine. OG not disengaging very nicely at all. They all kind of stayed looking like they wanted maybe to fight with the way that Saxa ran in, but they get caught off guard there. Yellow Submarine with a much-needed gold injection.
I mean, it is one of those games where that timing on Mio's Invoker's Axe is
getting close.
When he has it, a good chrono in the Cataclysm, there's very little that can be used as a counter to that.
Yeah, nowhere near any type of Aeon disc or anything. Not near that territory at all. Mio still needs 1,000 gold and
He's
2 more
close.
levels for the full Exort.
Sure.
Oh, 1 more level actually. Just hit level 17, so it's gonna be big anyway if it does connect. And OG, they're trying to take advantage of the timings. I think they have to play really well around the Chronosphere timing now. Maybe look to even just get this Rax advantage here still, because they do have Thompson with this Aegis still for about 2 minutes. So I think they really need to press the issue forward here.
See if they can find Mio on the way back.
The
They're going to see
sentry's
if they can
down.
catch him. Bishop from Saxa's attempt. They're jumping up. They've got the detection. Mio pots the BKB. Doesn't want to TP though because no
here.
Tel is
Yeah.
around. There's going to be
Oh,
an
he's gonna find
overgrowth. Ooh, and they've got him. I mean, you could tell Mio, he knew that was always going to be a risk. Tries to hide in the trees and get out. But they're able to find him, OG. Mio goes down and...
No, and Thompson. So he's got that Earthshaker fun. He's also level 17, about to be 18 for that permanent morph duration. And a DD rune to boot right now. It's going to end by the time it gets here.
Sounds like a recipe for pushing up to the high ground.
Yep. Support's one-shottable at this point.
No Invoker for 30.
Dispel the DD.
And they've got the fortification, so slowing this down a little bit. Buying time for Mio to come back into the game. When Mio's up, 200 gold off the Aghanims. So he's got to pretty much have the Aghanims. They have got Chronosphere. And we see from what Yatoro, what's he trying to go for? He's going for the Manta into the MKB. So that he has a good bit of punch himself.
Thompson's trying to get his level 18 before he uses the morph, because he's got the 100-second cooldown. He'll have to use it now, but they might be able to set up for Yatoro because they have that vision.
Yatoro's got to be careful. Saxa.
The Bruising Brothers.
Find him. Ooh, he went for the TP in the pit, but Saxa, he caught his bluff. Fisher's out, and Saxa puts a stop to the escape of Yatoro once again.
Level 18 now is finished on Thompson, so he will have that permanent morph available after this one. This one still, he's going to have a little bit of downtime in between. Still trapped in the base. 50 seconds, no void. That's a painful one.
Yeah, and still a bit of time with Thompson able to play with the Aegis.
Yeah. Aghanims is complete on Mio. Cataclysm at the ready.
And they have got other setup, of course, between the Mars and the Willow alone. A lot of ways to keep them locked in position.
Aegis just gets reclaimed as well.
See how much OG want to stick around and how strong they feel right now. Thompson.
Oh.
Whiff on the combo there. At least they are able to burn his mana low. Fisher in place off the Willow as well as the Curse. Space is there for Thompson to push on. Tries to turn with the burst onto Sobad, but the Glimmer Cape saves him. Sobad's out. And just 10 seconds now until the Void's back up. OG, will they actually have enough time to take these racks? They'll get the range racks. 8 seconds till Void, but of course Thompson still hits very hard here. They're trying to slow him down, and they have brought enough time for the Void to come back in play, and OG won't quite yet have found the melee racks. Thompson still wants to stick around. Tornado off the back of the root. See if they got the combo. Arena's down as well as the Spear. He's locked into the wall. Yatoro jumps in place. He's able to get the Chrono out. There's the Cataclysm coming down. Bursting Thompson low into the bashes. Thompson's going to fall. OG's got to back off now. They've lost their Morphling. I'm going to say that Seb's walking in. He's able to lay down the ult. Onto Sobad. Actually, only onto Sobad.
Only hit Sobad.
Onto the Wom. The rest of them are going to be fine here. And with that in mind, OG can't push in any further. And Jealous Submarine are going to be able to put together a strong defense there. Pushing back OG and getting the big kill on Thompson.
They wanted to get a couple more kills out of that, but it's at least a hold. At least it's something, and that's the showing of those big ultis.
And Mio's on the hunt.
Trying to kill anything they can while Thompson is dead, because when Thompson is up, that's when it really starts to kick in. Level 18 morph, he's just going to be jumping around looking for fights, and Chronosphere's down. So 2 minutes where you're going to see OG really, or let's say 90 seconds where OG's really gonna look to push the envelope forward here. Let's see how Yellow Submarine set up. They're trying to get some D wards out here, trying to get some neutral items picked up in the meantime. They got to get their lanes out though. Collapse mid is also forcing in.
And would you sort of say overall, considering the lineups, there is a bit of pressure on OG to close this one up sooner than later?
A lot is going to be down to initiation and counter initiate because there's just too much in this game.
Oh, over in the river. Collapse. He's having to jump up. He's got the catch on Seb. Arena's down. They lock him into the wall. Seb falls. Thompson. He's looking for the opportunity of getting in. He's going to jump over. Burst out the Witch Doctor. Thompson might be able to jump in for more. He's looking in.
Get a lot here.
He's going to jump forward. Sax is in as well. Thompson committing onto Mio, but Mio pots the BKB. Spear comes out, does catch Thompson over to the tree. The bash into the Cataclysm isn't enough. No, Thompson able to start shifting. He's going to live. Turns over towards the void. Takes down Yatora. Now with the BKB wearing off Mio. He's got nothing else to help himself. He has a tornado. It's not enough, is it? Saxa, he's in. Or maybe they haven't got any further detection. They don't. Mio's actually going to be able to make it away with the Ghost Wall. He will live. But 3 kills for OG. Actually 4 if you, of course, Miposhka having to buy back. So OG now with a big opening to go for further objectives. Saxa still hunting. Can Saxa find this?
Very low on mana, but he's got the Wex move speed. Thompson can't quite get in top of him. That time dilation saved his life. And everyone's spells were just locked while they were trying to chase Mio there. Thompson couldn't enchant totem, couldn't do anything. And they're gonna get the, are they gonna get in timing? They don't get it in time. Outpost is on both sides. OG almost able to get both of them.
And we'll have the 4 bounty runes though with this map control OG's got. While Yellow Submarine are taken out.
And more downtime for the poor Void. Wanting to farm during all this. Sure, you want to be playing around your chrono cooldown, but he's dying. You know, these 2 deaths that he's had in between have been so painful for him to get his farm.
They're trying their best to keep him in. They're giving him the tomes so he can keep up in XP.
Thompson at the ready, at the hunt. Waiting for someone to show.
They're going to try and do something big with this Chrono. They're coming out of the base with the smoke. The question is if OG are going to expect this. As coming around the time where it's getting close to the Roshan respawn potentially. 30 seconds until we see when he's up. Oh no, that is when he's up.
That is when it's up, yeah.
He's up in 20 seconds.
They were probably hoping to find it right then. OG still just sitting on the high ground, waiting for some type of aggressive move.
Yeah, Yatora actually not moving with them. He's going to focus on farming. I mean, I guess, yeah, just holding around here whilst Roche respawns, and it's 5 seconds if Collapse hangs around. He's going to see it. The question is if they do see it and if they do manage to take it in time, but...
Their base is getting pushed. Yeah, the catapult's here. The creep wave has arrived. OG, they're going to start knocking at it. Force them back here. Yep, there goes Thompson. He's in.
They got to head back soon. Yatora is still yet to spend his money as he pushes out. I mean, I guess he's thinking he has picked up the MKB recipe. Can he still afford to go for the MKB, or does he have to get a BKB?
Needs a BKB. Too much control.
Yeah.
They're gonna set up here. They're smoked. Can they find a big grab?
Collapse is gonna try. He's able to get the spear on a Seb. Can they lock him down long enough to stop him from getting any spells off? He'll get the ult off, but he dies very quickly after. Toro's back now. See if they want to jump out and try and chase. OG on the retreat, and they'll play it cool. Yellow Submarine, they've killed Seb. They've taken a member of OG out away from this push. OG actually smoking up and Sax and Thompson. They're looking to see if they can get a jump outside of the base because Miposhka and Sobat, they're splitting up. They're heading out.
They see they see everything right now too. They see these 2 supports with their ward. Miposhka, very dead, and Sobat is very likely to get chased out too here. No tail.
I mean,
Thompson on the track.
They might be able to connect with him. Yatora's coming in. Oh, he's found Thompson. And with the Cataclysm coming down, are they going to have the damage? They are. They're able to blow him up with the Cataclysm. Yatora goes over towards mid-one. Saxa locks him down with the ultimate straight away. Collapse also bursts in place as they will both fall. Saxa with a quick counterplay to get revenge for the loss of his Morphling, and Saxa's not done. He's chasing for more. Going to look over towards this Willow. With this control, should have enough. Fisher's up. Doesn't even need to come out. The damage from mid-one's glaives more than enough to take down Sobat before the TP's successful.
And
so they may kill Thompson, but they lose a lot for that.
They may be, yeah, exactly. They may be able to get Thompson, but OG, they put themselves in a position where it's not all about Thompson. Mid-one is also this massive carry, 58 intelligence. He has a full hex with this quiver as well on top. He is hitting it extremely hard.
So they can
and
get
now no
in.
chrono. Can they hold?
This mid-rack should be gone for sure. This time round, OG. Able to push in with no issues. It's collapsed. Wanted to use the buyback here for these. Not feeling that they can put together any sort of defense without the void. And it's just still a sort of a bit of an awkward position. We've seen Yatori these last few fights. I mean, last 5 minutes or so being... He just had this 3,400 gold just, you know, in nowhere. He's yet to be able to spend it on something that's actually going to step his power up. And as you pointed out, I imagine that is only because he is just trying to get the BKB gold complete.
It's hard. It's such a hard game for him to make the decisions because of how much he's just getting hunted and how much he has to really play against the globals. There's so many different things that he has to save the Manta for, save his abilities for. Like even with BKB, right? You're playing versus Treant Protector and you're versus global, so you know you're gonna get baited to use one of either your Manta or your BKB at some point, and then you're gonna get either rooted or globaled after. It's just a hard game really for Yellow Submarine. With OG, they've just been setting the tempo the whole time. They're always the ones on the aggressors. They're always the ones getting the good initiations. With Seb, I mean, especially when it's the way Seb's played, right? 0, 8, and 14, but he just charges in and gives all of the information for his team every time.
Yeah, none of these deaths from Seb have really felt that bad. Even the ones where he's been the one to die on the back of the high ground push, it has just been him dying, and everybody else in OG able to get away before Yellow Submarine can catch further targets.
Look at Yatoro. Silencer did 1,200 damage to a Faceless Void.
That's a strong
hit. Killed him in like 4 attacks.
I mean, mid one, as you said, he's having a pretty good game on it. 10, 4, and 12. And the Hex ready to be picked up when he's ready to go and do a bit of shopping.
Hex ready to pick up. Quiver, of course, too. So like one of the best items as well for that big burst damage. Yeah. Not easy for Yellow Submarine. It's also like every single fight, they're trying to get these, you know, their big combos and everything, but OG's not giving them the chances to get multi-hero Chronos, right? Multi-hero Mars ultis. It's every single time. It's only the one target or two. So it's hard. It's just tough to play versus how OG is playing around it.
And there is going to be the Roshan, you know, it's up. Tops is going to be back in the game. 10 seconds until Yasora is in, but over a minute until Chronos for itself is back up. I mean, did you sort of see Yellow Submarine being able to get out and contest OG around the pit?
I mean, I think they have to. I think they just have to try.
You gotta go.
I guess without Chrono, actually, you can't. You just have to play for high guard defense, actually. Hope that you can get some type of better spell connection. Because the other thing is, too, you know, we set the floor for a lot of different combos for Yellow Submarine. Haven't seen them really get the Willow ult with the Mars ult. They haven't had the best synergy with all their spells. They're only catching one hero every time.
No, amongst all the chaos, though, they're going to have a lot more opportunities to hit the big combos. Mio, he's pretty much got an Octarine complete. I mean, that's one thing when you sort of consider the amount of chaos we've had this game and the fact that OG's 9k ahead. Mio's farming the Invoker. I mean, his game as well as it's hard for him to really do more. He's 11, 3, and 10 this game on the Invoker, and he's just as farmed as Thompson is.
Yeah, he's absolutely been owning for sure. Just how much of a difference can this one make? We'll see. It feels like they just have too many elements to deal with because they have to blow everything on either the Morphling or the Silencer. Like they have to find a 2-man setup. They have to get a 2-man Chrono at some point.
Well, Roshan's going down, and I think it is sort of what you said. I don't think Yellow Submarine are going to try and do anything here. They know that that's not going to be the best move to have made it.
Yeah, because OG, they're going to be set up for it, right? You're only going to have 1 or 2 heroes in the pit, and then the rest are going to be set up. So you're not going to land a good... Your Mars is not going to land a good spell. You need Chrono. Looks like we have some internet issues for Yellow Submarine.
Nothing touches the heart like
This next fight's going to be just so impossible for them. But same thing. I think still a similar recipe is try to force OG to mess up their positioning, because that's the one thing. OG's not messing up the positioning, so they can't get these multi-hero Chronos. They have to try to cause more chaos.
I mean, who do you think is more important that you do catch in that Chrono, Thompson or mid one? Like, who's doing the more damage left untouched in these fights?
I mean, if Thompson's not in the Chrono, he's going to kill absolutely everything. That's the problem. Mid one can, like, mid one has his positioning is always going to be just set because he's a silencer. Thompson's a Morphling with an Earthshaker, so he's just going to hop in and out of the fights and kill your back-lines and just have too much. See, I feel like you have to Chrono Thompson, but you have to somehow catch both. You have to find ways to catch both. They're just some type of crazy team fight control.
And as we're seeing, they've got to try and find that timing to catch Topson when he is either shifting down or inside of the form of the Earthshaker. Otherwise, it's going to take a lot to bring him down whilst that strength is building up.
I didn't see he also had the Quickening Charm. So a Quickening Charm with that Enchant Totem too. So even more elusiveness for Topson.
Yeah, that's going to be very nice to play with.
Yeah.
Also very close to having the man to complete. And at that point, he's going to be able to get away with even more. I mean, not that he hasn't been already. I mean, only sort of those times where he has been found in the Chronosphere has he gone down, which of course Manta's not going to really make much difference about everything else. Topson's been able to do a good job of just avoiding straight up. They just haven't been able to catch him without the use of those huge ultimates.
Yep. And how are they going to do it into Aegis and Cheese now too, right? Like they can pop the one target the once with the full combo, but
no, I think really you've got to, as you say, hope that if you're Yellow Submarine, that OG do mess up in positioning, or if Collapse is able to get like some sort of deep spear, he's able to just sort of throw himself in, spear someone out. If you are able to find whoever is going to take the Aegis and get them under the tier 4s, you might have a good shot at taking them down twice. With sort of the control you have, getting Arena or Chrono down in that position.
Gonna be hard. Definitely still gonna be very difficult.
Oh, it's just apologies again for this brief pause. I'm just waiting for hopefully Collapse's internet issues to sort themselves out, so we can get on with the action. So what's sort of what's the win percent looking like at the moment on Dota Plus for this game? 87 for OG. I mean, it is OG, of course, and if that is taking into account their history, then reason to believe why it would be that high. But I think the 13%, if it is 13%, it's definitely there for you. They do still have that incredible combo, but they can't really get away with nothing less than perfect execution now.
Pretty much.
I've got the strengths now. Knocked down. BKB is going to come out immediately from Mio. Topson's going to try and chase in onto Mio, but he will get clipped onto the wall. And now with the Cataclysm, Topson,
he's still alive.
He played himself, jumps over as he time walks. The bash is in there, but Topson's alive. He's going to be fine. He's able to turn, take down Yatoro. Yatoro, he goes down without buyback as Yatoro, he bought the BKB, but he didn't use it. He's dead with a non-used BKB. The hold there on Mio, and just like that, well, I think we've come back to a bit of an abrupt finish. There's 3 heroes dead. No one's got buyback. That's actually GG. All right, well, that's it. A bit of a sudden ending. And again, they had a lot of fighting and some good holds for Yellow Submarine, but at the end of the day, never mind that 13%, it might as well have been 0. Ends within moments after we come back after that pause. As OG, they'll close up this game 1-4.
Yeah, and man, actually seeing even more fun at the end there is, when Morphling has Aghanims and he has Earthshaker and there's a Void on the enemy team, he jumps in, Enchant Totem stuns him, and then he time walks and also stuns all of them with the time walk as well too. Lots of fun for Topson for sure. And yeah, Yatoro, they had it out for him this game. Like not able to get the BKB a lot of the times off. They constantly had the pressure on them, and it really felt like they couldn't get their ults off in a comfortable position because Seb just charging, forcing spells on him, put Yellow Submarine in an awkward position in a lot of the fights to allow Topson in mid one to just free farm.
Oh, they really did. Yeah, this is definitely one of the more farm silences we've seen, as we have seen it being tried a few times, different roles. Doesn't necessarily always work out, but this game, Mid1 pretty much staying at the top of the net worth board the whole game, and with all the int to show for it as well. Not only was he rich, he had the brains as well. Mid1, the dream man here in this game. As, OG, they're going to be able to take away game 1. Don't go anywhere, though, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what Yellow Submarines have to kick back with in game 2.
such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. Start over.
All-out fights between these two teams, OG and Yellow Submarine. They do go head-to-head here, and unfortunately for Yellow Submarine, they crumble to the challenge here up against OG as they take the first map here and put them one map victory away from securing themselves a playoff slot. Yellow Submarine didn't go out without a fight, though, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't dominate the Thompson Morphling. Now, got my panel back here to break down game number one. I've got Darcy, I've got QO. That was some really insane team fight coordination coming in from Yellow Submarine, but Morphling Earthshaker.
Yeah, I mean, I already knew it was going to be really hard coming from the laning phase because of the heroes that OG had selected. And I called it out, like all three lanes was going to suffer. I mean, the Morphling Earthshaker factor really applied later on, around the 20 minutes onwards. That's when they started to kind of scale and utilize the Aghanims as well. But before then, I already thought it would be really hard for Yellow Submarine because all their heroes, once they group up, you'd have to have amazing coordination to get back into it and win fights. But I do give props to Yellow Submarine. I mean, at the 10-minute mark, they fought so well, and I was very unexpected.
I saw a big hope. You know, like, I just can't believe they lost all three lanes and they managed to have like an even score. Like, OG just played insanely well by just keep on rushing them. So like, once they have this advantage, there was a lot of like a shaky moment with that Invoker Cataclysm. But I think some like clutch like survive from Thompson. I think that was one big factor. But if that didn't happen, I actually feel like Yellow Submariner would have got this game.
Yeah, there was a few situations where one, Yatara would not be able to get off any of his spells, wouldn't be able to get the Manta off, wouldn't be able to get his BKB off, and there was a few times where, as you said, Kyo, that Topson just lived on a sliver of HP. I believe there was a fight towards the Dire Tier 2 where he got speared to a tree and only one of the Cataclysm actually hit him. So he survived with a very small amount of HP, and then unfortunately he was able to turn back into the Morphling, turn around, just kill everybody, and then it felt a lot harder there for Yellow Submarine. But this was the fight here that you were talking about, right, Darcy, where they came in for that Tier 1 defense, they did a lot of work, they got a few kills, but it got to a point where, yeah, it felt like a Morphling Earthshaker draft, but at the same time, mid one had, what, 50-something stolen in towards the end of the game, which was pretty gross to have.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it was all about action, honestly. Very entertaining game to watch, and you could tell that Yellow Submarine was trying to keep pace with OG. It was just hard coming from a position where they already were behind from the laning phase. On top of that, I think the Roshans are the key factors as well. Once the Morphling has the Aegis, it's very hard to utilize this Cataclysm combo with the Chronosphere to get ahead. The only time is certain situations like that when they got ahead, but it just came down to the Roshan in the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just did feel like that it got to a point where Morphling Earthshaker became a thing. You know, Topson had an Aegis, Topson had a few too many clutch saves coming in by turning into a Faceless Void, but I think if Yellow Submarine have a lot better lanes, they can make this series really competitive, right?
Oh yeah. The problem I see is we talked about it a little bit, they play very meta. They play heroes that are commonly used, and I think that's where OG is exploiting them a little bit with these heroes that are unconventional, a little dirty, and at the same time unpredictable to tell where they're going to actually be placed. Because they opened up with Tree Sansa, and we just expected Sansa to be off lane, but they just threw it in the safe lane. Mid one just played it as a carry.
I think there was no reason for Yellow Submarine to ban like how other people ban, such as Io, Magnus. Like just first against it, just ban something that their styles like gonna be like most annoyed, and which is the Silencer like against this Collapse hero, or not just Silencer. I think the tree ban would be like more important.
But then it's kind of like a catch-22, right? It's like, yeah, you get rid of this Treant Protector, and then Collapse has a better lane, but then you have to play against Io or a Magnus, which is what OG... Well, OG fell back to that Magnus strat in the other series that they played, right?
They lost.
Which they lost with, but they won one map with it. So they're obviously very comfortable playing that. So it's like, kind of which poison do you want to go with here for game number 2? Obviously, it's not an elimination series here for Yellow Submarine. They do have another series to fall back on if they do fall to OG here, but I feel like they're going to have to try and think outside of the box to try and get a few better lanes against OG.
That first like a 2-wave was so impressive from Topson, securing 7 out of 8 like the CS from the beginning, which makes like Invoker really annoyed. If that didn't happen, like I think Invoker, like Mio was playing really good, like assuming that he sort of like lost the lane, but I think it'll make a big difference. If
he purposely left the lane. He didn't actually body block the creeps at all. He just let it push all the way up to the tower so that it can annoy the Invoker last sitting under the tower. But I mean, that's when you were saying he just got pretty much all the creeps there, which is very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive showing here from Yellow Submarine, but unfortunately it doesn't give them the result they want here up against OG. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and on the other side of this, we're going to have our Game 2 draft between OG and Yellow Submarine.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Game 1 is anything to go by. This second game is going to be fast, full of kills, and very, very entertaining. OG versus Yellow Submarine, game number 2, right about to begin. We've got the draft underway in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And as it comes up on your screen, my analysts are chomping at the bit to tell you guys how this is going to pan out. Lads, take it away.
Well, I was thinking they'd actually ban out the Treant Protector this time and maybe leave Io or Magnus, right? Because they kind of know what to expect with Magnus. But yeah, it's the same bans. Same hero picks as well besides the Lina. What's your thoughts on this so far?
Yeah, like same thing. Like there was no reason to not ban Tree. I think Io, Magnus, they know how to deal with it. But I don't know, this like Void pick sort of make themselves weak against these two heroes. And one concern is, what can Collapse play against these two lineup?
Some ranged core, I want to say. I mean, what really beats Tree and Silence?
Batrider.
Batrider sort of does, but I think Silencer actually beats Batrider if you get this stick charge and don't move too much and just keep on harassing him. and he eventually have to get zoned out.
Yeah, and also you can't really put Batrider plus Lina as well. Just looks bad. You need like a Clock, a Tiny, or Tusker, something like that to be very aggressive with the Batrider. They have done Lina mid though, so this Lina pick here is a flexi pick for them since both the position 4 and the mid can play it.
They still do get rid of the Mars here on the side of OG.
Okay.
So look like they are still scared of Collapse's hero, like they certainly should be. Getting rid of his Beastmaster as well. Another one here for OG to be worried about, but...
Well, one other hero that wasn't really picked or banned was Clockwork, right? And this is a hero that has been pretty high priority pick as a replacement for Tiny as well as Tusker. A lot of teams prioritize certain picks like Tusker for OG, but didn't actually go for it in the previous game. I feel like they're not going to change anything unless Yellow Submarine goes for something very unusual compared to the previous game. Because, as we said before, they're a little stubborn. Maybe they don't want to show too much, right, with their drafting and to the playoffs, I guess. But at the same time, I feel like Yellow Submarine, they need to really change something up. They can't play the usual stuff right now. They should expect that it's going to be a very fast-paced, aggressive lineup again from OG, because that's how they've been playing throughout the whole tournament. But at the same time as well, I think they need to be more careful about the matchups when it comes to the laning phase, because I think that's where they really suffered.
Yeah, I like this Venom Band coming out from Void. At least like we don't get to see that Silencer plus Void that winning like both side lanes. I think that's a little too disastrous for Yellow Submarine. Oh, I'm just wondering how they're gonna be laning against.
Is this the first time on the tournament?
Pogner hero? I think so. I think this is the first time we've seen the Ogre Magi.
This is actually Ogre's gonna be 4, I think.
Really?
I think it's gonna be a Suxer Ogre.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about this answer as being a mid one hero now. I think we kind of fell in that trap game number 1 as well. So we still have to remember that OG can play it on all 3 of their cores. And I'd imagine Notal will be more than happy to take it up. Suxer's probably the only one in that list that it probably would be a little bit less inclined to be picking it up. So it can go wherever they need it to. Same with the Ogre Magi. We've seen players like KP abuse that in the offlane as well. So I think the biggest thing here that Yellow Submarine have to be aware of is they just need to make sure they have strong lanes in and of themselves. They don't have to worry about these hero player matchups all too much because OG are just going to pick whatever feels good to them, right?
Yeah. I mean, Ogre is actually really popular in China. Europe doesn't really care too much. Oh, okay, this is one of their usual position 5s. But pretty good. I mean, they play very fast as well, and you can really utilize the glimpse in situations where you want to outnumber them, starting fights with smokes, and then if someone tries to TP react, you just glimpse them back home. As well, just setting up for setups when it comes to either it be glimpsing to your Lina stun or other heroes that they might pair it up with, but normally it's always played as a position 5.
I think Yellow Submarine's safe lane is a bit weak.
Yeah.
Like, I know.
Could they try lane though, QO?
Nah, I don't think you never want to try lane with Void. You don't get any benefits out of it. Like Void requires like a lot of level.
Yep.
I think the only time is with Tusker, right? Or Tiny, you just go for that level 1 kill.
Yeah,
safe
then
lane,
like go away. But
yeah,
or like an offensive tri lane is like one of the answer, like just to the silencer could be.
What is OG picking? Like, I'm laughing not at the fact that I think it's bad. I'm just laughing at the fact that I wouldn't have picked this in a million years.
I mean, it is strong. Like it could be the Ogre and Vengeful at top against the Void and Disruptor, and assuming like the Ogre should be stronger.
Yeah.
And they can easily change to mid lane for Venge. Like I think that's another good thing.
There's some good synergies here because right now you got the Venger, you got the Bloodlust as well, combined with the Silencer. If Silencer's core, you can really utilize those. And at the same time, you got the swap for the Chronosphere, you got strong lanes again. It just seems like they can pair up this Venge into anything right now. If they want to go for something like in the previous game, like the Morphling or some ranged core, they can still go for that approach.
What's going to be the collapse hero though, lads?
I don't know. I want to see like some alchemist, you know? Like
you
some,
want
some
what,
alchemist.
collapse alchemist?
No, not collapse alchemist. Maybe collapse a Void and then just like let him like leech XP against Silencer and safe lane.
Maybe.
And pick alchemist and chop these 2, you know, squishy guy, Silencer and Void.
Clockwork. Okay, they're going to go with the Clockwork here, so probably the collapse hero here. I'd imagine So Bad will be picking up that Lina. He's had some really good performances on that hero so far. But now,
yeah, again, it looks scary. Like OG's draft looks like a lot more scary, and they are the team that knows how to build right item. So it doesn't matter even if it doesn't seem to have a synergy. They're gonna cover it up with items and the way they play out the games.
Well, Yellow Submarine is still playing the usual style. Strong lanes normally against other teams, because obviously OG emphasizes a lot of matchups, but they're playing with the win condition of Faceless Void. They have a lot of heroes that can fight. I like the Clockwork pick because I think it's something that was kind of lacking in the previous game. Someone to actually just set up for the fights, not necessarily relying on Collapse, because Collapse just didn't have a game from the very start. So having this Clockwork pick combined with the Disruptor gives you a little bit more firepower when it comes to transitioning after the laning phase. And I think just having the leaner mid right now, we don't really care, because there's not really the best roaming supports, perhaps, from OG currently. So he can really just play that 1v1 matchup, and I feel like he's very mechanically skilled, that he will actually go pretty well against Thompson. So just having this early pick and making it a flex makes this mind game approach into the draft, and at the same time just throw it mid if they don't really want it anywhere else, right?
I think throwing mid is better with this Lina here.
Yeah.
Like OG just have to react with like one of the heroes. At the moment, I think both Silencer and Venge can't really lane against Lina.
Okay. I really hope Yellow Submarine ban out the Arc Warden here. I feel like that could really round it out for OG. Give
Arc Warden
themselves-
is so annoying when you're playing Void and Lina.
We'll see what they get rid of here. They've only got about 20 seconds left in their reserve time, so need to make sure they don't miss out on their final ban here. Is there anything outside of the Arc Warden that Yellow Submarine should be really scared of here, boys?
If we're thinking about mid heroes,
They get rid of the Luna. Okay, so maybe you're feeling a little scared that from what we saw Miracle do a little bit earlier on today.
normally OG plays with one scaling core, either it be for mid one or for Thompson. If Sansa is to go carry, then the only other heroes I can think at mid that can scale is Arkwin, but the matchup against Lina is like so-so. You can get roamed upon by the Clockwork, so it doesn't look good. You can do the Sansa mid in that scenario, but it's the same scenario, right? The Clockwork's just gonna run at you, and you're gonna get punished, so it's kind of hard to pick a range core to really synergize here, because no matter where you put the Sansa, unless it's a position 3, he's gonna get punished.
What is the final hero here for
Sand
Yellow
King.
Submarine?
Okay.
So Collapse is giving himself another hero that can do a lot of work here this game. He has to be very, very careful though. He's another one of those heroes that really needs to have a good start, I think.
I'm not really a fan of this pick. I think the lane's going to be really hard, and you know it's going to be sanking Clockwork, right? You can't do Clockwork Void into this matchup of OG.
But like once it goes to this mid game and all these AoEs, Silencer and Vengeful Spirit like hates versing against AoE.
Yeah.
So
But the thing is, you got Global to disrupt everything right now, like the last game.
Yep.
And at the same time, can they get to the mid game where they have like at least something to fight with? Because that's what happened last game, right? They were just so behind from the early game.
Ooh, Ricky Maru. So I'd imagine Topsy Ricky Maru going to be going mid against Toronto Tokyo's Lina. How are we feeling about this matchup, lads? You guys are not exuding a lot of confidence from either of these two drafts right now. It's a position 5 Ogre Magi as well.
Yeah, I feel some weaknesses from OG's lineup, at least this time, but I feel like their mid game is easily fightable with the lineup, as long as Thompson doesn't get rolled by this roaming Clockwork.
Oh, actually, it's
middle.
a mid one, Ricky.
Yes.
Okay, so a pos 1 Ricky and a mid Silencer lad.
Yeah, so as long as the mid lane for OG doesn't really get rolled down by the Clockwork, I think they're fine. They have a lot of save, a lot of buffers for the Ricky Mara as well as the Silencer. But I'm agreeing with QO as well. Like mid to late game, I really like Yellow Submarine's lineup. They can itemize in a way where they can deal with global and whatnot. 4 staffs, Lotus, Yules. So I'm going for OG though, regardless, just because of the laning phase. Yeah.
What about you, QO? You got any last final messages to your boy Collapse as he goes into this game number 2 against OG?
yeah, at least it looks more positive than last game.
Yeah.
You know, like the lane, some lane is winnable. And I went for Yellow Submarine last game. Might as well go for Yellow Submarine this game as well.
Still gonna go Yellow Submarine?
Yep.
You gonna go with OG as well, Darcy?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is game number 2 here between OG and Yellow Submarine. My boys here are split down the middle once again. So we're going to leave it with our casters for potentially the final time. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Fog, what are some of your thoughts regarding what we're seeing here in Game 2? Did you feel a little more hopeful for what Yellow Submarine's going to come up with, or do you think OG might have them once again?
I feel like OG might have them once again. I'm seeing, these Lina mids. Not the biggest fan a lot of the time. I feel like this hero is it's too volatile for me. I'm very similar with the cost with it, where it just doesn't give you that nice thing. It's just a Lina. It's not something that's just winning you the game. It's just a Lina.
Well, let's see if Mio is just a Lina this game, or if he can make something incredible happen. But of course, very interesting to see from OG. I mean, OG really flexing the silencer hero just in general as of late. As just in this tournament alone, we're seeing them play in all core positions. Seb, Topson, mid one, they've all had their hands on it. So definitely something to be said about this hero that OG really rate very highly right now.
Yeah, definitely. And this time around, they're not really very cooldown reliant again. They're looking to play very active, I feel like. And I look at Yellow Submarine, I feel like they are completely cooldown reliant. I see them, they can do like Sanking Lina plays around the map, just the two of them, and also like some disruptive glimpse backs plays and stuff like that, but they're very cooldown reliant in the mid game. So I feel like OG, they're going to look to play around that pretty nicely. And this Riki pick, I'm curious to see by it too, because I didn't really expect it. This was another one that I felt like kind of came out of nowhere, but they say a lot of, I guess maybe they see a lot of squishy heroes, and this hero hits real hard. Smokescreen, very good versus Void, very good versus Lina and Sanking, good versus all the cores. And even good versus Clockwork always. I feel like carry Riki's always going to be good versus Clockwork.
Let's see where the bounties, if they're able to push him up in time, mid one. He's going to have to step away from this, taking a lot of damage from the Thunder Strike and the Battery Assault. As Sebab won't quite be able to kill him, but
very close.
Yeah, definitely gonna force him to munch through those tangos. So they got a salve out between the two of them. They do. No-Tail does have a salve. And what do you sort of think about this? No-Tail bringing back the Ogre Magi for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just looking for these strong, bruising melee guys with a stun or some type of disable. He had the Undying available too, but I think he wants this because it benefits with his team more. The Bloodlust. He might just die here though. 3 heroes. If they have the damage, he's very tanky.
Looks like it will be tanky enough, but as we're seeing, both mid one and No-Tail, if they do get caught away from the creep wave, the support duo doing quite a lot here on these early levels. And so with this lane setup as well, this aggressive tri-lane down bottom to try and secure Utoro farm, leaving Collapse on his own up top. Are they going to sort of be fine with this Yellow Submarine? The Sand King should be okay up top, or do things start to get pretty difficult?
I think it gets very hard for the Sand King top as soon as they hit level 2. Just constantly under kill threat if they have a sentry down, which they do. And Sand King, you can't contest the sentry. With 2 heroes there, OG should always get the advantage over it. So I feel like for Collapse, this may be the safe lane, but it doesn't feel like the safe lane for him.
No. I mean, and so the reason why Yellow Submarine are doing this, I mean, with just one support down here with the Void, Jitoro's not going to be feeling fine enough?
I think...
Or does he need both of them down here with him?
I think they're scared of exactly what the panel was mentioning, of they don't know who to put in the bottom lane. Like, if it's a Sanking and a Clockwork, they have to just pull the lane and hope for the best. Well, because that's the lane step that they'd have to do. I feel like this they can actually threaten a little bit. The other lane is just completely passive with put no threat or any slowdown onto mid one. But this one's not really slowing down mid one either. He's all the way up to 10 last hits already anyway, and Void's only at 4. He does have a bunch of creeps coming in toward his way, but they're messing with it quite a bit here. With just 2 heroes.
Yeah, mid one and No-Tail are doing just fine. Mid lane, Mio, he is going to be able to step up and get that kill with a curse. Kill him, it won't. He's going to live as well. They're able to pop that salve up. Wow. I mean, this is, I mean, they do need this, right, Yellow Submarine. They need to have their mid lane go this way. If Mio falls behind here, it's going to be a very hard game for them to play. These side lanes, as we see up top, as you said, once the levels are in for Seb and Saxa, this lane becomes dangerous, very dangerous for the Sand King alone.
Impossible for the Sand King really to get much up there at all. He's only at 1 last hit. I feel like it's going to stay like that. And like you said, mid one, he's still farming just fine down here. They're getting Yutoro the free farm and all that, but they're sacrificing quite a bit. Also to point out, Mio in the mid lane, he got that kill without even having a point in stun. Actually, it was 2-0-1. So he just chased down Topson, and he's doing very well in the matchup versus Topson too.
I guess that's expected at the start, right? Would you sort of have a Lina to beat the Silencer on the early levels because of the new?
Yeah. I feel like Lina just beats Silencer period in the mid lane. Yeah. You're just always going to be able to have favorable damage, favorable attack range, favorable pretty much everything, actually. You always can force the wave in, you can go bottle naturally. Yeah, it just feels... It's such a better hero in the mid lane. And Thompson's sticking around very low, having to constantly ferry out regen. So this is going to be a very one-sided matchup in the mid lane.
Bottom lane, mid bomb. Trying to go in onto Miposhka. Miposhka's getting low, but there's 3 of them here. Mid one has got anything to jump to. Creep wave's coming over. Will manage to jump away. Yatoro's going to try and chase. Would have needed the first hit bash and doesn't get it. They'll get to live once more. Mid lane Thompson, very low. Mio trying to dive in for the potential of finishing him off, but no tails around. And we'll make sure that this time Mio punished for his attempt on Thompson's life. As the wave will and the lane will swing back Thompson's way a little bit because of that death.
That's big. +2 though. -2 from the Lina as well. And they're actually just kind of abandoning bottom a little bit here with that rotation from No-Tail. Mid one also gets too low to lane. Top though, collapse. We see this pain. This poor Sanking, he's getting nothing. Absolutely nothing for a collapse, not even experience.
What do you do about this? I mean, did you sort of just ask so bad to sit up top with you? Do you just abandon the lane entirely, try and start jungling? Which obviously isn't going to be easy. Only level 2, you've only got the 1 point in Sandstorm. It's like, how does the Sand King recover his game? How does he get a game?
He's going to have to do something clever. I mean, this isn't it. He just comes right back to the lane. He does have a huge wave coming in, so he's trying to get that experience, but they're going to commit onto him immediately. They don't want him to get this XP. He's going to die again.
Oh, no.
His game's over.
No. Yeah, this is one of the roughest starts we've seen from an offlaner in any of the games we've had it. 5 minutes in, 3 deaths.
And he's in his own safe lane, the poor lad.
That's rough.
Oh boy, yeah.
Less of a Sand King, more of a sad king.
As soon as I saw him TPing up there, I was like, this is what he wants to do, but you're gonna get punished. You know that they're gonna know that's the right move for you to make too. So you have to do some type of great move, you know, as a Sand King. Like, what would they not expect me to do to try to get experience? That's where he has to start thinking at this level, because OG, you know, they know they have a double, triple creep wave pushing in. If he TPs, that's the move. Just instantly kill him.
As in mid, Sobad's coming in with the smoke. He's going to try and catch Thompson by surprise.
Oh, nice.
And he's able to do so. Orksy gets the cogs down. They'll get themselves the kill. Light strike as well onto Seb. But Saxay's coming with a wraparound, and with that grasp, he's able to set up onto Sobad. They get something in return, but they do kill off the silencer, so just continuing to try and pour their efforts into the lane where they are able to make things happen, which is this mid. And this does give a bit of relief for Collapse up top, with Seb reacting to that play mid. There's finally some space here for the Sand King to get some farm.
Oh, bless him. He needs it. 7 last hits. He's getting up there. And then also, look at Yatoro bottom. Because of this, the craziness that starts happening between the lanes, everything's starting to get shifted. He actually gets forced to TP out, well, TP back to his tier 1. Now, if he dies, no TP available, Yatoro has to be a little bit more careful with his positioning down here. Thompson, also, actually going to get caught on here from Mio. Mio with the DD.
Isn't enough damage. He needs one more hit. Can he find it? He's looking around the trees, but Thompson's juking. And No-Tail's in with a stun. Now Mio's in trouble. Thompson's starting to salve up. Dragon Slave will cancel it, but he's got the living armor as well. Mio trying to chase, but Thompson remaining out of range. No-Tail, has he got anything else to throw back the way of Mio? Mio holding his ground, turns, will get No-Tail, but it's going to cost him his life, and now Sobad. He might just end up feeding into as well to Thompson as well, and he does. More imp for Thompson in that mid.
And collapse up top.
Oh, no, not again.
No, not again. Oh, they don't have mana. Okay. Oh, they actually did if he tried to swap those close.
Oh, Seb, he's got Magic Missile now. But have they got any further dissection? No, they haven't.
He got rid of that 1 sentry, but a huge gains for Thompson there. Again, we're seeing these raindrops pay dividends. Everyone buy raindrops in your pubs versus nukes. Definitely one of the best laning items. Thompson living because of that there in the mid lane too.
And they're going to bring Mio up. In fact, they're going to bring both Mio and Miposhka into play.
Okay. He's potent. They have the connection with the stun if they'll get a kill. But they can't actually quite get in range.
They're not able to quite close that gap with the level 1 Burrow Strike.
Get themselves a nice little neutral item though finished up. But yeah, we're seeing OG come out decently ahead after this laning phase, almost 2k advantage. After all these constant move arounds, as Thompson's getting aggressive, walking into the high ground versus Mio and Miposhka.
Yeah, he's straight in. I mean, they've got the slow onto Mio. Mio is trying to run away. Saxa getting on him, he can't. So Mio will escape. Miposhka is going to feed in over towards Thompson. Collapse comes in with a Burrow Strike. They're in the cogs, the 2 of them. They are there. They're tanking the battery assault. Dragon Slave comes into play. Thompson will get stunned. The living armor will not save him. He goes down, but not before he's able to get 2 kills and get the imp for it. Now time's been bought for Seb to swing across. Sax is on top of Mio with the Nature's Grasp. They'll turn with the Burrow Strike onto Seb, but the sentry's down. They've got the vision onto Collapse. He'll fall. Seb with the cleanup once again as he remains there in the top spot this game, 4-0-2, and with the top net worth right now.
How much int? I feel like he's got so much int in the last few moments on this silencer, all the way up to 10 already.
Yeah,
walking in aggressively to the high ground. He dies to get, Mio gets the kill and all, but Thompson, he gets what he came for.
He's only in it for the int.
Really
That's all he cares. Man, he's getting it. Pretty much at the same pace as Mid1 was last game, and Mid1, of course, had an explosive start.
Yeah, and when he makes these moves towards top, it's easy for Seb to connect, and Seb is by far the strongest hero on the map. 4-0-2, 4.5k net worth, and it's Avenge, so he punches. His punches hurt, and it's also high points in Magic Missile, one of the higher bursts. At this point in the game, that Magic Missile, like 270 burst, is a lot at that low frequency. Sand King Collapse just really looking like a 4 or 5 position Sand King right now here. As he shows
Collapse.
They've got the dust. And he will collapse again.
Or will he?
Or will he?
He's running.
He will.
No, he will. Poor old Sand King. 1-6-1.
Hey, at least it's not the silencer up there doing this to him, because otherwise he might be out of int at this point.
Yes, he might be in the negative manner at this pace. It's a lot of deaths, but yeah, at least no damage being done on the intellect side of things.
Yep. We see Seb, as we said at the beginning of the game, Yellow Submarine is all magic damage. No physical, not for ages. Not until like the very later stages of the game where that Void does, because literally everything is magical. He's going for Hood. It's going to be super strong, very survivable. I'd like him to actually finish it up, even go Pipe. I think it's just so good versus Sand King and Lina.
Yeah, really nice for some of you, well, both of your cores, right? Mid1 and Thompson, not necessarily going to be getting anything too defensive for themselves early on. Mid1 in particular, I mean, we will see Thompson go there. Really, we're seeing them go usually when they're playing the Silence to get the Glimmer. They'll put the Chrono down bottom.
The swap is there, though.
Seb's in. He's able to save Mid1, and Seb's not even going to go down himself. He's ready to start chasing in. In fact, Mid1, he's charging straight into all of it. Another swap onto Mio as they get the kill on the Lina. He tries to TP as well. It's instantly put to a stop by the overgrowth of Saxa. Just an instant turnaround from OG, and I mean, obviously, thanks to the great start that Seb's had top, he's having a fantastic game this time on the Venge. 5-0-4, and yeah, it's looking very good right now for OG. I mean, game 1, they obviously did get the win. This game 2, it's starting to go their way even faster.
And you couldn't have made it better there for OG how the gank happened. Literally, Yellow Submarine was setting up for it, and OG teleported as it was like before the Chrono even started casting. They were already starting the TPs down bottom. They were already preparing for that aggressive move from Yellow Submarine. OG on point right now with their shot calling. Medallion finished up for Seb too, so I'm not going to finish up the pipe yet, but this gives its own potential.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See if Yellow Submarine looks to fight here without many of their ultimates available.
Poshko was going Sax. He does have the glimpse and try for it. They got him in the stun. He got the living armor off in time. Still in with the Burrow Strike of 4 heroes upon him. He'll fall. That Collapse though just gets taken down in a couple of glaives for Thompson. It's so bad. He's also in the cogs taking heavy hits from the silence, so they will manage to trap and kill Seb. But now they've got to run. Notes out. Fire Blast set up. Thompson's ready to clean up the int. But Posture is up to the high ground. Drops down the field, but the curse is in play. +2 once again for Thompson as he's up to 18 int. Where they are able to commit and get kills, Yellow Submarine, but it's just the fact that it's always OG with the cleanup. And these times around, any time they're fighting near the silencer, Thompson's always just building up that in. So bad. Thompson's managed to get him with the slow. Mid-one's in on him. It's going to be more in by the looks of it if they can find the vision for that last. He tries for a TP out. But straight away, Mid-one's in with the tricks of the trade. And So Bad's life is put to an end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's getting rough here for Yellow Submarine. 17-7 at just 12 minutes in. OG taking out tier 1 mid. No contest from Yellow Submarine. What's he trying to finish up top? He's trying to get his Yules done. He just about has found it. Down in the jungle bottom. Collapse. They've got him. Smoke Cloud and the Overgrowth holds him down. As it is yet another death on the Sand King. It's now silence, swap, into the stun, Yatoro goes down, Miposhka will manage to TP out, but OG they just can't stop the kills. 19-7, top lane, mid one comes in, he's trying to chase down Mio. Mio's gonna turn, goes for the TP out, he'll make it away, only just. But he's out, Mio will live. Just so much going the way of OG this bottom lane. Tier 1 tower, another objective cleaned up.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So bad, he's hiding. He has got position for a hook shot. So he's able to maybe come in with something. No tell. He's leading into Miposhka. 3 hits from Thompson, and he gets the kill. The Static Storm's down. Collapse is able to get over with the Burrow Stroke. Hook shot as well. They're onto Thompson with the Laguna Blade, with the living armor. Thompson's still alive. He's holding his ground. Turns everyone. Shitoro the swap. Takes him out to the side. Doesn't matter. Still goes down to the Dragon Slave of Mio. With the Chrono setup onto Seb, they're going to be able to find the bench too. 3 dead on OG, as now a bit of a turnaround comes into play from Yellow Submarine. They block Saxa off. Yatoro does go down to damage his Saxa, but this time it's Yellow Submarine with the clean. Triple kill for Mio, as they're able to finally get something going back their way. And apologies, I think we've lost Fogged at the moment. He's left the... Fog! Yep. Fog should be back momentarily. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, you are stuck with me. But we'll look through this replay again. Oh, very good replay. Oh, no. Saxa, he's dead. But hey, Saxa, he did his job there. He's saying, team, what you doing? I killed the carry. What the hell are the rest of you doing, OG? Saxa keeping it cool. And we'll have a pause here from Yatoro. Nice bit of respect from Yatoro, realizing that Fog's internet has died, and so he will wait for him. This is, of course, not true. He's waiting because apparently he's having his own internet issues himself. Why is No Tail saying help? No Tail said help. Why? Why is he saying help? He's not dying. I hope he's okay. That could have been a genuine plea for help. I'm imagining he is okay. I don't think this would be the first place you go in terms of an emergency, just go into the dirt to all chat and type help. I mean, I certainly wouldn't do that if I was in a pub game. I'd probably be responded to with a torrent of abuse. So don't ask your pub teammates for help, but No Tail's calling for help here. Hopefully he's okay, because it's not his team with the internet issues. It's apparently Yellow Submarine, we lost the void. Should be able to get the game back on momentarily. Yatoro's back in, so we should be good to go as long as OG's all fine as well. See if the call's being made, but we're seeing these replays once again from earlier. Just those moves. This overgrowth, of course, going to be a massive issue for the Void before he's able to get rid of his first item online. He has the Midas stun. Oh, some beautiful mid-one camera there. Oh, he's got a bit of a messy table, though. What's this? Come on, mid-one, look after your bedroom. Keep it nice and neat. A little bit of a mess there. But it's all right. He's a Dota player, right? Doesn't matter how messy your room is, as long as you're not messing up in game. And so far, mid-one certainly isn't. 3-0-2. Hasn't died as the rookie. And we check his item progression. He's pretty much got a full defusal. 200 gold. And that Robe of the Magi will be on its way out, as the rest of it does sit there waiting on the courier. Blade of Alacrity and Recipe, all good to go. We did have the G's called. But Yatoro still needs a bit of a pause, apparently. Just make sure that everything's good to go on Yellow Submarine's side of things before we continue with the action. But as we can see, the state of the game so far, 3k lead for OG as we get this one back on. The int, I mean, Thompson, it always happens. I feel like we've seen this from OG before. One of the core players plays a hero in game one, and then the second game, it's a different player picking up the hero, and you can tell there's definitely a bit of competitiveness there when it comes to between the ranks of OG. You know, no one wants to be the dumb silencer. You got to compete to be the smartest, and Thompson's definitely doing his best. He's got 24 in him. Oh, so bad he's walked into this. That's going to be more in for Thompson. Gains a couple of brain cells, up to 26 in at this 15-minute point. They're taking down the Roshan. I don't know if Yellow Submarine's going to be able to contest this. There's no chrono for 70 seconds still. They're not going to be able to do anything about this one piece, as this is OG. Picking up the Roche. Picking up the Aegis. They're going to give it to mid-one, as mid-one is going to be very active. Has the defusal complete. Now he's got an excuse to just jump straight into the fights. He doesn't care if he dies, as he has that second life ready to back him up. Yellow Submarine trying to just do what they can whilst that Roche was taken away from them as they pressure the bottom tier 1 tower. Mio, obviously off the back of that last fight, he's still good on the money. 8-3-2, without a doubt, as you've seen if you hadn't seen Yellow Submarine before today. Mio definitely seems to be sort of the standout player in terms of what he's been able to bring up. And they have found Mid1 sort of just AFK here. He was standing totally still. They've killed him once. They've actually got the ults coming in, but the global Thompson puts it completely to a stop. But it doesn't matter. The Static Storm was out in time. They've killed Mid1. As he was just sat there. He didn't expect the sentry at all. A little bit AFK. As he goes down, now the vision's down to Saxa. They're able to drag him back, put a stop to the TP. No-Tail's coming in from the side. Turns over towards Miposhka now, onto the Sobal, put the stun. Saxa, he punches down Miposhka, collapses over with the Burrow Strike, Thunder Strike, and Light Strike Array down onto Saxa. It's another kill for Yellow Submarine. As OG may lose Seb as well with the Chrono drop down upon him. Yatora's got the lockdown. Light Strike's off the mark, but the Burrow Strike isn't. Straight in onto Seb they go. Glimmer Cape buying him some safety. He'll swap to the side, swap No-Tail in so Seb can get out of here, but this is going to cause the death of No-Tail. So bad, will tick down to the Arcane Curse.
Your lips are
so Thompson at the end of it all, he's able to still benefit with a bit of a +2, but definitely a strong hit back from Yellow Submarine, taking away that Aegis from Mid1, killing him off again. OG not to be deterred as they continue to move down this mid lane. Mid1, he's actually straight back in onto Collapse. The Cloud is down as well as the Curse. Courier even picked up as well there as Mid1 jumps in with the tricks of the trade. And that's when it really hurts. You don't want to be the Sand King right now. It's a painful life for Collapse. That's a 9th death. And he's losing his Courier right before him. His one true friend in life taken away just like that in the blink of an eye. And then his own life comes to an end. Sad times for Collapse. As the bullying from OG continues against the poor old Sand King. OG, they'll try and do their best to take control of some of Yellow Submarine's jungle. Mid1 already on the hunt, but Yellow Submarine, they're grouped up mid. They do have the Static Storm good to go again. And that with the hook shot does give them potential. They get the glimpse back on No-Tail, but don't want to commit anything more. Saxa, Thompson and Seb close by whilst Mid1 brings in that top lane. Can they get a jump on mid, Yellow Submarine? At the moment, the only target here is Tail, and not really the best hero to initiate on. You're going to need a lot to blow him up. And they're not going to try. They're not going to try and make that jump. OG getting the space required to continue to beat down onto this tier 2 tower, and a good timing too with just 18 minutes in. Always that painful period to lose control of your jungle before the 20-minute mark and the outposts are up. TP was going to come in, but instantly gets cancelled. Yellow Submarine realize they don't have the tools required to hold on to that, so they'll let it go. As OG take the tier 2. Timing that we'll see Yellow Submarine work towards is going to be that Chrono up in 35. But already TP's coming over to this half of the map. Yatora's got to be careful. OG's on the hunt. What is there? The global comes into place. Thompson jumps forward. Seb with the swap back into the magic missile. They've got the damage. Yatora gets taken down. Collapse. He's actually going to Burrow Strike down to the low ground. He's looking to hide in the trees. No TP up for 5 seconds. Can he hide and juke this? He's got Blink up in a second. Is he going to be able to jump out? He is. He's out to the side. The curse is in play. Mid1's able to close in. Diffusal Blade's slow. And it's more in for Thompson. 34 imp right now at the 19th minute. An incredible brain size here from Thompson. As I said, you know he wants to be the better silencer in OG. He's trying to prove it. There's definitely competition for that position between him, Seb, and Mid1. So far this series, despite Mid1's incredible performance in Game 1, I think Mid1 was probably more farmed at this point, but the int that Thompson's building up is just unmatched, as we've seen so far in this series. In fact, in this tournament at all, this is some next level silencer brain. 3K lead for OG, 27-14 as they do just continue to keep Yellow Submarine held back. Chrono is up, but still very hard for Yatora to fight without at least the Manta done. The global silence and the overgrowth, something that we know that the OG values so highly with the way that they just bring it out early out every time in the draft. It does mean that these heroes like Void are not going to have any chance to play freely until they have a Manta or a BKB. You know that one of them's always going to be ready to go when that Chrono comes out. And now OG, smoke up from Seb and Saxa. They're ready to try and bait with Thompson and No-Tail. Moving into the jungle, the question is, do Yellow Submarine fall for it? Smoke on smoke action, so bad. Oh, he threads the needle! Straight down the mid, he misses it all. Silence is out, Thompson comes in with the punches, that's one down. Yatora jumping in, he's looking for a Chrono opportunity, the epicenter. Oh, it doesn't get anything, but the Chrono does. He's got the 3 of them. Laguna down onto Thompson. Light Strike follow, collapses in with the Burrow Strike. They've taken out the Silencer. Swap over to the side. Seb trying to save mid-1, but the Dilation is upon him. Jumps over towards the crease, but Yatoro, he's chasing down. Tricks the trade. Mid-1 still alive for now. Now the Global's in play. The Silence hits them all. Yatoro, he's caught in the smoke cloud. He's trying to get himself out of it, but he's beaten down. Saxa comes in with a final blow to take down the Void. As it's just still all too tricky for Yellow Submarine to play into. These curses, globals, it all amounts to just too much considering the items they don't have. Collapse still, only with the blink, no Yule Scepter, nothing to remove it. He's still coming out with some nice jukes it as he jumps all the way up to the top wave. We'll be able to keep that pushed out, but OG's got the creeps moving in mid. Tier 2 taken out, and now up to the high ground, they're ready to look. What are we seeing on the Roche time? 2 minutes until a potential Roche, but OG, they don't care about waiting. Drums are pushed. This tier 3 just getting destroyed. Void's back in the game, but no Chronosphere to offer for this defense. This tier 3 tower will go down. We'll see if OG want to hang around any further.
Looks like things really kicked off as I was gone on.
Oh my goodness, and you've just kicked my ears off.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Welcome back, Fogged. It's certainly picking up. I mean, 22 minutes in, it's 29-15, Fogged. OG's starting to really get into the motions that we've seen them do all so many times before. They just can't stop killing.
I was keeping track of it on my phone. I was trying to watch the action. Still seems so hard for them to hold this high ground here. OG have just this constant harassment too from No Tail, and they just have such a good window here. I love this blink on the silencer. You probably talked about all this already while I was gone, but some really nice item choices here coming out from OG.
It's just been a wild game for Thompson. 42 int. The answer to life, the universe, and everything, and all of Thompson's worries this game, as he is in a very happy place right now.
I love when I see these like fragile heroes go blink dagger versus these initiations.
I mean, we saw it just there. Straight away, dodges the hook shot. Does still get caught by the light strike. I mean, Thompson's still taking some heavy damage, but he's able to get the global, even with the Laguna.
Is he alive?
Doesn't quite die. Finally, the right clicks will finish him off. But you're seeing just the rest of OG moving onto Yellow Submarine as soon as they blow everything onto Thompson. They still lose 3 heroes. And Push's going to try for the TP out. He'll make it. He's out and away. They have got the creeps moving in mid. 3 heroes dead on Yellow Submarine.
They have to commit so much.
I mean, they can just start hitting the racks now.
Yeah, they just have to commit so much on the side of Yellow Submarine to take out that. Like, just even like the little blink repositioning, everyone has to run over there, and then you get sandwiched. And I feel like, just like last game, OG, they have themselves a triple core, right? So you kill that target, you have to commit so much, and then the other 2 just rip you apart. Very similar to the last game.
Just taking these racks right now. Yellow Submarine. They're just not really ready to try for a hold. Jatoro's coming in. Still not really the items that they need. Get the glimpse back on Saxa, so we'll get at least something here. Saxa pretty tanky. I mean, the epicenter came in, but he was actually not able to get the follow-up onto him. Tries to come in the burrow strike. He doesn't even catch Saxa. An epicenter and a burrow strike for what? Collapse is dead.
And he might have just had him if he had the stun in the sandstorm under the towers.
I didn't see what stopped his initiation, but something must have caught the blink.
Did he get caught by, I think, the Nature's Grasp or something was pushed?
I think it must have been, because I assume it was maybe the wave, but the wave was not quite near enough. I think you're right, it might have just been something that Saxa was doing. As Saxa has been pretty spot on with the positioning and catches this game, 5-3 and 19.
They're very comfortable with this tree protector that I'm not seeing many other teams experiment too much with. OG's picking it in, I think, like what? I think this is the 4th or 5th game I've seen them play it in.
I think if you're any of the other teams out there, you might be wanting to take a bit of a page out of the Treant book. But I guess OG has always been a Treant protected team, right there.
It's true.
Whether it be on the 4 or Seb, on the off lane, they've always loved the hero. So definitely a big Seb influence in that.
Oh god, look how comfortable. Midas on No Tail, level 14. This game just looks so free now for them to just move around. But they do have to watch out. Like the thing is, like, this Lina is still massive. Like Mio is still having a hell of a game.
That's mid. Collapse will jump in and actually be able to save so bad.
Okay. Jeez, Lina's 5 levels over her Void. That's insane. Mio is really popping off again.
He just always performs, this guy. Yeah. Mio is He's a solid player. He really is.
This game though, like, he's on a hero like Lina though. So fragile, so hard to really put the team on your back with this type of hero. Especially with what you're up against. You can try, yeah. You need some big ultis to connect here. But OG, they're not gonna all stack inside the pit.
Well, let's see what they can do around it. It's already just clearing out the illusions. Yutoro's going for the wraparound. See what kind of a jump they can find. Mid one, he's already in onto Mio. Mio has to put the BKB gouge to the side. The Global's going to be there to follow up. Mio's got to keep running. Inside the river, Sobad's been left behind. Yutoro's trying to jump and commit onto Seb, but the magic missile comes out. Yutoro, he's going to drop the chrono. Has he got the damage to kill the ogre? He hasn't. He's been overgrowthed in position. Saxo holds him back. And now Yutoro's taking heavy damage. He's caught in position. He cannot jump out without killing himself to curse it. As the Void goes down, another team fight that OG is just able to walk away with.
They're too strong.
Even with the
point.
ultimates used, you know, Chrono's coming out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're just way too strong. They can just walk out and just meet the fight. And like you said, the Void, he can't even find the situation to get a good chrono. In this one, Chronos pops his abilities and then just gets ruined the whole duration of it. This is just, yeah, OG again putting on another clinic with a very comfortable draft again with the silencer tree, just making it work.
Yep. And it certainly has. This game once again. Draft from OG not showing any weaknesses whatsoever. They
not.
seem incredibly comfortable with this setup. Second rack's cleaned up.
And giving up the Void both times does definitely feel like they have some type of ideas versus it, right? Like they give the Void this game, they pick heavy counters. Ricky, the Cloud is always annoying. Venge swap is there. The Overgrowth plus Living Armor to protect people inside Chrono Global. They are definitely counter picking and kind of baiting. I feel like they're baiting Yellow Submarine to go for this type of draft here, and then they're just playing around it perfectly.
We go back in the Roche. OG, finish this off, get the Aegis and cheese. Just that tier 2 lying on the bottom lane that they want to take out and open up that final set of racks. Mid-bomb pretty much has the money for the Basher if he wants to go drop that orb and quelling.
Oh yeah, nice Hex on Thompson now too. So more forms of initiation, more forms of counter initiation too. Mid one on the hunt. Unable to find anybody here. And Mio, he's got the MKB finished, full glass cannon. As he's got very little armor, still very fragile. But he has to be the one to deal damage, it feels, because nobody else really is on their team.
Nope. And I mean, he will. You know, heroes like this, Ricky, if they catch mid-one in a chrono, the Lina will be able to kill him. And sure, Living Armor is going to play a bit of a part, but as long as the Fiery Soul stacks are high.
As long as she can get the attacks off, if she can get, you know, be in the position to actually do so, I just feel like OG's always going to have elements to be able to protect, and the Venge swap is going to come in there on that chrono, or they're going to swap even the Lina out of position, because I've seen Seb do that so many times this game. He doesn't swap the target they're going, he swaps the Lina in, and then Mio is a Lina in the middle of everybody, and never the place you want to be as a Lina.
Yeah, the swaps from Seb have been very strong this match. He's coming in with his saves, and of course with the farm that he has, he doesn't even die after he swaps someone out. He's that tanky.
Both cores on the same side of the map here. Yellow Submarine.
Thompson's
have to
in.
be careful. Thompson's in.
Jumps in with a Hex. Mio. He's going to run. He's going to be able to turn and get the stun on the Thompson. In fact, he might just get the kill. He turns, takes out Thompson. Over to the side. Chitoro being jumped upon. He's going to go up to the high ground, go for the TP out. Wave of Terror is there to find him. Swaps him out, swaps him back up to the cliff so he no longer has any place to move to. Very nicely done there from Seb with the double swap to cancel the TP, but get him back in the range of the smoke cloud that Midbomb was placing down onto Mio.
Oh, that was so nicely done from Seb. They lose Thompson again, but again, over and over again, they always have the numbers to turn up. And that's always the situation, at least in this series. It feels like the determining factor for OG is, sure, you get one of us, but there's 3 of us cores farming at an even pace in both of these games. Damn. Zox is level 16. Collapse is only 14. It's a 4 position to a 3 position.
Seb's coming. Collapse trying to juke.
Oh, it actually clips him.
They found him. He was on the edge of the overgrowth.
Ooh.
He's trying to hide. He's able to get out with the blink. And they won't get him. Collapse actually able to escape this time. A little bit of a different ending to the story that we seem to have seen happen so many times already this game, but this time he's not going to end up dying.
Meposhka, not so lucky though. A Disruptor versus a Riki this farmed. Don't get to go outside your base too often now. Easily just gets annihilated as OG still looking to jump in. Glimmer on Thompson. He's got the blink hacks waiting.
With that DD, yeah, you can tell he wants to just jump and punch.
Yeah, that first hit doing a casual, you know, 700 or 800 damage.
Well, mid one's in. He's going to start things off onto the Void. Yatoro, he's going to get out to the side.
Now mid one, can they actually try to punish this with a glimpse? They're trying.
He's got the Aegis though. So they get him the once.
Okay.
Can they do it a second time? Mio's going to try and time the light strike a little bit early. Mid one's going to get the chance to turn. Moving on to Mio. Yatoro, he's going to drop the chrono. He just stops him, but the swap's there. Seb's able to get Thompson out to the side, and Seb, he's so tanky. They just cannot kill Seb, even in the chrono, as nobody other than the Riki a second time going down, and it costs a lot. They get the Riki. Can they get anything else from this? As OG are able to back off. Meposhka get in for another glimpse. No, they're just outside of range of it all.
They're going to re-go now. On the side of OG, it looks like they're thinking about it. The Blink Hex is ready. But they're not going to. They're going to give a little bit of respect there to Yellow Submarine. So they are able to at least get mid one, but...
They got mid one.
Still costing them so much there. Is OG still hanging? Yeah, they need a lot more. And OG's still hanging around the area, just waiting for someone to show their face. Well, let's see. Okay, Yellow Submarine, they're going for the smoke here. Trying to outnumber. So this could be pretty big here. See who they catch. It's the two tanky boys on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to turn straight towards Collapse. Collapse is able to turn with the Burrow Strike straight away with the hook shot. They're on top of Thompson. Thompson's deep. Thompson, he's going to get swapped against Seb with the save. Gets Thompson out of harm's way. They're trying to chase Thompson. Can they find him? Thompson turns towards Yatoro, but the bashes are there. Thompson will go down. Seb still living here throughout the damage of the Static Storm. They finally pop him. But it's a good hold from Yellow Submarine so far. They've killed off 2 of the cores. Meposhka does get left behind to the damage of Saxa and No Tail. It's something, you know, you're getting 2 cores. Still not enough to turn, but it slows OG down a little bit.
Yeah, getting the 2 big cores is perfect. However, No-Tail and Saxa are also starting to get to the point where they're also big. No-Tail is higher level than mid one. He's level 20 now off of that. These 2 were just packing an insane amount. Look at him laughing in this camera. He's like, No-Tail's just screaming and laughing, probably because he's probably saying, I'm the highest level on the team right now as this 5 position owner. Hey, look at this, look at this smile. Small gains for Yellow Submarine, but like you said, OG, they're back up. Mid one's here. The last set of racks here. And this illusion, it still is painful as well, too. Seb, he might be dead. He might be in the grave, but not entirely.
Oh, Saxa. Oh, Collapse, he tried to jump in, but he blinks into the cloud. He is able to get out of the side, but now the Global's in play. Mid one's on top of him. Yatoro's trying to finish off Saxa, but Saxa's so tanky. He's taken a lot of punches to threaten this Treant protection. During the time, mid one's just cleaning up to the side. Collapse is going to come in with a buyback, jumps in onto mid one. Trying to hide in the trees, but they found him. It's a dieback on Collapse. Yatoro's got the chrono on the 3. He can't kill him. They have the damage. He's going to turn over towards mid one, but mid one's able to put the PK jump pad to the side. Triple kill for him as he finds another. Now over towards Mio. He looks going in onto this Lina. Mio trying to bring down Thompson. Thompson getting low. Yatoro, can he finish him off? No, Seb's in with the swap. Keeps Thompson alive. Yatoro can't even kill him. This is an ultra kill for mid one. They're going to set it up for Riki to come back in, and they find it. Rampage for mid one to close the game up. As my goodness, OG 49 kills, 34 minutes in. That was as OG as it gets when it comes to Dota 2. As this game 2 will be theirs, and of course with that, the series closes up for them. A smile from mid one as he reminisces on a lovely little rampage to close up that game 2 for OG.
They look like they were having a lot of fun in that series, for sure. And it does feel like... It feels like they had the draft and they knew... It seems like they knew what Yellow Submarine was going to do with their drafts, right? The way they picked apart the draft and just doing like this Venge, the Silencer, all this, versus what they're up against. This Void doesn't feel like he ever is going to be the strongest carry. Yatoro, he tried in both games, but they had an answer. OG, they showed up prepared for today, and they looked really good with it. And, I mean, No-Tail, of course, you see how much fun he was having, and I think this is a nice confidence booster for them, because they've still been looking some, you know, shaky in some of their games, but beating Yellow Submarine, one of the better teams here, like that, definitely a good sign.
Yeah, just as you pointed out, just the fact that the comfort that they were doing it with was very, very much telling through both the webcams and just the way they're playing. They pick and itemize in this second game. A lot of fun, a lot of farm to be had, even by the two supports, even for OG standards here in this game too. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. OG will take this game too, a little easier than game one was even, and that one, of course, was also a bit of a showcase for OG at the end of it all, as the series is theirs. OG to take down Yellow Submarine 2-0.
Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My brother in a color just to vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like to the fine, will it stand the test of time?
The truth.
Another masterclass there from OG, and they put themselves into the playoffs and they put us into our Game Fuel post-match here as they get a 2-0 victory here against Yellow Submarine. Unfortunately for QO, the power of his love did not pull Collapse over the line here, and OG secure themselves a playoff berth, joining Alliance and Team Secret here for ESL 1 Germany. I've got my panel back here for the Game Fuel post-match. I've got Godot, I've got QO. Lads, I mean, OG just seem to pick whatever the hell they want and play however the hell they want and win.
I mean, yeah, they pick anything, they can flexi it, but I feel like the playstyle is always the same. It's all this aggressive coming in from the laning phase to the mid game is pretty much where they kind of try to close it up or get enough lead to control the game. So, yeah, nothing unusual here from OG, I felt.
Yeah, I think OG were like well prepared. They knew like what Yellow Submarine was gonna do, and I think the Treant opening pick was like a really smart. I think one thing that lacked Yellow Submarine was that experience on the captains and the teams. You know, like you just have to be adapting into situation.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for Yellow Submarine, they did lose here 2-0, but the lads who did win were OG. So we've got our winners interview here with the one and only Topson here from OG. Topson, mate, congratulations on your series victory here against Yellow Submarine. I want to start out a little bit of a nicer question here, as everyone knows here that you have recently become a father here. So congratulations on becoming a new dad. And I also just want to ask here, do you feel like the dad buff is real? Do you feel like that you've gotten better after becoming a father?
I mean, it's given me some sort of extra motivation, I guess, to, you know, keep performing better and I mean, obviously there's more stuff going on now other than playing only, so when I play, I guess I enjoy it more because I don't exactly have as much time to play as I used to. So I think that plays a part in giving me some extra motivation, but yeah.
Yeah, I got two questions for you. So I just wanted to know, and also I guess for the viewers as well, if you're still playing in Asia or if you already returned back home in Europe.
Yeah, I've been home for about, what, 5 months now?
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
since I returned, yeah.
Alright, and also just because obviously now you're back, 5 months, have you been scrimming often enough to feel confident coming into this tournament, or have you just been very preoccupied with your real life commitments?
We've been scrimming a lot also, like almost every day, but yeah, we're very well prepared.
Good to hear.
Yeah, like I wanna hear this from you because you're a 2-time TI winner, Topson. Like, who do you, it means a lot for like other mid laners. Who do you think is a top 3 mid laner in EU at the moment? You can name anyone.
Top 3 EU. I would say Nisha for sure. Nisha is probably one of the better ones. It's tough. I just feel like Nisha is a level above the other mid laners, so I just had to give it to him. I don't know anyone else to name.
Alright, well, he has really been performing, so I've got another question for you here, Topson. Do you feel like the meta right now has been kind of figured out in EU? Obviously, you and Secret are playing completely different heroes to everybody else, but do you feel like the meta is kind of stagnating and everyone's kind of figured it out a little bit?
I think maybe the pop meta has been a bit stale. There's a lot of same heroes, and people think that some carry heroes are OP, like the Void, but I think there's still a lot to learn, and I think these heroes still have a lot of counters, and I think it's just gonna... I think it's still stuff to discover in this patch, so I don't mind it. I don't find it boring yet, at least.
Oh, well, that's good to hear, Topson, so we'll let you go be a father there, and congratulations once again, Dadson. I'm sure we'll see you deeper in ESL 1 Germany.
Thank you, thank you.
Hearing from the best, it's always good to hear. And getting the extra motivation from becoming a father too is always an interesting idea, because some people, you know, a lot of the Chinese players, they're fathers as well, they have their own family commitments, and sometimes that can pull away from your Dota drive, right? Where you have these outside of Dota commitments that might not mean that you can play as much, but it's good to hear that he's still got that motivation, and every single time that he plays, he feels like he needs to enjoy it just so he gets the most out of it.
Yeah, most definitely. I was a little worried as well, because obviously with having a kid, you have to be very committed But it seems like they've been scrimming, and he sounds very confident with what they've already achieved before the tournament. So I'm pretty glad to hear we're going to get a very strong OG into this ESL playoffs.
Well, I mean, as QO said, 2 TI winner, so I'm sure they've already got millions of dollars in their back pockets, and I'm sure Topson's got more than enough investments to keep himself happy and healthy, and the rest of his family as well. So another dominant victory here from OG. Unfortunately, Yellow Submarine didn't really get the series that we were expecting here. They did get, to me, felt like they got figured out a little bit by OG. They started out with his Faceless Void opener, the Treant was the response, same with the Silencer, and Yataro just never really got a hold in either of these two maps they played against OG, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tree opener is one of the counters that he was mentioning. He didn't specifically say it on the interview, but I think it's one way to deal with it, because overgrowth, the laning emphasis, and you just can't really burst anyone. The game is really quick with tree, you don't take any towers against it due to the grasp as well as the living armor. So it's one way to deal with the void, and I felt they were never really scared of it in this particular series.
Yeah, like the tree, Silencer, Fenner. You know, I think OG is just back on the form with the dirty. Dirty.
I mean, in ESL 1 Thailand, we touched on these dirty heroes as well for Cuckoo. He was playing them basically every single game and making sure that this Faceless Void in particular was having a rough time. And we can see it across ESL 1 Germany that a lot of the times that we see this Faceless Void fail is in those games where he doesn't really get much out of the landing phase. He might be hindered a lot, but then they make sure that mid-game he is hindered even further, and he never really comes back. He tried to go for a Midas in this game here. Yataro went for that Mantisol to try and deal with the overgrowth, and it just never really happened. And you can just see the lovely smiles coming out from the lads there at OG, and they just were constantly always in the front and constantly being able to push it out there. And then unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Yellow Submarine, they didn't get the victory here, and now they're going to go 2-2. They're going to meet us on that final day here for ESL 1 Germany in that round number 5. They still have a way of getting in the playoffs.
Well, going back a little bit just with the dirty heroes, I feel one thing that we haven't really talked about is picking these dirty heroes force you to go for these certain item builds, the Mantas, the Yules, the Lotus, and I felt because you're forcing these items, you just don't have the damage to fight in the mid game, and I think that's the big timing where OG exploits. But going through the playoffs, I felt they played well. I mean, it was just, I feel OG was a smarter team. They just drafted smarter, they knew how the lanes would go, and they just had a better win condition in the mid game. But for Yellow Submarine, I think this is not disheartening. I think they played well mechanically as a team as well. It's just maybe they have to adapt, as Kyo mentioned before, better for the next few games.
And these like aura items, you know, like you just mentioned that like those dirty heroes force you to get like a specific items, Manta, or like just pipe or something that doesn't help much. But meanwhile, OG uses their gold for like all these Solar Crest, Flat, or just hero itself has a blood loss, aura, like anything. And I think that's like another thing why OG is showing dominance with some like a Silencer, like those like a right-clicking heroes.
Yeah, because they just abuse the amount of tempo that they create with a lot of these winning lanes. As you said, Kuro, they go for things like Medallion, they get the Vlads, they get the drums, and they just constantly run at your face. And they utilize their gold in such a way where 2,000 gold to them is much more important than 2,000 gold to you. So we've seen in these games here where OG are able to get out the victory that they just kind of run over these teams. And I think going into the playoffs, a lot of these other teams, except for Alliance, who were able to beat them in a series, have to really remember that they play super fast and they utilize their gold really well. So maybe a few more ideas are going to have to pop out until OG lose yet another series here for ESL 1 Germany, right?
I agree. We missed out the MVP, but it was Saxa with the Train Protector. I mean, he just completely obliterated that Sand Poor collapse, your boy.
Unfortunate, you know, like especially when you're having like a 3 cores, you want to give them like a really good lanes, and like which means like if you just aim like 1 or 2 lanes to win and like probably ruin like one or two lanes of their like a lineup, then you know you just don't get a game. So I hope they know like how to adapt into the specific situation and not drop them into the corner.
Yeah, it really does feel like that Yellow Submarine should learn a lot from this series as they did from their series against Team Secret. But let's now go and have a look to see how our standings are going here towards the middle portion of round number 4 for our Swiss stage. So we now have 3 teams in our playoffs, Team Secret, Alliance and OG. No surprises there. Everyone were expecting these teams to go in towards that playoff. And now Na'Vi are sitting at 2-1 as well. We've still got a few of these round 4 matches to go. Still got a lot of these teams teams on 2 and 1. Still got a lot of these teams on 1 and 2. And now as we start cruising through, Mud Golem's 5-man team Liquid, they will all be playing tomorrow, looking to try and secure their own slot in the playoffs here. Yellow Submarine, unfortunately for them, they're sitting at 2 and 2. They'll have to wait until round number 5 to get their vengeance. Same with Nip, same with Nigma. All these teams will be playing for those final 2 slots in at our playoff stage. But now, Viking GG and Cyber Legacy sitting at 1 and 2 as well. Both these teams are at risk of elimination. Unfortunately for us today, we said goodbye to 2 more teams. Windstrike and Hellraisers did join Extreme and Tempo Esports at the bottom of our standings right now. We won't be seeing them for the rest of ESL 1 Germany, so I hope they come back stronger for the next tournament we've got here in EU. Lads, we've only got a few more left here for ESL 1 Germany Switch stage. We've got 1 round after this round. We've only got tomorrow that's left here in round number 4, so we'll be finding 2 more teams in our playoffs. Who are we picking for tomorrow?
Tough question. I'm not too sure myself.
One of them should be pretty easy, lads.
Well, for me, the Na'Vi, I guess, is one of them. I'm not too sure about the next one. I mean, picking... What's the games tomorrow, to be exact?
5 men... Or actually, if you guys want to have a look at the games that we've got tomorrow, let's chuck up the schedule here onto our stream here, because unfortunately Darcy doesn't have his notes in front of him. So we're going to be having Cyber Legacy versus Viking GG here for our first one. That's going to be an elimination series. So one of those 2 teams will go 2 and 2. The other team will be out of the tournament. And then Na'Vi versus Mud Golems. And then we have Team Liquid versus 5 men. Out of those 2 series, 2 of those teams will be joining the 3 that we mentioned before in our playoffs. And 2 of those will be going down to that 2 and 2 final round. Round number 5 for the Swiss format means that is their final chance. So, and I'll ask you this question again, Darcy. Who are we expecting tomorrow? Na'Vi, Mud Golems, or 5-man Liquid?
The clear answer for the bottom one is Liquid, right? Yeah. I think that's the clear one. The Na'Vi Mud Golems, I think, is going to be a little tighter. I'm rooting for Na'Vi, you know, but I don't know for sure, because I do respect Mud Golems quite a lot as a team.
What about you, Kua?
Yeah, the second series, Na'Vi versus Mud Golem. I think Mud Golems were showing better performance over the time goes. Na'Vi sort of like disappointed me a little bit. So I hope they figured it out, like what they have to do with their like all these picks and how they want to play it out. But as long as they're like secured of, as long as all the teams, like if you know what you're doing, like you're just gonna play an unregrettable game anyways.
Well, it should be a super exciting day tomorrow, but that is it for the day here in the studios. But it is not it for your search for our Mercedes-Benz MVP. Our voting is still open for that MVP. Make sure you guys do follow the link and vote for your most valuable player here across ESL 1 Germany. You've got plenty of players to pick from, so please do choose wisely. But that is it, as I said, for day number 10 here of ESL 1 Germany. We're halfway through round number 4. That means we're halfway through eliminating all our teams and halfway through getting all our playoff teams. So that will be us for today. So we're going to go sleep and then join you guys tomorrow. Good night and stay safe.
But Era is still in trouble as the Sonic Wave lands and Supreme clears through Nyx. No buyback on Monkey, and they've also killed off Magnus. Lil has returned as he pops his buyback, but there's no fight to be had anymore. Charlie's just focusing down the tier 3s. Now they initiate onto the Drow. She's very low. Great movement there, and Charlie's again. NIP holding ramps, mining. And Saberlight waiting for the spear. They kill off King R as he tries to walk up the
They're going to try and step in the pit. Are they able to get anything? They're not. Gaia kills Roshan. Aegis and she's going that way as well, but Mind Control will go down. On pop, the Supernova takes Canale. Tempo goes to the aggressive charge, jumping over towards RMN. RMN is in trouble and is looking to bring him down, but there's Mind Control finishing it off with the RP on 2 with an LP2 as they'll all go down. And she'll be cool. Ooh. Oh, he's still able to find him! Oh, he didn't expect the invis back. He did not expect it. Restoration. Keeps the posture alive, now collapsed. He sweeps across. He's got the control on set for the arena down. Yatoro, he's got the flashes in onto No-Town. No-Town pops the overgrowth, but Mio snipes him. Gets him with the tornado. The tower hits come in. Now Thompson's been surrounded. He gets taken out. But Thompson's alive. He's going to be fine. He's able to turn, take down Yatoro. Yatoro, he goes down without buyback. As Yatoro bought the BKB, but he didn't use it. He's dead with a non-used BKB. The hold there on Mio, and just like that, well, I think we've come back to a bit of an abrupt.
I love when I see these like fragile heroes go blink dagger versus initiate.
I mean, we saw it just there. Straight away dodges the hook shot. Does still Mio He's going to run. He's going to be able to turn and get the stun on the Thompson. In fact, he might just get the kill. He turns, takes out Thompson. Over to the side, Chitoro being jumped upon. He's going to go up to the high ground, go for the TP out. Wave of Terror there to find him. Walks him out, slots him back up to the cliff, so he no longer has any place to move to.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
I'm in trouble. It's your